Welcome back, gang. One more game left, if Cade can put this series away, but if Red have anything to say about it, we will be here for another 2 games. And I'm personally, I hope that we get to see a full Fearless Best of 5. Because I've actually never casted a 5th game in a full Fearless Best of 5. I've watched a couple, but I don't think I've ever gotten to cast one. So I'm excited for that, personally.
I think I've gotten to cast once or twice a full Fearless BO5, thanks to ACL, Aegis Champions League. Great shout there. They do have Fearless now, and I think we have done some there, but I'm not 100% sure. I will say it gets chaotic when you reach that 5th game, especially with all the bans, because there was the situation where you could technically just take out the bans for that 5th game, and that way you at the very least open up some of the champs that are banned away. But in that over there we didn't do it. We just played it off with full bans and full previous game bans. So it can get really chaotic, but it can be really funny as well.
Yeah, no, and both modes are cool, right? Because if you take away the bans, then it's like, oh, you essentially get a Thanos draft, right? Because if there's no bans, you get just like all the power picks for Game 5, and it's just a fist fight. It's great. But maybe they were playing Amumu, we're playing Thresh, we're playing, all this nonsense. I would love to see. Thresh. I love when Thresh is in pro play. I think he's an incredibly fun champion. But
I agree.
That is a decision for neither here nor there. TDS. Again, I feel like your assessment of Red Canids when we came into this series was they're missing just something. And this is so much, again, if you're a Red Canids fan, this has got to be so frustrating to watch because you've put yourself in winning positions 3 games in a row. You've lost 2 of them. It's really tragic. It's that red mid game, man, every time.
It really is, and a pretty great representation of what Reds has been so far is that Kid had only 1 gold lead in all series.
The whole series.
It wasn't the previous game. It wasn't the previous game after they won a team fight. Because before that, even in the second game where they won, they were down in gold. Still, even before winning, they were down. So it just goes to show that Red has been doing good things, but good things are not enough to win you games. You need to actually close it out, and we'll just have to wait and see how it's going to pan out because we do have the next pick and ban phase. It's once again red and blue side for both teams. They are staying the same way so far all series long. But we're going to be needing to go deeper and deeper into pools now with so many champions just banned away because of Fearless.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that we just keep getting these teams playing on the same sides. I mean, Red Canids, look, you've got... I was going to say you've got really good side laners, kind of powerful. They can take over a game. You've got one of those. Greatest of respect to Grevthar. He's a good player. He deserves to be in tier 1 in my opinion. But FNB is the guy you give kind of that R5 to. And taking away the Nocturne means that the Rumble is left open. So Bowl is going to be yoinked on that. Wukong was a pick that was banned away. I would like to... I don't know about an R1 RE here. I think... grab the Wukong and then save something else, right? Grab yourself a support or like a counterless AD carry. I'm glad they got the Wukong. Wukong's really strong. Great. Maybe it's just a Grevthar of like, look, we just put him on something stable that he can execute on. Grab that early because then we don't have enough confidence in him to go further down the chain. Which is an indictment on Grevthar, but that's kind of my line of reasoning there.
I also think it has to do with the other side, right? Kisi, when you look at the champions banned away, right? It's Azir out, Talia out, Ari taken away. You have no Yone now because it was banned away as well. And Jace is also banned away. So what do Kisi pull off? Because I don't think like Kisi has a really big champ pool. I think that Tristana here may be the choice just because like it's something that I can see him play. But when you try and reach farther and farther, there's a lot of champions that were already taken away. And it kind of makes your pool be pretty impacted in that sense. So I understand why the Ari did come in that position as the rest of the champions come through, and this Alistar had been banned pretty frequently, so now they finally get it in favor of Red. Frosty, with how he's playing, I'm not mad at him getting the Alistar, but it can be counterpicked here just because they still have counterpick for Big spot lane.
Let's see how they end up using that, right? Like you said, the Alistar has been shown Tristana probably going to go into that mid lane. You could give it to Morteus, I will say, because, I mean, that seems like the kind of champion that Morteus would just thrive on, right? You've got a little bit of mobility should you need it, but this is a champion where you could just sit back and right-click things and watch them disappear from your screen. Aatrox being banned away, that's an FNB signature pick for sure that could really snowball this team. Still looking for that big late game carry though. Let's see what they put Brunsey on. Wouldn't be surprised if it is something like a Zeri, just because that is, look, you've got your backs against the wall here. Zeri is a fine pick in this meta. She can print damage, do a little bit of mixed as well, and it's just something that Brunsey is insanely comfortable on. Even back when, I mean, he was on those, I guess it was, the red teams when Howes was on Red Canids. I could be making stuff up, but there was... Chat, remind me, what was the play? It was last year, I think, where Howes got that insane Azir shuffle off over the wall, and it just gave Brunsey the easiest, like, triple quadra of his life. Thresh being banned away. Now I really hope we get Game 5. Now I really hope we get Game 5, because that means Thresh is on the menu in some way, shape, or form. Yeah,
potentially, actually, it may be one of those choices. I will say, though, with banning away the Thresh and the Kai'Sa as well here, like, they have to look for something relative here. All the engaged supports essentially out. If they do go for Seri here, in case it's for red, it's still lacking that enchanter support that you usually want to have with the Seri, just because trying and buffing her up is always ideal, but having the Alistar for CC is still quite ideal for them. It could be the Ashe as well, the Ashe with the engaged potential, and it gives good chance for the counter pick to be a little bit more damage oriented, and that way you can play around it really, really well. Camille is still open, and I can see red trying to go for the Camille as a counter pick here could be ideal for them. And for BKS, like you're mentioning, Tristana could go bot lane. This could still be an answer for the Ashe. Caitlyn is still available. You could kind of go for Caitlyn Lux if you wanted to, but the Jhin is also still up. Jhin and a tank champion in the bot lane could still go through bot. What else is there as a tank in the bot lane? Actually, maybe it could be Pyke, now that I think about it.
That is not what I thought was going to come out of your mouth, but I'd be happy to see a Pyke. I'd be really
Pyke
really
or Blitz? Pyke or Blitz, just because there are two hook champions. If you ban Thresh, like they are in the menu, or it could be the Maokai. Yeah, I was actually thinking there is always a chance for the Maokai to be flexed around. Ooh, or Gragas too.
Or Gragas, that would go into the jungle, I suppose.
I think it would be more likely support, actually.
Support Gragas, you think?
Yeah, I think it could be support Gragas here. Yeah, the engage potential is always there, and you have the disengage as well against the Wukong as the Nidalee last pick for FMB. I really, really was thinking about the Camille, but I've seen this matchup. Rumble, I think I seen this matchup, Rumble Nidalee, and Nidalee destroys the Rumble. Like, she actually destroys him much heavier than I thought it would be. So it makes sense for me.
For Red Canid's sake, I really hope you're right. Like, I trust you, but I hope that that's how it goes. Because, again, Nidalee is this champion that, look, we should not base how we draft and how we pay and how we pick based on what Twitter thinks.
Yeah, no, like I've seen the matchup and it was destroying. But the problem is that the matchup is good. Like, don't get me wrong, I think the matchup is great. The problem is that matchup doesn't decide the lane. And one of the big issues that I see here for Red is that a lot of their parts depend on that one engage working out. And if the engage doesn't work out, and from that I'm thinking either the Ashe Arrow or the Alistar combo, the longer fights are just much better for Vivo. They have double AD carry. They have an equalizer that can be greatly used here, and they have good disengage tools. So even if you try and force a lot, Gragas just pushes you away. Maokai just uses ulti and escapes. Like, they have ways to engage and disengage. Something that I think they were lacking in previous compositions, that this time around, it just feels much better. So as long as the Rumble stays fine in lane and doesn't die, equalizer is always going to be good. And you have ways to kill the back lane really effectively as well.
Yeah, that Red Canids fan does not like the draft. He is not a fan of how this is going to go. Yeah, I mean, it's risky for Red, but I mean, if they can get that early game lead, right? Because we haven't seen Red get behind in the early game, like, not really. So that's somewhere where they don't want to find themselves. I do think that Cade, I mean, they're a much more solid macro team. Their mid games are much better, but we just this could be really, really ugly here for Red. But look, you need to take a big swing. You're down 2-1. Your season is on the line. If you don't win this game, see you back in August. It's a long time to go without playing competitive League of Legends, man.
Yeah, you don't want to wait that long before you actually can play once again. That being said, though, we are in June, so maybe the months go by quickly, and you can get back into playing sooner rather than later. But you don't want to be out so early on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we didn't get the okay. So will be that that Maokai or that Gragas support. And look, I mean, essentially, what it's just you're just an ult bot, right? I mean, how good is it actually in lane? Is it just about the knockback, or because I mean, it's like Alistar kind of does that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has to be with the disengage potential coming in from the engage from the Alistar. So similar to if you were playing the Thresh Flay in that sense. So you just pop the E to try and stop the engage, and then you run away. That's kind of the situation that you play off there. And you also technically have good poke, thanks to the fact that you have your barrel.
Yeah.
So you are kind of a good poker and kind of a good disengager. That is a good amount of damage there by Kisi, already winning the lane really well.
Yeah, able to get out to a good start. I'm a big fan of this Tristana here for Kissy. I would have liked to see more on Morteus, just because it gives him a hyper carry, but look, with the way that Kissy has been playing this series so far, he's earned the right to be able to do this. Take it into a side lane as well. And Grevthar, I mean, if this is a matchup that, especially if you think you can bully Grevthar on this matchup, then more power to you, because I think it did not inspire me with confidence that they grabbed the Ahri so early again for Grevthar. I think that is just that again, that's a bit damning. I didn't like that as a show of confidence in Grevthar. And look, it's like, so for those that don't know, Grevthar back in the day, Red Canids in 2021 Split 2, they snuck into playoffs in 6th place. They had a mid laner at the time named Avenger. Grevthar was Mago. He was in Academy, and he got called up for playoffs, and they made a miracle run from 6th place to win the whole dang thing. He pulled out a... Oh, hold on again. I'll take a pause on the Lord up here. FNB just might be toast here. Flash bonk. Perfect. Very nicely done. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to negate the matchup, is you just get some jungle help.
And gotta be honest here, the semis played this first 2 minutes in the best way possible.
Yeah.
Went in with vision, stole red buff, went into Crocs, then calmly in level 3, knowing that he was going to be that Bo was going to be pushed 100%. And they are now going to try and stop Aegis from being able to steal this red buff. The Maokai is coming in here. They have position for both mid lane and bot lane to try and engage here. It should be able to deny Aegis from stealing this red buff. Okay, this is the best early game I think so far BKS has had. If they are able to stop this, yeah, he gets red buff. That's it. Aegis is really in a really bad spot, and now the top lane can be managed. You don't need to do anything else in the top lane anymore. Trimby?
Yeah, Trimby is just eating damage, but he has so much sustain with his passive there. Grevthar going to eat a charge. Yeah, Desavis, he's in the right place at the right time. No, and I'm glad you called out that. I mean, like, you want to give Desavis his flowers. I mean, he's had quietly a really good series. We haven't talked about him a ton, because it has been the Morteus and Kissy show. But the whole team has been playing really, really well these last couple of games. And Desamis, right place, right time, man. I mean, especially in this early game. You called that out. He played that really, 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 really well. And focus on the top lane, which is what you wanted to see. Because, right, this could get out of control. Nidalee's so snowbally. Right, and so is Rumble, to be 100%. Fair as well, right? If you get rolling, this champion can absolutely crush your dreams in the mid game. But I still think this is going to be, this is going to live and die by if FNB can have a game on this. If FNB loses this game and we see the damage charts afterwards and he has like 15k damage or like 13k damage, the pitchforks are going to come out for him, man. I mean, because FNB, God bless him, that is something that has followed him around, is that in these big games, he doesn't come up big. He's a bit of a regular season monster. Sometimes he's had good games in the playoffs, and sometimes he's had good games in clutch spots, but the eggs that he lays in critical games in his past, they stick out like a sore thumb, man.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, you want to be the coin flippy player that ends up being heads all playoffs long and maybe once or twice tails in regular season. Like, it's fine if you don't perform in regular season, but people want to see you in the bigger stage.
Yeah, that's what people remember, man. That is what will
exactly
get held against you your whole life if you don't execute in playoffs.
There's players that make a career out of being clutch in playoffs. So like that's what really matters at the end of the day. And for FNB, not stepping up could be really unlucky in this situation. He still, at the very least, has been able to put pressure onto the Rumble here. Still is a range against a melee matchup technically, and can try and get the lead thanks to his healing as well as the CS advantage that he can accrue. But it's not big enough to really make a difference, especially as a counter pick at this point. and dying so early on just makes it so that now the rest of the map has to be able to respond accordingly well enough.
No, exactly. You've got to get something back because, I mean, that early kill, right? It's like, oh, you're up 10 CS, great. Yeah, it's kind of negated, right? And you're able to get those early boots, right? The trade, it just feels so rough. I mean, yeah, it wasn't magic resist boots, but Brunsey with the insta-cleanse here off the Deadly Flourish, able to flash away. You got 2 summoner spells there. Actually 3, because Frost ended up using the heal.
3 because of the heal.
A trip well spent. Yep.
I think you take that out every time, every opportunity you can if you're able to go for it. As once again, Kizzy is forcing this so heavily, and I really like how he's playing aggressively in this situation, knowing that he can get the jump reset once again and then just go away. As long as he plays off of the charm, it's completely fine. As Aegis is here, the engage.
They've got a chance here. Deadly Flourish going to find a couple here, but a big knockback by Desamas gives them a chance here. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but now both Greftar and Kissy joining the party. If Greftar can get a big charm off, that might be what equalizes it. Able to wait for the flash from Morteus and play it out very nicely, but Kissy gets a kill there onto Aegis, and now Kissy coming out on top here. Greftar's out of mana. He doesn't have a prayer in hell. 4-2 for Kadestar, starting off fantastically. Unbelievable. What a fight from Vivo Kadestars.
Yeah, this is such a different game for Kidstars, not comparable to anything we've seen before this, and really good kills they are able to find, but importantly, it's how it started. It's a fight for ping ward, which is weird. The Samis has no flash steal, but the engage is onto the Gragas. He's deceptively tanky as soon as he goes for the CC chain, because he gets the extra value from his rune, and then the follow-up here, as long as Kizzy arrives here, level 6, he gets so much damage down as, yeah, Bo probably will die here, but the question mark is how long. Actually, he doesn't know. They buy enough time. He's able to just wait for Trimby to come here. They are not even able to get the kill here. That's unfortunate, to say the least.
Oh, man, this is... I think you and I have watched enough League of Legends in our lives to know how pivotal that was. That could come back and to bite them in a big, big way. Not able to get something back onto Bull, right? Equalize this lane in some way, shape, or form. Because right now it has been all Bull. I mean, not all Bull, to be fair, right? The lane itself has been fine, but you got to get something going. Like you said, you pick this Nidalee R5. That is a big resource you put on FNB, right? You chose red side twice. And
it was your decision for this, and it's not paying out at this point. That first blood really affecting how the matchup ended up going, and they even have perfect control here over the Grubs. They can get the next one, or at the very least one more here. Although it's looking like because of the numbers advantage and how Bull is getting pushed here, they probably don't want to try and attempt going for more than this. They don't have Equalizer either, and that is a cooldown that you want to play around with at the very least.
Yeah, you got to have something big to be able to really seal this fight, should they want to go for it here. Aegis hasn't popped that Cyclone just yet. I think just waiting for that right moment. Curtain call goes out. Frosty is the sacrificial lamb. He will go down eventually, surely. Desamas gets there we go. And that'll be enough, and that should be, Cade going to take that the Void Grubs. Now the Dragon, Red don't really have a ton of priority in the mid lane to be able to go for it. Kissy going to get some vision down here. Maybe Red can respond, but I don't know. Cade looked really in control here.
Yeah, much better turnaround there compared to the previous games, and like you were mentioning, they don't even have control in the bot side to even be able to go for that. The area may be moving first, but Wukong was backing away. The Nidalee teleported top side, and then you also don't have a good enough push in the mid lane to warrant that you can go for that dragon. So it's just going to be 3 Grubs to the top side, a little bit of control back in the favor of BKS, and maybe now they can try and go for the dragon now that everyone is kind of moving away from it.
Yeah, they peel off it just a little bit here, but Trimby shows up, and Kissy there as well, but it's a 2v4. Yeah, don't think they're going to go for it here. Morteus try to get a little bit of priority in that mid lane. Yeah, just stick to the dragon. Surely they don't throw this. Yeah, this should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fine. Gragas is not even close. Going to be taking a little bit of damage here. They are just trading normally how we were expecting, but they are taking way too long to take down this dragon, actually. Like, it could have been a much quicker objective obtained, but because of how long it took, they're just enabling positioning back for BKS to be much better. They get now vision control back in their favor. Jin is coming back with a first item. Tristana probably will back up there's this wave and get her first item as well. And that's when you see them being able to force fights much more effectively.
We'll see what fights they do force. So we haven't seen, we saw kind of a 5v5, but it was a little bit kind of all over the place here. Not that we're necessarily at that stage just yet, but a charm does land there onto Kissy. They need a kill here badly, TDS. Good knockback by Kissy, able to get a little bit more combat power, but it will not be enough. They interest the ultimate. Shutdown goes on to Aegis.
good enough shot down there. I would say probably you would like to have it on Grefter just because he's the one that will be facing Kizzy most of the time. But Wukong getting it is not bad either. You get your first item, and he is one of the champions that can kill AD carries really effectively as well.
Yeah.
So getting that, not necessarily a bad choice. But what is the response here by BKS? They know that everyone is here, and FNB looking to be the victim of the next, FNB.
Oh, yeah, he's got no man. I mean, look, he was toast anyway. Trimby, or Frosty rather, getting called off, saying, nope, I'm dead here. It's fine. But Kissy, my goodness, what an ultimate. Are you kidding me? How the hell did that hit him?
How is this not a kill yet? I'm not sure. Aegis may actually die.
Greftar's got no mana.
Oh, it's not enough. One last auto could have been the death there, but the teleport is coming in. Aegis has flash, but they don't know.
No, dude, it's a disaster for Red Canids. Everything is going wrong for them. Cade are up.
Not a kill.
9-3.
The Ash Arrow.
Yeah, I mean that was the Ash Arrow of the century. That was so good. That was actually perfect. Brunsey 5-headed that so hard, and all it got them was 2 deaths.
It's actually the perfect bait for your own team. You think you have it until you don't, and just like that, Brancy may have gotten a good amount of damage, and also the Ash Arrow to point there. But he's in a game where he's playing against a Tristana and a Jhin, and also he's playing against a Rumble that will have Equalizer on top of your face. That is going to be really scary. Perfect timing on the Ash Arrow, perfect position. Like you were mentioning though, Grefter didn't have enough mana to be able to call down anything else. And importantly also, I would say Aegis didn't commit more to the kill. I think that he had to commit to getting the kill there in that position. After that, the teleport pretty comfortably. They didn't even notice that he was coming down, and just a free kill at the end of the day.
I mean, what do you even do here? Yeah, CL and the rest of the VKS coaching staff fired up here. They will face Isurus Estral the next round if they get past Red Canids now. Morteus, like you said, in a little bit of trouble here. Frosty, pop your ultimate, brother. You're gonna die. There he goes, finally, but too little, too late. As the curtain call comes back up, and you've got the 80 carry tanking for the support. Greftar gets in there, gets a nice charge there on the Trimby. Very nicely done. Gets the flash off as well as he goes down.
Oh, he does get a tower here by herself.
Yeah, maybe you can get a pick here. Yeah, I was going to say, this is doable here. Greftar's got another charge on his Spirit Rush. Just got to land that charm. It's the game of chicken. Very nicely done. The knockback committed there. Allowed him to stay still and land that charm. Oh, no.
Oh, wait, Kissy?
Gets the flash off, but Kissy is just too dang strong. 3-1-3, and he is making it Red Canids' problem. Almost a 5,000 gold lead. Oh, by the way, Bull is getting free turret plating gold because it's not even 14 minutes yet.
Yeah, I guess having a first item completing on the Tristana where Greftar doesn't even have his first item is much better than anything else, and pretty easy kill. Even though they find a great pick onto Trimby, they cannot turn that into anything more because they cannot force objectives, they cannot kill targets that are by themselves, and they cannot even try and threaten the plates. Red is just in a spot where even if they get one thing, they lose 2 in the process. And that's not how you're able to turn around these games. They need to find more in one place, or at the very least force a pick or a fight when there is an objective in the map.
Yeah. No, like you said, Cade have woken up in a huge way, right? This is the mid game that we expect from them. Shoot, this is the kind of mid game that Red was playing in game 1 and game 2, right? Cade was getting one thing here or there, but Red would respond with something else, right? They'd go even in a fight. Oh, and by the way, someone else is taking a tower just because of the wallet diff. And right now, I mean, I said it from the beginning, right? I don't trust Red from behind. They have to get going early because Cade aren't really going to throw games. Like, despite their inconsistencies, they don't really throw games all that much, right? I mean, even in the games they lost against Furia, they got just curb stomped a couple of times, and the other time, it's not that they threw really super hard. And again, like, it's Furia. They're really good, right? They have the best macro of the league, but
yeah.
Red just look hopeless right now, and it's such a shame. Like, I mean, you've got a really heavy pick composition here. And that's the only thing you can rely on here. But Cade aren't putting themselves in positions to be picked. How do you read this, right? Because like Red's composition has an identity, and they've got a good amount of damage. But Lord, it just looks so hopeless.
Yeah, it kind of felt like after their initial miss in the level 1 play, then, or level one, no, level 2 playing the top lane, it kind of just created a cascading effect where each lane that they were trying to look for, they find the right place for it. They weren't collapsed on consistently. They didn't get punished because of attempting to go for any sort of play. Even in the bot lane play that was a 4v4, they ended up winning it with Kise getting 2 kills out of that play and making mid lane just be completely unstable for Greftar. So it's just like Red may have great idea or good enough ideas, but the problem is that they don't have enough to be able to finish executing on those ideas. And it's a mix of being behind and also just not having enough damage to back them up at that point, or maybe not having the right damage at the right place. Because, for example, like in that Kise play in the bot lane where he teleported into the Ashe arrow, if the Ashe was there, they probably kill Kise.
Yeah.
But because he wasn't there, it's very difficult to be able to push that kill. And also at the time, Greftar didn't even have mana to follow up on more damage there. As, Ashe arrow, close.
Yeah, again, all right, you've got Aegis and Frosty here. This isn't a ton of damage. You're 2 levels down. Frosty is, he's got ultimate, but it's taken Brunsey such a long time to get down here. But look at all the resources.
Are here.
Look at all the resources they're investing here. Bro, very smartly ulting the wave so that maybe you get someone down on the back of this. It is a shutdown onto Greftar, and if FNB can hold his own here, actually, this isn't the worst play in the world for Red Canids, but the Tristana with Trimby just waiting to body slam you, to cask you into certain death. Oh, by the way, Aegis is getting the Herald down as well. So you traded Tower and a kill for Tower and a Herald. Again, not awful, but then Morteus in the mid lane. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, Kise may kill Brancy here. Oh, no. Yeah, your positive play just got completely stomped on its face.
Yep, Kissy's going to 100-0 Brunsey here without too much. Jeez Louise.
And that's 11-13 Tristana with a 1-item lead. And the problem here is that I don't dislike the idea, but Bull played that off perfectly. He may die, but he killed the wave off. That wave could have meant 2 turrets, but because the wave dies, they have to wait an extra wave. They have to allow time for BKS to push the other waves. And like you were mentioning, they get turret in top lane, they get turret in mid lane, they get teleport in bot lane. Everything is just much better for BKS because they can use less to get more compared to what Red has to use to even get something at all at this point of the game. So it's just a difference in what they need to commit in some of these plays, and at the end, it works out much better for Red.
Yeah, and that's that wallet diff, right? Like you said, it just allows you so much more liberty around the map, right? I mean, when you can take 1v2s and still come out on top, right? Or, you can take 1v4s and still clear the wave so that one tower doesn't turn into 2 towers. Oh, and then everybody else is just, all across the map. Cade doing a very good job of actually responding, right? They're a little bit on the back foot on some of these plays, but when you respond and get more, right? It's like, it's like playing a counter-attacking team, right? You're still going to get something off the back of it. Doesn't matter if the other team has 70% possession because you're going to defend well. Whoa, we're back. Aegis able to grab a kill there onto Bull and able to get that mid lane tier 1. Pretty important, I would say, but Kissy is getting
hopefully they don't die.
FNB gonna grab himself a tower.
What a great cast.
Getting some alone time with the bottom lane tier 1.
Wait, it's a
tier
3v4
tower, I should say.
It's a 3v4.
And now the Herald popped here as well. Aegis actually, hold on. Red, actually not a bad fight for them. FNB teleporting here. And now a shutdown for him. Hold the phone here. It's a 4-for-0. Kissy gets a lot done in the bottom lane, to be fair. But this actually turned out okay for Red.
Yeah, and this is, once again, like, to not harp on points that people may disagree on or not, but I think having this Rip Herald pushing into the base so early on and opening up this space, it's not necessarily bad. Unless they get to push into multiple objectives, which theoretically BKS can. This is such a good thing for Red. They turn around a big fight, they get the turret in the mid lane, they get multiple kills, they find important gold into multiple members that need it, and now they will have some place to try and get resources from, because the lane is going to almost always kind of push into that position. Only the thing was if they were able to get the inhibitor as well, but you can see how it started. Getting the kill onto Bull, they were able to kill the turret as well just before the wave died, or at the very least just as the wave died, and that meant that even if they forced there, the turret was not going to be there for support for the side of BKS. The cask is great, but it's a 4v3, and then you even have the teleport coming in from the Nidalee, so it was going to be a 5v3 at the end of the day. Really good for the side of Red to force this sort of play that effectively and not lose much more than just what was going to be lost anyway.
Yeah, no notes. I have nothing to add there. I think you wrapped it up very nicely. Now, all of a sudden, Cade, they got to be a little bit more on their P's and Q's. They're still in the lead. They've still got a 2,500 gold lead, 6 towers to 3, right? They've got a long lane to play through, and Kissy in a side lane is going to be really, really tricky to deal with.
It's going to be only if they can kill Kizzy though. Like Kizzy, if Kizzy dies, I think that's a big advantage for Red. But if Kizzy can survive, BKS wins the fight almost always.
Yep. Yeah, and so again, yeah, it's like, okay, 1, can you kill Kissy in that side lane? 2, what does the rest of the team get done outside of it, right? Because Kissy, he is the main tower-taking threat as well. Obviously, they have damage on the other side, right? I mean, you still got an AD carry, you still got Bowl to wave clear, right? You could still do those things well, but it's no Tristana. Let's not kid ourselves here. But all of a sudden, you've got yourself in a situation here when if the Baron spawns in 5 more minutes, right, or if they take an Otacon here, the teams are fighting on much more equal footing. Not completely equal footing, right? Kissy is still 2,500 gold ahead of Grevthar. I could, cue the memes, etc., right? It's a Grevthar game, ladies and gentlemen, but Kissy also is just playing out of his mind. I put this more on Kissy and not on Grevthar just being bad or whatever.
I agree. It has been really good for Kissy. I think a much better turnaround game compared to the previous ones, and he's been finding the angles to make himself be as useful as possible. Even just pushing side lanes has been much better for them because that way he always has a pressure point that they can take advantage of. As Red is trying to set up with 4 members here, they do have Grevthar and Aegis quite strong here. They have 2 items on both of them. They can try and blow up certain members. So like you were mentioning, if there's a fight happening soon enough for an objective, it's going to be much more contested for the side of Red, just because they do have 2 item power spikes on most members as well. Ooh, quick flash by these enemies there.
Oh, big cask. It might be the death sentence for Frosty here, but FNB showing up huge here in the back line. That gave him enough distraction, but now what are they going to get from it? The Sequelizer comes out. That takes Red completely out of the fight. They were scattered and capitalized on it so well, did VKS. Kissy able to get the kill there with the ticking damage onto Grevthar. The bomb goes off over his head. It's just 1 kill for now, but FNB somehow gets away. No, I think he's going to get pounced on there by Bull. Aegis in some trouble here. Try to get something back onto Kissy. It will not be enough. It was a good attempt there by Red, but it was flawed in its execution. Bull going to get the kill there onto FNB. And just like that, the little purchase that Red had in this game wiped away. It's going to be a free Otacon for the Cade Stars.
Yeah, they looked at that one chance. They thought it was going to be their chance. And initially, I don't dislike the idea, but Desami's quick reaction, baiting that flash engage from, or that engage from Frosty, really, really good. But also, Bull is well alone by himself here. Frosty's coming as well. He has no ulti, so this could be an actually good kill for them. It should be easy for them to obtain it. Actually, Trimby's here, though.
Yeah, with Trimby here, he's got that little bit of extra CC. You just got to be able to 100 to 0 him really quick before Trimby shows up and beats him over the head with a cast. No. Yeah, I think this one's over. Put a pin in it. Again, if these sorts of plays can't go well, you've got nothing else to go on here.
Yeah, there should be even Dragon for them, as they may even just collapse into Aegis. He just respawned.
Having to blow your flash like that and still going to get done bound
by Kissy. I think it's enough.
3, 2, 1.
Not even FNB's heal was enough there. And yeah, they're just running around the map, jumping and killing and jumping and more jumping and killing.
Yeah, a lot of killing, a lot of jumping as well. Man, oh man. Cade looked like they're going to walk away with this one. Going to take this
once, and I think it has a lot to do with, first of all, Desamis, very good early movements that I think we have lacked in the previous games. And then Kissy, I think he has been having a much, much, much better game compared to the previous ones. Because Mortheus feels so quiet in comparison, but it doesn't really matter because he's doing his job.
Yeah, who cares, right? You're hitting some deadly flourishes, right? You're creating some pressure with the curtain call. Kissy's the star of the show, and Mortheus knows that. He's fine to play his role.
Yeah. And as long as they are able to make it work out as best as possible, that's going to be great for the side of BKS, as they are probably waiting for the Baron buff to spawn, the next Dragon as well, and try and close out the game after getting those advantages. And for Red, it is going to be a play off of what pick they can find, because they still do have the options to go for picks. They have an Ahri, they have an Ash Arrow from a safe distance, they have a Wukong that can become invisible, so if they can find something, it's possible. The problem is that possibility is like 5% or maybe 4% actually.
Yeah, I don't give them much of a prayer here. Baron spawning in 10 seconds, just making sure they get this north quadrant of the jungle cleared out of vision, so they can get a clean take here. Prevent a miracle steal from Aegis. It's easier on the Wukong. You can get in there, you can ult, you can get right back out with the dashes, but he's got no flash, so it might be a one-way trip actually, now that I'm saying that. Shouldn't be playing bodyguard here. Playing really well on this support Gragas. Man, it's just, I mean, Kissy just chews through this, right? Already down to half HP. If they can focus on it, they'll take it down in no time flat. There's a twisted advance. They're going to twist off it. But now the charm lands really not on anyone important. Aegis goes down. There's nothing he can do. Grabstar gets absolutely deleted. There goes the equalizer over the top. It is Curtains. Brunsey doing the absolute best he can. Shows out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Frosty will be the sacrificial lamb. Desamis going to chase down Brunsey. Forced to use his flash on top of all of that. They might just end here, TDS.
Maybe FNB can win the base race. Okay, no, they actually just decided against it. Probably the smarter choice, but it is going to be turret, probably double inhibitor, and actually they can even try and they are teleporting in. They may try and attempt to just end it. It's 15 seconds for most of the members.
I think this could be it here. When you've got a Tristana, anything is possible. Flashing forward there, down goes Brunsey. FNB, the only one with a hope and a prayer. But the wave has been thinned out. Cade not going to play with fire. They will retreat here. But if Aegis does something dumb... Deadly Flourish doesn't land. Kissy.
All right, may kill Kissy.
Going back here, almost able to interrupt it. But now Greftar's got a pretty good flank angle here. But he dashed forward, going to try to get back and help out his teammates. If he can land a good charm, that might be enough here. Gets him up from the tower to get the kill onto Trimby. Almost.
Not enough to kill.
Not quite enough. Waiting for one more wave. They're pinging them down on it. If they can get this way forward here, Trimby is low, but Kissy is full health. Well, not full health, but he can fire. Pretty much uninhibited. Twisted Advance comes up off cooldown at just a perfect time to set up the rest of the kills and wrap up the series for VKS. They take it 3-1 after Red Canids fall apart after such a promising start to the series. Red Canids eliminated from the split. Cade get the monkey off their back. After 4 straight losses, they find themselves in the second round of the lower bracket. Frosty crushed after another playoff failure for Red Canids. And VKS will play Isurus Estral in the next round.
Yeah, fully understandable why you may be a little bit destroyed, but and I'm pretty sure it's all after that second game of the series. Yeah. It really felt like after that it was going downwards. The third game was doable, but it felt like their confidence was impacted after that second game, and it's difficult for Red. I think they really could have done it. With how they were playing, it could have been a 3-0 perfectly, but after the second game, the third game as well, the fourth game is just a difference in how confident you are going into those remaining games and how much better he was looking for Vivo after that point. It's unlucky, but it's the sort of thing that can happen when you're a confidence-based team as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. And again, that it giveth and it taketh away. And I think that's the crushing part, I think, if you're Red. And I think that's why Frosty is so distraught, is that you had a chance to go up 2-0 in this series and force Cade into a very uncomfortable spot and pull off. It would have been the upset of the year. And you blew it, and then you fell apart just spectacularly. And look, Cade, I knew they were a better team. I think we all knew they were a better team. They had shown more. They showed more consistently. Red making roster swaps and making bad decisions on and off the Rift. They got their just desserts. Cade, they were just the way better team. My goodness. It's a tough one, but Cade, they've got something to build on here. I would favor them against Isurus Estral as well. I think we could get Payton, Furia, Cade as our top 3, even after all this shenanigans.
Yeah, exactly. Like, even then, I still think Cade has everything in their power to be one of the better teams. It's just cleaning themselves up much more, because we've seen more Thieves being able to hyper carry. Kizzy has his up and downs. Trimby can be really smart.
take the stage after fighting tooth and nail. The Team Liquid run the lower bracket once again.
Look to you.
I'm moving.
guys,
Walking DB, okay? Nice, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
My dash 30 seconds. I'm
Fire no flash.
Keep going forward.
Azir's no flash.
Team Liquid make quick work of game number 1.
Yeah, looking on Estral.
Yeah.
I can just him. We can kill him. Nice.
This one it. Look, Victor up there.
That's fine.
This guy's out. What?
No, Kaisa will not come.
Look, I can W. We can do dash, yes, okay?
Hey, Kaisa, Joe.
Push mid.
Dignitas will push us to game 3 and even the record.
Connected us to all.
They're anything. Give me reset. Six no pass. It's good. Ari coming behind. Six no pass, Kenny. Six no pass.
Keep just. I'm gonna get content.
Yeah, nice.
I keep going. Yeah. I think we should
Hey,
win.
Luna. Hey, Luna.
Still Diana, I guess.
I'm being pressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Diego, potential ending there.
Still Diana for now.
Luna.
Is your flash? Leona, potential ending there, guys.
I'll shoot you.
Team Liquid go up 2-1 in the series.
Dashing. Hey, Lucian.
Yeah.
I use everything. That's it.
Break bot tower, Kenny, if you can.
You got 5 skinny.
Break bot tower. Nice.
Team Liquid take the series.
Welcome to Waiting Room, LTA North. How does the support get that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We have a support we can ask.
Those were the highlights from yesterday. I'll just let you in on our conversation if it went out to air. We were saying Busio is the highest earner in all of fantasy.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Inspire's probably going to win the MVP, but Busio is the MVP of fantasy. Anyway, we need to catch you up on things. Team Liquid had a good performance. We have Huhi here.
Hello.
Of DSG fame.
What's up?
I mean, of DSG. Of other fame. Of previous 100 Thieves title fame. What do you think of the series yesterday, Huhi?
I mean, it makes sense, that Team Liquid was always like a top contender in our region. Dignitas, kind of made it out at the in their last match versus Lions. So I think it was kind of expected, but it's still good to see Dignitas taking one game out.
Yeah, it was actually for sure at least a little bit of a surprise. I think I went 3-0 Team Liquid. I'm fairly certain.
I was the only one.
Emily had it right.
Dig a game.
3-1.
Yeah.
Damn.
Take your victory lap. Why were you right?
I mean, I did think that. I guess it kind of happened how I expected. I just figured there'd be at least one game that Dig would be able to drag out and then win through team fighting.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of been their MO. Like, I actually thought Lyon had better map play than they did in that series, but they won through their team fighting and a really good game 3 draft. So.
Yeah, I'd say Jan and Core JJ really dominated game 4. I'd say Impact had a strong series. The engage we just saw a replay of on Sion where he just flashed Sion Ard both carries and one-shot them in front of their tier 2 mid-turret. Ended up justifying their All-Pro selection a little bit, even though the All-Pro is based on the regular season.
How surprising is it that Team Liquid's in the situation they're in right now?
I mean, we've actually scrimmed them quite a while. We've actually had, I think, our best win rate in scrims was versus Team Liquid for some reason. But I think they're always like a team that has a lot of pressure on their back. They have a huge fandom. They've won a lot of times. They're kind of having their jungle issue, like trying to see who's their best match. Yeah. So I can see why they're being shaky, but I do have confidence that they can also just become really stable at once and then just take to home.
Easily. And something that was surprising to me during that series, well, not surprising, I mean, we should celebrate it. The fact that it went to game 4.
Woo!
So that was
we got a game 4. Yeah,
that was a win.
Baby steps. Game 5 next.
And so, of course, 2 unique champions for Split 2, the fact that we saw Filios and Lulu, and for me, the biggest surprise being, no, Dignitas just wanted to headshot all of the top laners.
Yep.
Yes.
They went for every single top that impacted play, and as you can kind of see here, just looking at Dignitas' side, Yorick, Poppy, Shen, Jax, right? And even in the previous games, even playing the Rumble in the previous game. And so it forced them to put themselves in a situation where Impact was playing Silas top. I remember being in the lounge asking Azael, has he played Silas top before? And then we go to his solo queue ranking. It was
4-0.
It was highest rank rated solo queue pick for him. He was playing it a lot in top. I was okay, he got the chance to play it. So that was fun that we got to see a game 4, and we got to see a fearless strategy of no, we're challenging your champion pool.
Well, I mean, it's actually kind of funny. I forgot this when I was interviewing Rigby, but 2 things came out of that interview that was pretty interesting. The first, I forgot to mention, the last time he played Silas Top competitively was when Rigby was coaching him on EG, which is kind of funny. I asked him if I was doing content with him afterwards, I asked him if he remembered that, and he's like, oh, yeah. And then he proceeded to denigrate himself for how he played Silas Top and like critique his own performance because he's Impact. But then the fact that Rigby said they wanted to pinch all of TL's available champ pool, right? Like that was part of their strategy, was really interesting to hear.
It's interesting to hear it also didn't work, unfortunately. Like, aside from the Silas Top, which is not a comfort pick for them, I'd say if Felios Lulu were still strong, Tris Sejuani, like they had a good Game 4 team composition. And I thought Dignitas had no engage in almost any game, which made it really hard to win. But let's take a look at the bracket as Dignitas was eliminated yesterday and Team Liquid is moving on to the next round. TL versus TBD, because TBD is going to be the winner of today's Shopify versus 100 Thieves matchup. Saturday next week is going to be Fly C9 in the upper bracket final. And the big thing we're focusing on today is Shopify versus 100 Thieves, because this is a big time grudge match for 100 Thieves. Looking back to the group stage, they were in the same group. It seemed like a foregone conclusion that 100 Thieves was going to make it out of the group until this series happened, where Shopify narrowly took them down 2-1 and then also won the tiebreaker to get the top 4 seed in playoffs.
It was actually crazy. Just even looking at the stats, like it was a very back and forth game, or series, I could say. Both teams honestly have a very similar identity, very scrappy, like willing to take team fights at all time, screw side lanes, generally speaking. And yes, we all thought 100 Thieves was going to be the better team. They were our finalists in Split 1. But no, that didn't happen at all.
No. Then they lose the tiebreaker. Their total game score, I think, is like 12-6 to Shopify being 6-10. But because the positioning phase isn't valued once the group stage happened, the group stage tiebreaker, like they have legitimate beef for why they're like, this annoys us. But the funny thing about it to me is that even if they had been top 4, they'd probably lose to FlyQuest anyway, and they'd still be in this game. They'd still have to beat Shopify in a best of 5 to go into the next round. So it's going to be all the focus on this to me, because last time they played, if you were to play that series multiple times, I think 100 Thieves probably wins it more often than not, because if we look at the gold stats, the major lead stat, which is 51.5% of the game's total gold or more, Shopify had that for 42 seconds in their 2 wins, which means either the game was even, they were behind, and then they'd kind of win a team fight and instantly end the game if they're able to win. You almost never see a team actually win a series with that stat being that low.
I remember game 2, like, FBI's on Smolder. So fed. There's no way they should lose that game. And then, like, Rakan has the long con, like, Sales has the long con, basically, like, flank. Very much like your Alistar flank. And he ends up winning the team the game by just finding that one flank. You're like, you're losing this game, and then you suddenly won. So, like, it must feel bad losing in a way like that, like kicking yourself, basically.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely see FBI, talking about it. Oh my God, like, I should have carried that game. Oh, like, I could have played so much better, because he's that kind of player. But yeah, his Smolder is a really scary pick, and like once you get to the late game, it's really hard to like punish him. But yeah, like CEO always try to do those kind of flank plays. So I think as long as they try to keep those up and kind of reduce their mistake, I think they have a pretty good chance today too.
I want to take a look at their last game.
All right.
Because I think basically like where it all went wrong for 100 Thieves. So basically, as we get into this team fight setup, this is kind of where the gold lead goes from 1.8K in 100 Thieves' favor to like pretty much even. All of that 1.8K gold lead going into this is in the mid lane.
Azir.
Yep, it's all in Azir, right? So like they're in a really, really good spot with where this Azir is. That we also even talked to Palafox about how the Nocturne was a great pick into the Xerath, which is another reason why he's so far behind. Things to keep track of here, where Sniper is and how he's not going to be able to get into the team fight that happens here. And then also Fudge, right? His Narbar is building and he actually ends up being a huge part of what happens. So we're going to play through kind of the fight setup. 100 Thieves is going to get onto the Drake first. Contracts, Maokai ult is going to go off. Pause right here as B-Boy is dumping his ult. These two are rooted, but again, Fudge is over here. He's about to transform. They spotted Aurelia back that way. And Sniper is not going to be able to get into this fight at all. The big thing happens where Ayla was looking for a flank on here. Quid going in. He is about to die, and that's going to open up stuff for Palafox to end up shooting his ult and essentially doing the Gnar combination when Gnar comes in to be able to pick people off like fish in a barrel, right? And so Palafox talked about this afterwards where he was like, as long as Fudge ends up jumping on people's heads, we win the fight because I can just pick people off, right? Yeah. Even though he wasn't in a good position because he was significantly down in CS, it was really hard for him to step up to the wave because he had to be so cautious, especially with the Nocturne pick. This is where it all went wrong for 100 Thieves in Game 3.
Yeah. Huhi, I know you had some thoughts about how Shopify should improve as well.
Now I think I'm going to share what went wrong for Shopify,
nice.
which is the opposite.
Oh, here we go. We're just ripping into both teams.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm going to talk about how Shopify sets up objectives. This time they set up an attack pool, and they're just kind of pulling off based on the tempo that they had. So they're first on the map, so they felt like they had first position. So now they start pulling with a pretty good vision, so they can kind of see where 100 Thieves is trying to enter through. And usually they always go through mid, so they have a lot of vision. But I think here, they should have realized that they're not showing in any wards. So try to set up on the bottom side. For example, CEO should have spotted that they're coming through bottom side and try to set up a flank here. But I think he kind of failed to do that. Allows 100 Thieves to have this kind of space to go through. And what happens in teamfight is that when Contracts finds a good angle, CEO is still really far away because he wasn't aware that 100 Thieves was entering through bot side. So this flash engage by Contracts ended up, not killing FBI when it could have been a different situation if CEO was ready. And they kind of end up losing this fight because of that cost. And similar kind of thing happens in next Baron pool as well. That's why I feel like their biggest weakness will be in mid-late game. How do they want to actually teamfight? I feel like they have to have a pretty good idea of how they want to do that, because here they kind of do the same thing. They pull the Nash, they force 100 Thieves to come to their side, and I feel like Palafox is in a pretty good position in this bush, trying to like create some space. And I feel like CEO should have done the same thing again, because he's not really offering that much over here. So I feel like him by positioning on the bottom side or towards the mid side, it kind of creates like a barrier so that 100 Thieves is kind of scared to move on. But because he wasn't doing that, it kind of frees up 100 Thieves to kind of walk up freely. And what happens to FBI Smolder that we talked about, B-Boy just didn't even get to see enemy champion, and what happened to him was he was just getting Smolder queued by enemy team and Smolder W'd, and his health was already gone.
Yeah.
So this fight was basically over before the team fight could even have a chance. So I think these are the things that Shopify really have to improve on, try to have a better idea of how they want to execute the team fight so that they can have a better chance of finishing this game.
Okay. It sounds like you're coming at that from a support standpoint. A lot of that was just support needs to mark the opponent a little bit better.
I think in these scenarios, I kind of single out CEOs because I feel like in scrims, he has a really great laning phase.
Yeah.
So whenever I play him, he has the mechanics, he has the ability to execute those things. And I feel like on stage, I don't know if it's like nervous or he's not understanding the team fight that clearly. So as long as he can improve on those aspects, I feel like he can be a great player too.
It's going to be really good to track.
I like the fact that we're just talking about both sides, both teams, their perspective. Now, that being said, Azael's going to be standing right next to Quid, so I want to hear from his perspective.
I'm here with Quid ahead of the matchup against Shopify. Quid, I want to start off by saying you just got voted second team All-Pro overall. How do you reflect on your split? Are you happy with your performance?
To be honest, I was lucky that I got second All-Pro in this split, because yeah, I don't think I was consistently playing good in this split, but yeah, thank you for giving me second All-Pro. But yeah, I'm not as sacrificed myself in this split. Yeah.
What is it you think you need to improve on then?
Sometimes I make stupid mistake inside lane in mid game, so our games get cooked by me, and sometimes I'm playing too greedy, so I get punished, something like that stuff. Yeah.
So the winner of this series would play against Team Liquid, and their coach Spawn did an interview yesterday where he said in current form he thinks that Shopify is actually favored. Do you think that people are underestimating 100 Thieves right now?
I don't think it's favor for Shopify, because last match we picked Irelia, so yeah, I don't think it's favor for Shopify.
Fair enough. Well, no Aurelia today. I guess we can expect. Best of luck with the match. Back to y'all at the lounge.
No shot.
Amazing.
It's not going to happen again. I can guarantee you that.
I mean, when I look at the series, it's about Quid versus Palafox. Like, I feel like Fudge and Contracts have been pretty good performers. B-Boy and Seos can have some good lanes. The biggest mismatch is going to be Quid versus Palafox for me.
Yeah.
And that's the reason that I feel like 100 Thieves is going to be favored in this. Quid, even though he feels like he doesn't deserve second team All-Pro, I actually agree. I feel like he deserves first team All-Pro.
Oh my God, calm down.
I do think he's the best mid in the league, even if he's had a few whoopsies so far this split. A lot of that is reflected in the stats. He's consistently outperforming the other team's mid laner, which you can see by the damage per minute difference there, plus 173 across the whole split. He's still very active early game with River, and I feel like when he gets that early game gold, he's incredible at converting it in really explosive team fights. So that mismatch to me against Palafox, who's been an underperformer, is going to be 100 Thieves' big advantage in this series.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because, like, for sure, Quid is spectacular. Like, he's looking at his lone lanes. A lot of times there are some games, at least in the back half of the split, where he's going to be hypercritical of himself. Whereas, like, Palafox, I think throughout the split has, found difficulties, at least within the lane. And, like, even in the Xerath game that we highlighted, like, he performed well, but he was like, I can't touch sides. This is going to be a really tough game. So, like, my CS is going to suffer. So it feels like not only that, but also just how the team plays or drafts can really screw him. So I actually wonder about your perspective, because you played with Palafox.
Yeah.
And like you've seen and watched Quid. So like, what are your thoughts in this matchup?
Yeah, I do think it's favored towards Quid as well. I think Quid just has been playing really well like throughout the split without like his oopsies as well. But I think Quid's biggest strength does come in like he does make a lot of plays whenever I see him. Like whenever I feel like 100 Thieves is losing a fight, I was watching one of his fight in Yone. He just somehow found a two-man like angle when enemy were split and kind of came back to that fight. So I feel like having those kind of like playmaking aspect does really help a team like 100 Thieves, especially they already have to pay attention to River.
Yeah.
So I feel like having another threat is really big.
Yeah, I mean, I think in tandem, these two players, when we talk about Quid and River, are just so dangerous together. And then Palafox, even though we have seen what he's capable of in the past, right? He is having, I would say, a pretty rough split. I know, Jet, you had pointed out, like, in the FlyQuest series, if anyone's going to be a difference maker, it is going to be him. But that's enough about the mid lane, because now we're going to check in with Azael, who is standing by with Fudge.
So, Fudge, I was just interviewing Quid, and I was asking him about the series last time you guys played. He said this time you guys aren't favored because they're not going to play Aurelia. Any response?
I mean, G-Snipes didn't that game, so I can't blame him. I think he's been flamed by his teammates more than anyone else about that Aurelia pick, so hopefully he doesn't pick that again.
How are you feeling about the 1v1 against Sniper here today?
I actually feel pretty confident. I think out of all the top laners, he's one of the easier ones, honestly, for me. Maybe he's like mental gap, I don't know. But yeah, nah, he's pretty nervous, I can tell. I'm looking at him right now.
He's not looking locked in?
Nah, he is not looking locked in at all.
All right, so in the upper bracket, you guys did lose to FlyQuest, but it was actually the longest 3-0 in NA history. I don't know if you knew that. What? So the longest one that we had ever had that was a sweep. You guys were obviously very competitive in a number of those games, had good chances to win. Did that actually give you guys more confidence that you could do well in the lower bracket, or not so much?
I mean, we have had a problem of not being able to end games when we're really ahead. That's like our main focus of scrims this week, and we scrimmed really good teams this week, so the confidence isn't super high because we scrimmed them, but I think playing against 100 Thieves will be a pretty easy games compared to FlyQuest and scrims.
So it's team bonding day?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of team bonding and a lot of mental fortitude coming out of us.
All right, well, good luck. Back to y'all at the lounge.
So funny.
Oh, I love how Sniper took his headset off to listen to the interview.
Team bonding.
That's
I think
awesome.
Fudge must have noticed that he was listening because then he started digging in.
Just started going for it. Okay, the most interesting thing about this matchup for me is champion pools because we're in the best of 5 fearless. Raz, reach behind the couch.
I got you on this one.
We've got things. So, this is Sniper's champion pool.
Oh, and I got Sniper right here.
Represented on the board. Okay?
Beautiful.
Maybe I should have practiced shooting before this.
Well, hold on. Get over there.
Okay.
We know
I played enough
he's not playing Aurelia. Headshot that Aurelia.
Let's go.
Right now, get rid of it.
Oh, I hit the Renekton.
Oh, you got it. I trust you.
Okay,
but now, hold on. Fudge, so Sniper, he's really just honed in on one type of champion, right? He's only playing fighters.
Okay.
But there's a variety of Fudge. I think who here, Emily, I need help. I need a third hand.
You need more.
I need a third hand.
With a gun.
Yeah, here.
So we need to show this.
Okay.
This white colored Fudge is the mage champions.
All right.
So Sniper only has one color. He's
true.
just all fighters. Then we have the utility champions with this peanut butter colored Fudge. And Emily has the normal colored Fudge, which are Sniper champions. So Raz, let's just play through a game 1 against Sniper. Let's say that Fudge will play the Gnar.
Okay.
Right? Shoot that Gnar off. That one.
That one? Okay. Oh, wait.
You jammed the gun?
It's jammed.
It's gone.
No.
Anyway.
Okay, I got it.
Anyway.
Oh, I'm back.
It's gone. And now he plays. He plays Jace. Let's just say that.
All right.
But now we're already in game 2, and there's only a few champions left. Meanwhile, you have all this variety of Fudge left for him to pick.
Okay.
And Sniper's still just on these fighter champions.
That sucks. Maybe I get a ribbon game in me. I got an Aatrox game in me.
Okay. Good job. We're taking it on. We're going to eat this Fudge later. But the general idea that we're pointing out here, and Huhi, you can maybe speak to this, is having an inflexible versus a flexible champion pool and how that's going to impact this series. Because I'd say Fudge can play a lot of different things, whereas when I look at Sniper's pool, he does just play the fighter champions first and foremost.
All right, this is Adam Bullets. This is Adam Bullets. I'm sorry. Here you go.
Take it away from him, please.
For sure, especially with Fearless Draft being a thing in a best of 5, I think that's the beauty of the Fearless Draft. You have to kind of dig in deeper than your champion pool that you have, and I think Fudge does have a lot more experience on stage games as well. So I feel like in that aspect, I definitely see Fudge taking the edge.
The one that's like very clear too is the Rumble, because like throughout the entire year, it's 100 Thieves that's first banning Rumble, like on both sides, unwilling to play against it, unwilling to play it themselves.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we play 100 Thieves, we just don't care about Rumble because we know that they don't play it. So we do care about Riven though. So he definitely does have those kind of like weird niche picks that other people do have to care. But it's a Fearless. So if you pick it once, you cannot play it anymore. So
true.
Yeah. So we're 4 minutes away from the series. As much as I feel like 100 Thieves is favored, I think there's a lot of possible ways for Shopify to win. We have a wall of win conditions. Yeah, we're going to walk over the wall of win conditions. I think we have team logos as well.
You gotta watch out
that
for
we're
all
going to
the
be able to
top lane
grab.
champions over here.
So, what do you think are some of the most important things for these teams to be able to do in order to win? So, like, for me, like one thing that Shopify has the potential to do is to win the draft, especially later in Fearless with the Sniper champion pool that we're talking about. But what are some other things that we think could turn the series for other teams?
I'll start with picking for scaling for Shopify because yes, Fudge just talked about being able to close games. I think that a lot of the times is the easiest way to do it. Just it's a band-aid in some cases, but it will help them a lot.
I'll put 100 Thieves to play the side lanes because I feel like whenever I see Shopify plays, like it's pretty telegraphed which side lane they're going to play through. They never let Palafox to be the weak side. And if he is, he will just base and go to the other side and try to just overload play.
I'm going to put this for 100 Thieves as well, just to point out, again, the Quid River combo. I do feel like that is the biggest lane mismatch here going into that. And even though River doesn't always play for Quid, I think the amount of lane control that Quid brings is something that River plays around, even if he's not constantly ganking mid.
All of this makes sense.
Got a big smile.
Yeah, what's coming?
Do you have look? Both of these teams. Hey, get the camera back on us. hey, I have something. Thank you. both of these teams. Remember the Atakan debuff? Both of them?
Shopify, don't pull Atakan, guys. Don't touch that chip.
Please, we're begging here. That's the one thing that could ruin it all for both teams.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for this entire series, though, is actually just focusing on team fights. Like, when 100 Thieves wins, it's because River will just start a fight, and then Quid, River, FBI, Sniper, their mechanics within the fight are enough to bring them to victory. Like, I agree with you, Huhi, that they need to play side lanes better because that's one of the things that they're not very good at. I think Shopify's probably better at playing to side lanes, but, like, 100 Thieves straight-up team fighting, I think just overpowers the majority of opponents they play against.
Yeah. And especially in a stage game, like team fight is the way how you end the game. No matter how far ahead you are, no matter how far behind you are, as long as you team fight, you always have a chance. And that's why I think top tier teams always just end up winning, because early game doesn't really matter if you just end up losing a team fight like game.
Yeah, it's funny because both teams are so similar that even though you mentioned the fact that they should be playing for sides, I would say it's for both. It's just not going to happen. Both teams are just going to focus on team fighting. That's just going to happen. Abusing lane mismatch, like that's probably going to be the case for 100 Thieves, as you mentioned. Like you honestly, you made it as play for insert lane. It's also abuse the lane mismatch. And then both teams have muted APA. APA is not even playing today,
but he's muted.
He's muted.
He's muted.
Just to be sure.
They also both show up to the studio.
Yeah. So there we go.
That's important. Okay, predictions for this series. I kept throughout this whole split, I've been thinking that Shopify is really close to being able to turn it on.
Yeah.
Like they're ahead in so many games and unable to convert victories. They did actually beat 100 Thieves last time, but I'm still going to go with 100 Thieves. And apparently everybody else is as well.
To play a
3-1,
game.
3-1, 3-1, 3-2. We all think it's going to be a fairly competitive series, though.
Yeah, I mean, I said again 3-2. It's more of a in this case. In yesterday's case, I thought Dig were going to take the game. In this case, it's like my confidence level in both of these teams going in. I do think 100 Thieves to FBI talked about this a little bit, where he felt like they were going to be a little bit rusty. He feels like they're a much better stage team than they are a scrim team, so the week off could be a detriment. But I still think it's very 100 Thieves favored.
That's a big fudge.
Big fudge right here. What's up? What about you? Because before this, you were saying it's either going to be a 3-2 or 3-0 or 3-1. Like, what's your thoughts on the series?
I do think 100 Thieves does have the edge, just because we just talked about the team fights. I just feel like they're just a better team fight team.
Yes.
So I think 100 Thieves is going to win like 3-1. Maybe like Shopify can take a game or two, but I do think 100 Thieves will win.
Look, I believe that it was the longest 3-0 for FlyQuest versus Shopify. That's going to be the longest 3-1 for this. But I do not care about myself or all of us. Let's get to the damn show. Start the damn show.
Playoffs is basically like the main course, and every other game you play before that was just the appetizer.
Going into playoffs, even the small mistakes can change the outcome of the whole split.
I like that type of pressure in the playoffs. I think it's more fun. It's more exciting when you win. It's more sad when you lose.
All of the sleepless nights mean nothing unless I can perform right here and now.
Zerdy does still have his flash. He's going to be able to use the flash. Nicely done. The tower is heated up, and they are taking shot after shot after shot. Zerdy with the outplay.
I feel like I have a lot of doubters. Quite literally, like every single pro player, the analysts, it feels like honestly the entire world. That kind of pisses me off, and I feel like this is my chance to just show everyone why I deserve to be in the league.
A team who could always perform in playoffs. The pressure makes the games way more exciting for me.
When you play in Tier 1, you only get one opportunity. Once you squander that opportunity, it's extremely hard to get back in. So this playoffs, I'm going to play to prove that I belong. I'm playing for my future.
It's been a while since I won my last title, and I think it's my time to win again.
Oh, nice double pull comes out from Blabber, and C9 just completely shut them down. Blabber just might have won the series.
I've been the best jungler in the league so far throughout the whole split, and I think playoffs is the time to prove that I am. And winning the title definitely would prove that.
FlyQuest are leaving no doubt whatsoever who the best team in the LTA is.
Playoffs is my time.
It's my time.
My time.
My time.
My time.
My time to win it all.
Welcome back to the LTA playoffs. It's another day of lower bracket competition here at the Riot Games Arena, with both teams running out of chances to stay in the race. 100 Thieves have won splits before. They've been to Worlds before. But this split, they're starting in the lower bracket and hungry to prove that that's just a fluke. Their opponents today, however, are Shopify Rebellion, the very team that beat them in group play to take their upper bracket spot in the first place. Will 100 Thieves redeem themselves and keep their hunt for the finals alive, or will the Rebels prove that they really are the better team? LTA starts right now. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Emily Rand here for the TriCast on this series. Yesterday, we got to see our first Game 4 so far this year for the LTA. I'm hoping today is the first Game 5.
I feel like we have a pretty good chance. I'm actually so excited to take a look at these two teams because of maybe some of the mistakes they've made, the long games we've seen, the amount of team fighting that they both seem to favor, and thus far no surprises here. Vi and Pantheon band out against River, and then we have that good old Rumble band sticking on the 100 Thieves side, and Poppy and Yone to follow.
It's going to be a really interesting series because I think, when you're looking at it just kind of on paper, you feel like 100 Thieves, surely they're pretty heavily favored, right? You know, pound for pound, player for player. But then you talk to a lot of people that have actually been scrimming these teams. I mean, Spawn got interviewed yesterday. His team is actually awaiting the winner of the series, and he was saying he thinks Shopify is actually in much better form right now.
Yep, Shopify obviously getting the better of 100 Thieves last time around. We've talked about it plenty. 100 Thieves players have talked about it multiple times, how they feel like they should have been in the upper bracket. They should have had a chance to not even be in this lower bracket competition. But with Varus being the final ban on the side of Shopify, it is important to note that 100 Thieves is going to go for old reliable, the Talia pick, a staple in mid these days.
It absolutely is, but it's interesting because two of the most common pairings are actually banned out. The Pantheon and the Vi both taken off the table. Of course, you can pair it with something like Xin, but there is an opportunity to potentially try to take that away if Shopify want to. Instead, they are looking for the Senna and Nautilus, really popular duo these days. That is kind of like the primo pairing with Senna down in the bottom lane. Of course, Senna did get buffs to the souls you get from the minions that you kill, so that has kind of pushed it back into the AD carry role. It is a heavy scaling pick, but it is a powerful one.
Over on the other side for 100 Thieves, though, they're going to lock in the Nefiri for River. This is not just a lock-in on a powerful pick for 100 Thieves themselves. Oh. This is a denial to Contracts, who has very much favored the Nefiri many times. It has been banned away from him many times, and 100 Thieves are going to shut that down while also blind picking the Gwen for Sniper.
Yeah, this is super interesting to me, not just the Gwen pick, but then River locking in the Fury, because I think he, too, has had some insane games on it, and
I think he's the best Fury in the league.
Yeah, it already goes well with everything they picked. We see the Xin coming through for Contracts on the opposite side.
The Xin choice is really interesting to me because when they blind the Gwen, you're basically posing the question, like, what do you care more about, the counter pick or a high priority jungle pick, right? Mm-hmm. And they've chosen that they do decide to go to jungle here. This allows now 100 Thieves to be able to actually throw some bans to protect Sniper in the top lane on that Gwen. Things potentially like Jax that you might not want to be laning against are going to be able to be taken off the table.
And then on the other side, we see the Smolder band out. I think it's interesting, in particular, with the early pick Senna against 100 Thieves specifically. We've kind of identified FBI as one of our key Senna players in the league. And then taking the Smolder away from him as well, because they remember the last series. They probably also remember how far ahead he got, or not how far ahead, but how much damage he was doing, right, in that game, so they're just taking it off the board.
And I also really specifically like it as a matchup into the Senna, because Senna is kind of this slower scaling pick. You can actually go Smolder and just kind of scale alongside and often outscale what they're going to do, so I do think it is a good ban either way. Any going to be taken off the table is interesting. Obviously, you wanted some sort of an AP pairing there. It does look like their draft is fairly aggressive here with the Xin Zhao, with the Nautilus, so Any could work well with it, and is going to be targeted as a result.
Yeah, and it's another one of those champs similar to the Yone that we always see banned against Palafox that just has that big combo AoE potential in a team fight. They want to stop the ability to just play the simplest, most direct type of team composition, just big engage 5v5 team fight. The Alistar banned away with one left to go here and the clock running out. Will 100 Thieves continue to target the mid lane, or do they want to give one of those protection bans toward the top side? Nope, it's double mid as Ahri is removed.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? Because you are blinding the Gwen. You're not giving any protection bans there to Sniper. Instead, they're going to try to focus on Palafox here. and try to potentially put him down. This is the matchup that I think a lot of people are thinking is potentially the biggest mismatch. Quid, did get even a lot of first team votes for All-Pro, did end up getting second team, and Palafox looked at as one of those weaker parts of the Shopify team right now. And it's going to be Gnar, so not like a counter by any means, but kind of just an answer, something that is going to be able to fit well into the composition.
Yep, and they are saving that mid counter pick for their 5th pick, as we see the Jhin coming through for FBI, and Alistar is pretty much the only thing removed off the table for Ayla, in addition to the Pantheon. We'll see. Yep, okay, so just Jhin, Leona. Again, Senna's laning phase doesn't feel great. We'll just put it that way. So they can get a little aggressive if they want to in this 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, I think Senna, in the 2v2, it's so much just about how many pass-through Qs can you hit. If you can constantly hit those Qs through the minions, poke and prod them down, then sometimes you can whittle down their HP to a point where you can get control. But because your wave clear is so poor, you rarely are going to be in that situation, and unless you can really kind of be outplaying. And Palafox here going towards the Rise, so it is going to be able to give them some ability to play through the side lanes heavily on. And I think, that is going to be what their answer is to this Gwen later as far as the split push potentially. You can go to the side lane, go towards wave clear. It also allows you to try to match the roams that Quid is going for. Obviously, Talia with that semi-global. Rise can try to match, though Realm Warp obviously isn't going to have that same range early on.
Also, if that's going to be your answer going into the Gwen later on in 1v1 split push type of situations, Gwen's not going to want to itemize any type of MR early on, considering you're up against a Gnar and a Xin Zhao duo top lane jungle combination. Could give him a bit more of an edge than he otherwise might have in that type of scenario. But I got to ask you guys now, with the clock about to run out, which draft are you favoring?
I mean, I think the big thing for me is how much do I trust 100 Thieves to be able to play side lanes, right?
Okay.
Because I feel like we talk about their team fighting, but when I really felt like they were doing the best, it was actually when they were able to send Sniper or Quid to split push and then make the most of that off of like a 4-1 situation, right? With Shopify's composition, I do think we get to a point in the game where Senna just scales so well, right? You have the Rise who gets not only does a lot of damage, but is very tanky and able to join up to the fight whenever. So if this game gets really long and dragged out in a lot of these 5v5 fights, it'll be interesting to see what Shopify's comp can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is really interesting. I feel like both teams kind of got what they wanted. 100 Thieves, obviously, yeah, you do have the Gwen, so you could be playing through sides, but at the same time, they have a lot of ways to create action, which is what this team wants to do. I think they want to have a chaotic game. You have Leona, you have Talia, you have Nefiri. Champions that can really get in there and start fights and create that chaos. And on the other side, while Shopify does have really good scaling, I agree, you have the Rise, you have the Senna. The question is, can they actually close out a game if they get that advantage? Because that has been their struggle all split long.
Those questions and more about to be answered as we make our way onto the Rift here for the first time today in this best-of-5 elimination match between 100 Thieves and Shopify Rebellion. Winner goes on to continue their quest to try to make it to finals, but the loser, their competitive split is over until they'll get another shot in split 3, of course. But let's go ahead, see how we're starting off here. Both sides placing down a ward around the chicken pit of Shopify Rebellion with an additional deep ward around the red buff of 100 Thieves from the Shopify side.
Yep, and they'll just want to track both junglers here. Contracts in particular, someone who's shown that if he can go for an early lane gank, he will. I don't expect it because I keep disappointing myself and wanting it to happen, but something we've seen do in the past.
6-camp clear scuttle base.
Well, I was going to say for contracts specifically, the play that I'm always looking at in this split is the level 3 second buff invade. I feel like that is the contract special this time around, and you've always got to be mindful of that when you're jungling against this guy.
Yep, and we'll see how these lanes end up. I don't actually expect a lot of early action out of the junglers for as much as I keep saying, like, I want it. I think we'll just get some pretty standard clears here.
And last time these two teams did meet up, it was a Shopify win, but it was also a very crazy, chaotic series. Yeah. We had so many objectives getting stolen back and forth. Contracts and River stealing objectives back and forth, and then even Fudge getting one with an auto attack later on. The funny thing was, the team that stole the objective kept losing the game. So like every time, Contracts would get a huge steal, you're like, that's going to be the game-deciding play, and then they lose. And then River gets a massive steal, and then they lose. So it was really a chaotic, action-packed game. Both these junglers play, I think, kind of like a similar style. They like to really be in their opponent's face and kind of make things happen, which just makes for a really fun series to watch.
And it looks like both of them are going to find themselves in the same area of the map here as they're completing the second half of these full clears. We'll see if that leads to a scuffle over the scuttle as Palafox and Quid still fight for priority over this mid lane. Honestly, very even standing between the two, but it is Quid with slightly higher health and mana values right now. Checking in on the bottom lane immediately, Ayla wants to try to engage here on Seos, take advantage of that early weak laning phase of the Senna that you guys were talking about earlier as FBI and Ayla take priority over the lane.
Yep, and I mean, that's kind of what we expected here. As we see a Sniper and Fudge going at it. That's one of the more interesting matchups to me, as we see.
Ooh, we're scrapping
Seos
quite a bit down
low.
here. Seos at about 200 HP. Flash in from Ayla for the first blood. 100 Thieves in the 2v2 strike true.
And that's exactly what they wanted out of the Jhin Leona lane, right? Like, not only do they want to be able to take control of the wave, but it's a kill lane. Like, they want to be able to jump on this Senna. They want to be able to jump, in this case, on the Nautilus early, really, really get those early advantages. And I think it is important for the game going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Seos, I think, just kind of underestimated the damage a little bit here. He's the one going forward. He does actually land the hook onto FBI, but FBI has that third shot, has the fourth shot. They're able to chain the stun into a root, land the fourth shot, and then Ayla just flashes forward as the Q comes back up for a restun. They have the Q bounce from the Jhin. They're able to finish him off, and Seos didn't flash out.
I feel like sometimes in these 2v2s against other tanks, Nautilus comes across as more of a LARPer than a true tank. He can pretend to be one.
The styrofoam armor.
He can wear armor that looks like
one.
But then you put him next to somebody who really is a tank, like Leona, and you see that it's not the real, genuine article. And that's a bit of what we got right there with Seos biting off more than he could chew with that dredge line. He pays the price for it, and 100 Thieves will happily take the freebie kill.
Well, I mean, this is one of those weaknesses of Senna as well, to be clear, is that it's like, Senna is not going to win generally 100-0 all-in play. Like, the damage is more about poke. It's more about taking short trades and then sustaining up by queuing through the Nautilus and poking down your opponent. So when you hook in onto the Jhin, you think, wow, this is really going to be great for us. But Vivo wasn't really in a place to actually follow up too heavily, and it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of saw him standing there, right? Like, there wasn't much he could do. That's not a knock on him. It's just the way the matchup goes.
Ooh, let's see if River can get in the face of contracts here. The chicken camp, highly contested between junglers that like to play aggressively and in your face like you were talking about earlier. It's a sad reality, though, for everybody's favorite hot dog. Those chickens have already been taken as he was a little bit late to arrive, so contracts can just go back to his own farming path. As we check in on this topside matchup that we are so curious about how it's going to play out throughout this entire series. Sniper with the first pick, or not the first pick, but first picking his champion first. There we go. I finally got there. I'm really curious to see how well he'll be able to do against Fudge, who has been having a real renaissance in the second half of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fudge really had stepped up. He was my vote for third team All-Pro. I do think, he was looking good, and especially, let's be frank, it's a lot harder to look good when a team is struggling and not getting a ton of wins, and that was kind of the case for Shopify, but even in many of their losses, I think Fudge was a standout. Sniper, though, obviously doing well in this 1v1 for now. He did go Grasp, he rushes Tabbies, so he's not playing to dominate the lanes by any means. He's just playing to survive, to scale, and to look to go forward.
Okay, we've got a potential 3v3 down here in the bot side river. Azayla has got to be careful. Contracts is first into the mix. A Realm Warp is about to arrive as well. Palafox grabbing the kill on Ayla as Contracts tries to get away, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as the aggro now turns back onto River, and he'll be removed from the rift by B-Boy. Now FBI's got to try to get away, but Shopify Rebellion are not looking to let him get there. A little bit more damage will do it, and Palafox is getting paid. Shopify Rebellion win the fight. 3 kills to 2 on the board.
And that's huge for Shopify, right? Especially with Palafox getting in, really making a difference in that early skirmish. 100 Thieves are the team that really want to be winning these early skirmishes, and it's them who actually get the first setup onto this Drake. But because Ayla ends up going so low here, Contracts is able to get in. You said that Seos was a LARPer, but he actually ends up
Nautilus. Nautilus is
LARPing. The champion was LARPing. This man is in there with all his heart.
Yeah, exactly. He ends up surviving, right? And it's huge. He's not LARPing at all. And they're able to chase down FBI on the backside of it. I mean, again, the big thing there is really how Palafox got involved early.
Absolutely, and the fact that Ayla had no flash, right? They know that they can commit onto him. Ayla has no choice, but either they just give him up and accept that the fight is lost, or he goes in and they just commit to it. But Shopify, they did lose in the upper bracket. They did get 3-0, but if you didn't watch the series, that does not really tell the whole tale. It was the longest 3-0 series in NA history all time. That is not just LTA, that is LCS as well, as Fudge is going to have to use his ultimate to get out of there. And it was very, very competitive. Games 2 and 3 as well. I feel like Shopify easily could have won those games, especially Game 2. They were in a heavily winning position. They just struggled to close it out. But it honestly kind of gave me more faith that going up against some of the weaker teams in the lower bracket, they can actually do some damage.
Yeah, I think the big thing here, again, is compositionally that winning that early fight is huge for them. And then the thing to look out for Shopify as that longest 3-1, we need to hit, I think, 52-minute average game time or something like that.
We're not aiming for that.
Hope you two are ready. But the
We're
thing
aiming
that
for the longest 5-game series.
the thing that I want Shopify to be ready for is to be able to close out their games. Like, you hear this from their own players, you hear it from us. The problem we have is not even getting into good positions or having good team fights. It's actually closing out the game with a win.
And Fudge actually said that on stage when I was interviewing him just earlier. He was talking about how this week that was exactly what their team was focused on in practice. Like, they clearly know this is the issue. He was saying that they were scrimming against FlyQuest, so obviously a very tough opponent. But it is going to be concerning here that Ryze gets those early kills. Ryze is one of these champions that scales really well, and you build so tanky that if you get ahead of the pace of the game, sometimes you just feel kind of invulnerable.
Okay, River wanted to start up the grubs, but Shopify Rebellion's going to arrive in time to stop him from claiming any of them early on, but he still wants to see if maybe he can get one of them in smite range, but no, not quite. The patience lost on all three of the grubs as Contracts, B-Boy, and Seos will now take control over the pit. They want to try to secure this first one without the smite, make sure that they still have that to fight for the remaining ones. They will do just that. One grub over to Shopify, as now they're going to continue to look for the next. It's everybody from Shopify already here. First two grubs down, no smite used. This should be a 3-grub play for the Rebels, but what is the cost after? Seos wants to go in, but he ain't gonna find it. Ayla with a counter engage, but now he's all alone. Shopify Rebellion with a full-on 5v5. Fudge taken very low, but he ain't dead yet. River trying to get away now as well. Into the back line goes Sniper to find the kill onto Fudge, as River stays alive too, and 100 Thieves just hit him straight in the mouth. The grubs might have gone the way of Shopify Rebellion, but the Thieves have a cleaner 5v5.
Yeah, that was almost a little too late from 100 Thieves, as we see Palafox might be in trouble. Now he's going to escape. But the big thing there for me is I was unsure as to when they actually wanted Quid to back, right? Because he was bot pushing up on that wave. He backed, then TP'd into mid, and was almost too late for that fight, but it ended up being a really good setup for them.
Yeah, I mean, they do win the fight, but at the same time, you gave over the grubs. I think they wanted to contest. They were just too slow. I mean, Quid, like you said, he wanted to buy before he actually teleports in, so he bases, he teleports, and then he still has to ult to even get here, so the grubs are already gone. 100 Thieves spent a lot of time in the area, but Sniper got a lot done as they come in with this lead wall. They kind of get sectioned off, but we're back to live.
Something's got to be happening, and it's River in danger. Flashes over the wall to barely escape. One more auto attack from even the Dragon would have finished the job there, but Shopify Rebellion are going to take control over this pit. They got all three of the grubs. Now they're going to grab this Drake too for neutral objective control.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it is really interesting to see that it's been Shopify since that initial first Drake contest who have been first to a lot of these objectives, as Palafox might be in trouble down here.
Yeah, Palafox in some danger as he tries to escape the solar flare from Ayla. Still has to end up flashing. If that Zenith Blade would have caught him, could have been in some serious danger of dying to Quid's damage.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing is, though, that he already has Roa, right? Like, he's already pretty tanky
Early game
for
Roa
this
is like
point
a
in the
six-item
game.
Malphite. You're not
yeah,
dying.
Exactly. This is just a 6-item Malphite.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, let's see what we're going to get next. With B-Boy and Seos now taking up position here in the mid lane. FBI just farming it back against B-Boy, who is at 33 stacks on the Senna. Again, this champion recently receiving buffs to make it so it's much easier to get the souls to spawn when you're playing the farming mode. Has a lot more people playing the champion in that role once more. Static Shiv, pretty much always the first item these days to guarantee that you can have a little bit more wave clear since your baseline is just, well, not impressive.
Exactly. I mean, that's why people always are pretty much going to go on it. These days, it is basically always Shiv into IE is kind of what people are going for. Obviously, you do get a lot of crit from your passive, the Soul Collection as well. And then when you get over 100% crit, you're getting lifesteal from that. So you do get a lot of value out of it. Palafox, we've seen him, getting hit by a lot of these trades, but again, because you build so tanky early on the rise, he's going to get early Merc Treads. He's going to be working in towards his Archangels, and he is going to be almost impossible to kill unless there's an overwhelming amount of damage. It just allows the rise to really play so in your face, which is how you have to play if you want to get a lot of damage out in team fights, and that is why it's so advantageous to get these early kills, because it just accelerates you that much further when you have to commit to multiple stacking items on the rise.
Yeah, it was actually so huge for Palafox to be able to get into a lot of these early skirmishes. The interesting thing for 100 Thieves, or the thing to watch from them, I think is going to be potentially how they do set up side lanes with the Gwen, who is in a good spot, and then also Quid, right? Because with the Talia wall, he can join fights pretty easily in it, as well as the Rise. So I'm curious to see how those two mid laners match each other. And what these lane assignments are end up being. Right now, they're both on the bot side, and Quid is about to back after shoving in the wave.
Okay, we still got a very modest gold lead for 100 Thieves, right? Only about 400, 500. Rift Herald is going to spawn in about 1 minute. It has been 100 Thieves controlling none of the neutral objectives so far, so we'll see if that slight gold advantage can give them more of an opportunity to contest this next one here. As you can see, the average stacks for Senna at different points in the game. 49.5 is the number to beat. B-Boy at only 37, a little bit behind the mark.
And I think this would also, I'm assuming, include support, because support generally does have kind of that higher stacking rate. But, he's doing all right. And we will see. It's generally, if you can skirmish pretty heavily, and especially if there is melee champions, like melee supports that don't have high threat, you can kind of farm a lot of souls off them in the earlier stages of the game.
All right, 15 seconds till Rift Herald spawns. You can see a lot of vision controlling this topside river for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Contracts tries to throw out a quick win, becomes lightning. Doesn't find a lot of targets here. Wants to protect this control ward, but can't do it. FBI and Ayla with enough control over the area. As Fudge and Sniper, keep your eyes on both these guys. Teleports are ready, ults are ready, flashes are ready for both of them. So we'll have to check on the timing if a fight does break out, who can get involved in a more effective way. Quid and Palafox both in the bottom lane right now. Their ults are ready, but they still have a long way to go to be able to reach up here with those. Teleports can also be used as B-Boy is forced back temporarily, down below half health, half mana, as 100 Thieves move up to look to control the river.
Yeah, we'll have to see how effective FBI is going to be too, because he did go Ghostblade here, so it is going to be a much later IE, but you are on that strong one-item spike right now with that Ghostblade, and we'll see if they can actually get in a position to contest, because again, Quid's down bot lane, so even if they go for it, they're going to be very late, and it feels like this time they are just going to give it up. Sniper is basing, Quid is just now TPing, so actually they're going to try to contest, but it's too late.
Okay, River's stepping up, but the Herald already slain and claimed by Contracts and Shopify Rebellion. Defensive's in, ulti immediately though as the engage comes out from Ayla. Sayas is about to die already, and now Contracts in the middle of 5 will not survive. Double kill over to the Wolf as Palafox has to head for the hills.
No flash.
Rivers in the pit chasing after him, and now the Rise is dead as well. 100 Thieves, they reprise their earlier performance. Shopify might get the objective, but they're looking at it from the graveyard.
Exactly, we've seen this one before. They're late for the objective, they're just on time for the fight. 100 Thieves able to come in here. They have Sniper coming from that top side again on the solo flank. He forces the flash out from B-Boy. Fudge kind of has to retreat, and then he just turns and collapses with the rest of the team onto Seos, onto Contracts, and onto Palafox, who has no ult to get out, who has no flash to get out. He is just a sitting duck in the pit.
Yeah, the big thing is getting that kill onto Palafox, right?
I think for like the Grubs and Herald fights, we're just giving them too much space and we're just letting them kind of go on us. But to be honest, it doesn't really seem like we're winning the skirmishes.
I would agree.
I would agree with that,
Yes, I concur with that assessment. The skirmishes are not going the way of the Rebels, and now, unfortunately, the cost has been made evident as they are down 2,500 gold.
Yeah, they are down a lot, and now it is time to problem solve for that, right? So if they all agree, all right, it's not a misplay, we just don't win the fights, then you have to think about, all right, how do we actually play out the rest? And that is generally going to mean more towards the side lanes. You can see immediately Fudge in the top lane, Palafox in the bot lane, and I think we might see them commit more heavily to that. Park Bivoy mid, try to look for 1v1s where the Senna ult can actually make a difference in that, or you can find an overloaded side and really kind of try to push back. And they are able to take the tier 1 top immediately, so they are getting some of that gold a little bit closer.
Yeah, that's going to be big for them because they do now kind of want to wait it out, right? Like they want to, again, be able to focus on side lanes, but then also their comp does scale better. And I like this play from them, right? Just responding on top side, dropping Herald up here. Sniper is not going to be able to defend this.
Gold. Yeah, nicely done from Shopify to get a massive surge of gold to bring this game back to a much closer state than it was. That 2,500 gold lead, has been cut in half.
Yeah, and if you look at where the gold lead is, it's almost entirely here, right? Those numbers almost match
Good
each
place
other.
to be.
Yeah,
I will say.
so,
Neferi getting fed usually means good things.
So I think the big thing for me now for 100 Thieves, when we're looking at how they're winning these fights, is River getting in, and also I do think Sniper, to your point, has been doing.
B-Boy in some
dead.
danger immediately. River diving in on top of him with the help of Ayla and FBI to get a quick kill on the Senna.
Exactly like that. I was going to set it up, but no. River just killed someone for me
River
instead.
did it first.
Shopify scrambling to try to defend the tier 1 turret now, though, as another wave of minions from 100 Thieves about to crash into that. Down to about 1/3 HP on the mid lane tier 1, but top side, it's Sniper putting in an equal amount of work on that tier 1, and nobody from Shopify is around to stop him. So as soon as the Gwen takes that, the gold lead is right back up to almost 3,000.
Yeah, and it was a nice job, again, while they're trying to push on mid, knowing that Sniper is up on that top side, can take that top tier 1. And again, he's in a really good position, and I think they've been doing a good job of where he's been flanking to get into a lot of these fights. He's been a really crucial difference maker in them.
B-Boy actually elected to go for the Black Cleaver second, so a little bit more utility there. They have a lot of physical damage and might be able to actually get Quid here.
Oh, if that last Q would have hit, he could have been in such a solid spot to make this happen. Fudge still wants it. He's going all the way forward, and the Fudge factor is there for the kill of the enemy mid laner, but now they got to be careful. Contracts stuck in a bad spot as Sniper arrives to cut him up, and it looks like Shopify is still going to have to settle for just a 1-for-1.
It is a 1-for-1, but they do get the shutdown. Fudge getting a lot of gold there, and they're pushing up on top side as well. FBI had to roam down, so they're not pushing mid. They're not actually pushing top. They will have time to catch that because there's no tier 2 for those minions to die to. But still, good play there from Shopify. Winning through sides is one of the ways that they can actually break open this game. I talked about it. If you're losing in the skirmishes, you need to be able to have an advantage in those side lanes to put pressure on there. And thus far, are able to do it.
Okay, we're checking in on the Senna again because we're hitting that last marker. Their average stacks at 20 at just about 73. B-Boys are at 49, so he's only at 2/3 of the expected value.
He hasn't really been involved in a lot, right? Like, it feels like the only fights he's really been involved in, he's kind of just running away or he's throwing his ultimate across the map and things like this. So hasn't really been able to skirmish very heavily.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we kind of, I believe it was you that pointed out, Azale, in the Shopify FlyQuest series was Shopify being able to send B-Boy to collect sidewave gold, right? And try to keep him in those games where FlyQuest did a much better job with Masu, making sure that he was able to get that sidewave gold. So we'll see how they try to get B-Boy further into a good position, because as we know, Senna can just absolutely take over games late.
So also, this gold lead is a little bit deceptive for how it is right now in the game, because I wanted to mention this as we looked up top and saw Palafox farm like 3 or 4 of the little flowers. It's 6 flowers for the side of 100 Thieves to 25 for Shopify Rebellion. That type of a difference usually happens after a team claims Otacon, but he's still alive on the map.
I mean, that's what happens when your team has push in all the lanes, right? When you have push, you can collect all the flowers. When you're winning the lanes, you get to collect all the flowers. It's 19 adaptive force and 500 experience for Shopify compared to 120 XP, 5.7 adaptive force. So it is quite a bit of an advantage right now. You know, it's more than a longsword. You know, it is a pretty nice edge across the board. And like you say, it is something that's not showing on the screen.
Right. It's one of those things that could make the next fight closer for Shopify than we might think. But again, going back to what we heard from Contracts when we listened into the comms, they've recognized the fights aren't working out. They've got to play this smarter. They've got to go about these objectives in a more intelligent, more coherent way. And speaking of objectives, not only Otacon, but now 5 seconds until the next dragon spawns. These are not high priority dragons with the state of the game. The first Drake was taken very late at 11 minutes. There's also a 1-to-1 split on those first two, so nobody's close to a soul. I think if you're Shopify and you're going to grab the Otacon and trade it away for a single Cloud Drake, you're having a great time with that deal.
They're coming right now, so they don't want to just give this up, but it's going down in a hurry. Can 100 Thieves actually stop them?
Okay, Shopify have already got the Otacon down to about 3,000 HP. They need to finish it off before their opponents can get in and try to do anything about it, though. Contract's already taking the Otacon and a beautifully timed Realm Warp to avoid the post-objective fight.
Really, really nicely done from Shopify. That automatically bumps their petals now to 35, which makes that a great objective for them to focus on. And once again, they get the setup on the objective. 100 Thieves are on Drake, and therefore too slow to finish, and a great Realm Warp from Palafox to get them all out.
Plus, you know, it's amplifying all the ones that they already had, right? It's that 25% bonus that you get, more XP, more adaptive force. So now it is almost 30 adaptive force, and plus all of the experience, nearly 900 experience across the entire team. That is a lot.
I mean, it's twice as much as you mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, despite how many petals they already had at that point. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. I got to be a little critical here of 100 Thieves for going after the Drake in a game state where it's really not that important with Otacon alive on the other side of the map.
I mean, it's been kind of the story of the game so far is that they are late to every one of these objectives, but they've been winning the fight. This time they were late to the objective, but they couldn't actually get the fight. They weren't able to stop the Realm Warp from going through. Maybe they could have won that fight and just kind of made it the same thing again, but you got to be there on time.
If you're 5 minutes late, it's problematic. If you're an hour late, you just missed the whole event. And that was the case there with the Otacon as Sniper is in some danger. Seo's leading the charge. The Hallowed Mist has already been used, and the CC is enough to lock him up, but not enough to guarantee the kill until B-Boy gets in there with a Dawning Shadow for the very last hit. Shopify Rebellion now with a full 5-man push here in the bottom lane onto the Tier 1 turret, and 100 Thieves with only 4 men to defend. They will not be able to protect this objective, and Shopify find themselves a move.
Yeah, big for B-Boy to be able to get it. Really nice collapse from Shopify, recognizing that, again, they can't get to Sniper on time, right? And it's really been Shopify ever since that first fight.
Palafox?
Uh-oh, Palafox caught by a Zenith Blade. Yes, he's going to use the stasis to buy a little bit more time, but he flashes out of the way, and Contracts tries to protect him, but 100 Thieves just sends more men. Meanwhile, Shopify trying to get one back as River gets the reset of the ulti, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Fudge looking for an opportunity here, but no Narbar means no way for the fight to keep going. Maybe if he had a little bit more rage, he could have tried to jump in there, but there would have been no way to build it in time. 1 for 1 when the dust settles.
Yeah, and I mean, just as I was praising Palafox, I feel, he ends up dying. I still think Shopify have been doing a really good job of essentially forcing 100 Thieves into bad choices, but here we just see he gets caught out. Even though he flashes out of the Jhin ult, he's able to, he just goes down there, and then, yeah, Quid is going to end up coming in on the back half of this.
And it was just that ward that was in the brush there that actually spotted him. This blue ward right there, of course, it got turns off later as they drop the pink on it, but that ward spotted Palafox walking over, and that's why Ilu was positioned so aggressively, immediately flashed on him. Not only do they get him down, they get the stasis off, right? He does not have a Zonias. He had just bought that arm guard, so he's a ways away from actually completing the Zonias and getting that thing active once again. So it's a very big pick.
Very big indeed. We'll see if they can punish that before he completes his Hourglass purchase entirely. And remember, if you want to watch the finals with a crowd, but you're not in LA, we got some good news. LTA North is partnering up with Regal Cinemas to bring the finals to a big screen. Scan the QR code on your screen today to get your tickets and watch with a bunch of other LTA fans. Who knows? Maybe one of these teams can fight their way up there. It is a long journey from the lower bracket to make your way to the finals. It is obviously still doable, and hopefully we get to see some more intense fights on the path there.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I'm a little bit surprised to see a second Black Cleaver for Shopify. Contract grab that instead of Hysterics is a bit of a question mark to me. And Baron has been started, and they know about it.
Okay, let's see if Shopify can get in there and make this fight happen. 100 Thieves immediately turning off the objective to go for the fight itself, but a nice dawning shadow over the top from B-Boys, looking to keep those Shopify Rebellion health bars protected. Contract's already down, but he's the only one. Seos isolated from the rest of the team as River goes for the ulti reset to look to finish him off. A little bit more damage will do it, but he can't quite find it as Fudge jumps forward, chasing after Sniper and Quid, who are both almost dead, and Palafox is going to grab the kill on the enemy mid laner. Ayla and FBI isolated back in the river as Sniper tries to find his escape route. He might just be able to sneak his way out, and he'll cut Seos down on the way. River continues running, and Fudge continues chasing. The last Q doesn't find him in the air, and River might just escape over the wall. That dog is running all the way home as a bloody battle ends with Quid being traded away for contracts in Seos.
Man, that is so frustrating for Fudge. And he wasn't there at the start of the fight. He didn't have his TP. That's why they forced the play, because they saw him down on the bot wave. He was in Mega with no TP. He's running up to try to actually join here, but 100 Thieves are just preempting the play. They go immediately in. They catch Seos in contracts, but Palafox and B-Boy were in pretty good position here, so it allows the fight to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here is just watch Palafox and Fudge, right? Because B-Boy is able to kind of free hit on the back half of this. Palafox repositions himself up at the top, and he survives. Again, Ryze is so tanky at this point. He survives for so long, and then unfortunately isn't able to get onto Sniper, because then Sniper kills Seos on the backside of this.
And how annoying is the Fury? The dogs block the hook,
So
and then he's just hopping over every single wall.
Guys, just don't split up. Play together. Go right.
Yeah, just trying to call out the targets in the fight. But the Fury ended up not really being the right choice, and they probably could have killed Sniper guaranteed. You know, they could have maybe gotten some of those easier chase down kills, but I think they thought they were going to get both. As Fudge here, not with the ideal Meganar timing, as the Dragon is there. He's going to have to wait for that to be ready to charge up once more.
All right, let's see it. We've got a standoff here for the next Drake. 100 Thieves at 2, Shopify at 1. 100 Thieves with that 2,000 gold lead, but the adaptive force from all of the flowers for Shopify essentially nullifies it. Seos, the most forward of the Shopify side. Fudge has no Narbar at all. He needs to charge this up a lot faster than it's currently going, as Sniper has already used the Hallowed Mist, and now Seos ready to re-engage. Sniper is locked up here on the front line, gonna buy a little bit more time with a stasis of his own as River barely gets away. The Drake is claimed by Contracts. Nobody's dead so far as Palafox and Contracts try to go in, but they've only delivered themselves into doom, or have they? Fudge is ready to go to follow it up as Sniper barely stays alive with the miss, trying to get back away. Palafox staying alive here once again with a nice use of the hourglass, but now he's gonna get shot to pieces. The curtain call has opened wide. A triple kill back over to FBI as there's 3 dead on both sides.
FBI, open up. He gets a triple there. Fudge, though, looked like he had a perfect opportunity to get a big Meganar onto multiple people. Didn't actually get the ult off before he died. I'm not sure if he just got stunned or something by Ayla as he went down and he couldn't actually get it off. But that looked like that was going to be a massively winning fight when he jumped in on multiple members there, but just couldn't make it happen. And now it's up to B-Boy here to try to stop FBI and River, who are low, and Seos is coming.
All right, Seos on the way. FBI and River, they do the Baron slowly, but they're not willing to back away here just yet. B-Boy and Seos making their way forward. The Baron's down to 3,000. River and FBI are getting dangerously close to this objective, and B-Boy and Seos are not close enough to try to stop it. The Baron secured by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really nice Baron taken from 100 Thieves. I actually thought, to your point, Azale, the previous fight we were looking at was going to go so poorly for them, and I am curious to see how this Drake fight ends up happening. Because I thought he was in really good position. And again, I was about to start talking about how, look at how tanky this Shopify lineup ends up being. Look at how much damage and healing B-Boy is going to be able to create from the back line and kind of chase them off objectives.
So right here, they do go in. Contracts is taken down. Now Fudge is about to make out right there. Right? Where's the ulti?
The stun. Yep. It was the stun from Unraveled Earth.
Yep, he gets stunned from the Unraveled Earth as he goes forward. Didn't have the opportunity to be able to get that off. At that moment, I was thinking they slam this fight. It's going to be their fight. It's going to be their Baron. But he gets stunned by the Unraveled Earth. FBI is able to pick up multiple kills and turn it around.
Copy.
Oh. The River reaction is
no
great,
words needed.
I love River so much. He's so funny.
Oh my God!
Look at that damage.
8,400 damage, and that's not the game, by the way. That's one team fight.
That was exactly why there were 3 kills for 100 Thieves, and they were all FBI getting it done.
And now he has 4 full items, by the way. So now he's got the IE and the LDR already completed here. He is looking incredibly strong. Well, B-Boy still doesn't have that IE on his build, and he's kind of still on these like mosquito items with the Shiv and the rapid fire.
4 full items, 4 kills.
I knew you were going to say
Last time did 4 damage, the equivalent of 2,000 times in that team fight.
Okay,
this is the ideal world.
Let's do some math.
To be a
How are you turning the 3
player.
kills?
I know,
How are you turning
what?
the 3 kills from the fight into the 4?
Yeah.
Well, it's because there's 4 on his screen. He's got 4 kills total. The earlier one was just a down payment. See, it was the prologue, and that was the overture. I don't know what overture actually means. I'm just trying to use Jin words. As
They're
Shopify,
kind of the same thing.
Shopify, don't worry about it, Jim. Just don't worry about it. We've got a 5,000 gold lead now for 100 Thieves, though, and Shopify are starting to sweat a little bit, I would have to think.
Oh yeah, I think they've been sweating. After that last fight, I think things are looking really, really bad. It looked like it was going to go their way. Then they lose the fight. Then they lose the Baron. It is so tough now, the position that they are in. And you look where the gold is. It is a massive lead in the jungle. It's going on a 3,000 gold lead. 2.7K there for River. I do think his Nefuri is amazing. And FBI is so rich at this point.
And honestly, it's not been a great game for contracts, right? The Xinjiao 0-6-4 hasn't been involved in a lot, has not been able to do nearly as much as River has. And we know that historically, Shopify and even previous instances of just these players playing together, like when you think back to the Energy roster that everybody had all that beloved moment for with their Worlds run, the fact that they need contracts to pop off, like he's such an engine for the team, that when he has a game where he's not effective that much early on, you end up with situations like this. Now he's getting jumped on again, but he does a nice job disengaging. Fudge with a 2-man Mega Gnar into the wall as Shopify may have found a moment to get there and engage. Ayla and River are looking to run away as FBI's down to 200 HP, but he's got the range to still contribute to the fight. Palafox in a 1v2 up on the north half of things as Ayla's going to get dropped, but 100 Thieves scramble to look to take down the Rise. B-Boy nearly gets one shot by the 4th shot as Sniper and Quid are in a 2v4. Contracts looks for win, becomes lightning, but he won't be able to find it. 2 dead Thieves, 1 dead Rebel. For how that fight started, 100 Thieves got off easy.
I feel like we might be in for a long one based on these compositions because it does seem like every time, 100 Thieves think they will be able to get in onto contracts here, end up isolating him, but he ends up getting out. And again, I can't stress enough how much Senna and Rise are going to be able to do in these fights. Fudge finally gets a really nice Gnar on the back half of this, but I mean, it's just really tough
this 4th shot
to see. Oof, there goes all of B-Boy's health. It is so tough to see a really clean team fight. All coaches are going through it.
Golden Blue's really going through it there, man.
That's the real head-to-head here. That's the real matchup. Is Shopify Coach Cams versus 100 Thieves Coach Cams. They're all
the best.
So animated all the time.
Yeah, it is fantastic. And this is something we want to talk about. Fudge, was it a snub that he didn't actually make All-Pro? Impact did win 3rd team. Fudge was my vote for 3rd team. I think, he really did have a very good split. But it's sometimes harder when you're on these lower ranked teams to actually get that recognition, to get that attention that it takes to get in onto All-Pro. The earlier weeks for him were a lot weaker, and I think that's something that is going to stick out in people's minds. But he has been playing very consistently for the squad and has really been a bright spot. And it had been a while. Fudge had kind of gotten knocked out of the league. He was playing in this kind of like sub role or facilitating role for C9, where he wasn't actually playing on the roster anymore. He is now back in the league and trying to build up his name for himself.
We'll see both teams kind of posturing around the Baron area before it sets up. I think the key thing for me is actually also going to be this 4th
Cloud Soul
Drake fight. Yeah, right? Because Shopify are on Soul Point. Cloud Soul for them would be amazing.
So speaking of souls, I'm going to check in again because B-Boy's count is just not there. 100 souls for Senna at 36 minutes into the game is not a ton, as now Seos might be caught out here. Nice solar flare lands, and that secures the kill on the support right as Baron spawns. Now Shopify are staring down the barrel of a 4v5 against a 100 Thieves team that really wants the objective. Quid's going for an early recall. Oh no, contracts! That could be a fatal mistake break as everybody on 100 Thieves dives in. And with the jungler dead, there is no hope on Summoner's Rift for Shopify Rebellion to contest this Baron. That's going to the Thieves.
Yeah, the Thieves are going to grab another Baron, and with this already massive gold lead, it's going to be so difficult for Shopify to even have a realistic chance at the next Dragon now. That was a really big play for them. 7,000 ahead now. They can really try to force their advantage, clean off this last tier 2 from the map, and look to threaten these inhibitors.
Yeah, we'll see how much map pressure we're able to create as we see Seos is going to end up getting caught out here. And yeah, immediately the rest of the team, like B-Boy and Palafox, are already moving away. And then Contracts is also going to end up stepping forward. And I do like what 100 Thieves do here, right? Like they're playing with Fog, they're making it really difficult, and then Contracts ends up getting killed.
And I think one of the overlooked things, and sometimes in these situations, is the fact that their support got picked off. I don't think they had wards to drop over the wall there because Seos was dead. They couldn't actually see the Baron. That's why Contracts is rushing that play. That's why Contracts is moving forward so quickly and gets caught because he doesn't know if they're just instantly burning the Baron or not. Felt he had to get over there, gets caught, means the Baron does go down.
Okay, 7,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves as they'll force down the tier 2 turret here in the top lane. That is all 6 turrets outside the base of Shopify Rebellion, claimed by 100 Thieves. They've got the Baron for the next almost 2 minutes to try to siege these tier 3s. You can see that one there in mid lane, down to about 1/3 health now as Fudge tries to move up, deal with these cannon minions, get those out of the way. The rest of the Rebels scrambling to try to find some sort of an opportunity here as Ayla and River just move through the enemy jungle, make sure that they're ready to assist either top or mid lane as FBI keeps the wave pushed up in top side. Solar Flare lands there onto B-Boy, but it's not going to do a whole lot more. Seos in the front line as immediately Palafox and Contracts try to come in with the Realm Warp. They want the damage of the FBI. They need a little bit more to find it, but they aren't quite going to get him. Finally, it lands and FBI is shut down. 2 kills over to Shopify Rebellion thanks to the Realm Warp onto the AD carry. Fudge wants more. Looking for Quid here with a Mega Gnar into the wall. Quid tries to flash, but it doesn't get enough distance. Nice positioning from Fudge to make it a 3-for-0.
And those last kills are actually so big because there's no TP on Quid, and he's not going to be up for the Dragon now, which could mean a potential soul here for Shopify. And if you give over that Cloud Soul, that amount of movement speed is so impactful. It's the highest win rate soul in solo queue. I think it is insane in pro, especially when you have a champion like Senna now this fed. And finally, B-Boy is really starting to rack up a lot of these souls. You know, is up to 114. He's already at 850 range with the rapid fire, 700 without. He's about to hit another benchmark. Yes, he didn't have the greatest pace for how he's picking up these souls, but it kind of doesn't matter. When you get this late in the game, you hit a certain amount of range. It's just so hard to interact with the Senna.
Infinite scaling is infinite scaling. Yep. Once you hit a certain point on the clock, man, it's just like, all right, we're still in there. And you know what? Shopify Rebellion will happily collect that Cloud Soul for themselves. We're still in it for either one of these teams being able to win this game.
60 minutes the dream.
It's, you know, that 52-30 mark for 4 games in a row, it's seeming a bit more realistic as the clock marches forward. But it is still an advantage here. 400. Well, actually, no.
I don't think it is.
I'm gonna take that back.
The Otacon Flowers plus the Soul, I think it's actually in stats, like actual real power. Shopify's ahead.
Soul's worth on average like 4,000 gold. The Flowers are worth way more than 1,000 with the amount that they've collected. Yeah, I'm with you.
I think they're actually definitely in a winning spot now. The question is, can they actually execute on it and close it out? Because Shopify has been in great spots so many times. But this last fight, it was all about the catch onto FBI. They're able to get into the back line. Palafox goes in, gets a Rune Prison down, gets some damage out, uses the stasis to stay alive, and buys time for everyone to pile in. We're back to live. We're fighting.
Done. Fudge trying to get away here at Sniper. Jumps in, but now we've got a bit of a problem here on the front line as Seos is taking some damage. FBI under pressure from Contracts as he goes into the back line looking for the carry. Seos is down to Quid, but now you got a problem as FBI has already lost his Guardian Angel and everybody on Shopify is into the back line. A lot more damage on the Sniper looking to take him low, but he ain't going to die just yet because he's going Golden Fudge with a nice wallop to permanently kill FBI this time. But it's River and Ayla making the fight happen. Fudge and B-Boy cannot scramble enough. The dog is barking and he chows down on Shopify Rebellion. River's the hero of the day. And 100 Thieves is going to the base.
There's 40 seconds. It's just 2 of them, but can they actually end? We'll see how much they're going to go for. At the very least, they're going to get double inhib. The question is, do they think they can try to go for the end? They're not actually protecting the Canids, so I think they're just going to go for double inhib. They're not going to likely try to end this, but that is still a massive fight. They kill B-Boy, they get his GA, they kill him again from a position here where we were just talking about Shopify being in control. Palafox realm warping Fudge into the backline, getting a Meganar on 2-3 members. It looked like it was all going their way, but River is making some magic happen here with Ayla.
Look at Rivers. Look at this.
I mean, and Ayla's the second highest individual gold lead as well.
This is their gold lead.
Even though it was just River and Ayla alive at the end, that's a 7,000 gold lead in support and jungle put together. River really salvaging that fight. Both AD carries having Guardian Angels, losing those Guardian Angels and rezzing back. Let's take another look at this chaotic fight.
Yeah, this fight was crazy. I mean, it starts with the Sex Flash over the wall there. They are looking for Fudge, but he flashes out as snipers going forward. And then I love this use of the Realm Warp from Palafox and Fudge. He gets him in, catches multiple members there. Quid gets stunned up. Quid is in such a difficult position here that you're thinking, surely B-Boy is just going to clean up this fight. But then B-Boy, I just felt like got overconfident, runs straight into melee range of Sniper, trying to hit the back line. Sniper comes out of the stasis, gets so much damage down onto him that as he comes out of the GA, he's just finished off again. And B-Boy really compromised his positioning to try to get that last auto onto FBI. He just needed to play it slow.
Can you guys end? I think we can. Yeah, you guys can end. Nice, guys.
28.
You guys.
All right,
you guys can end.
Maybe not quite ending. Maybe not quite. Also, you can see the frustration on Revan's face there from that situation that they were in. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. We're a family-friendly show here most of the time, as we do have a Baron claimed without any sort of resistance from Shopify. It's 100 Thieves owning those purple colors here yet again, and we'll see what they can do with this push because, hey, the Dragon, it's not around for quite a while here, so we're still going to have to see exactly how this plays out.
Wow.
As it is FBI topping the charts, but look how much is there from River. That is actually really impressive. River is actually out-damaging all 4 solo laners in this game.
All right, 100 Thieves. They're looking like they might potentially want their victory push here. They've already got these 2 inhibitors down. Bottom lane tier 3 turret does not have minions close by. So 100 Thieves, they can only find 2 points of pressure right now. Sniper is currently that split threat that we were talking about all the way back in draft. But he could be in not a great spot right now. Hallowed Mist is going to guarantee that Palafox can't put him in the Rune Prison, as 100 Thieves is going to wait for that next empowered minion wave here in mid. Maybe deciding that there's not really enough power to hard force this. They may just have to regroup and go bottom.
Well, now they're sending Quid, down to catch that bot wave because they don't have any minions to try to take that bot inhib turret. And we'll see if 100 Thieves are actually able to close this out. Because every time I feel like they're in a good position, I'm like, okay, surely 100 Thieves win from here. Shopify end up winning the fight. Every time Shopify are in a good position, especially with this composition, 100 Thieves end up getting a pick onto them, but I think 100 Thieves should be in control of their own destiny here.
Oh, immediately Quid gets jumped on. Palafox finds a ton of damage, but the stasis is going to protect Quid long enough for him to flash back over the wall and somehow stay alive. Shopify still scrambling to find a little bit more damage as Contracts finishes off the mid laner. But what about the rest of the fight? Contracts are going to keep himself alive back into the base now as River continues the chase. Palafox gets out of the stasis just in time for Seos to block the shot, and then Realm warps them both away to safety. No kills there for FBI's curtain call. It's just the pick onto Quid to slam the brakes on the 100 Thieves Baron push.
And we're getting to this point where Senna becomes a moving tower, right? Like, you are at 740 range without your rapid fire up. You're at almost 900 range with that rapid fire active. It becomes so difficult to actually position effectively and be able to play out the fights in a normal way. You know, B-Boy really should have won that previous fight, but he mispositioned. He made a mistake. But if he plays well and positions well, I think almost regardless of what happens with items and gold from here, it kind of just doesn't matter because you're getting to this point where you're in 1v9 territory at 150 stacks.
Oh, immediately Seos, though, going in for the engage. That is a massive, massive catch. That is FBI. That is the strongest player on 100 Thieves, reduced to a pile of bones and blood as Shopify Rebellion see the Elder Dragon spawning in the bot side river.
A pile of bones and blood, and now they're going to try to make the dragon a pile of bones and blood. As this Elder Drake plus Cloud Soul, like, nothing should beat this composition at this point in the game.
Palafox isn't here.
Shopify Rebellion starting it up. Palafox may not be around, but he's ready to teleport into the fight now as a bunch of damage. Once again, onto a valuable member. As Sniper is down, Ayla will be the next to fall. Shopify Rebellion have a 5v2. They're going to secure the Elder Dragon and then begin their push. FBI will be alive to stop them shortly, but Ayla and Sniper are both dead for the better part of a minute. There's no way for River to get anywhere close to this Elder Dragon. And let's go back about 60 seconds. It all started with Seos with the amazing catch into FBI to give Shopify a real shot at marching this in for the win.
I mean, now you're walking up down here with an Elder and 156 stacks on the Senna. Senna is going to be just Q-autoing you for like 40-50% of your HP on squishy targets. It is going to be insanely hard to actually defend the base.
All right, Shopify with that push. Palafox coming down to join everybody else now. Remember that Rise also with a Realm Warp. You can use this to end the game in a position that otherwise it might not seem like you can. We'll keep an eye on how he uses that, if he uses that. Shopify still with their push. It's 5 seconds until Ayla and Sniper are alive again. Fudge has just transformed back from Mega, but Shopify want to keep the pressure on. They know they have the Elder Dragon and they know how valuable that is. They don't want to overcommit into the Nexus turrets. They're going to have to wait for the next minion wave, and it's about to march down mid.
All they need to do is just play around B-Void. Just block for B-Void, allow him to step forward and auto them. Make sure they can't get engages onto him.
All right, the push continues. That first Nexus turret is about to die. B-Boy will take it down with the last auto attack, so now only one left. Solar Flare only connects onto Seos. That is not a good enough target when the enemy team has Elder. Fudge goes in for the Mega Gnar, but it's not very Mega at all. Meanwhile, Sniper destroyed as Fudge collects the kill. Quid's gonna be the next to drop. Shopify Rebellion's killing everybody. It's River and FBI scrambling to try to get the fight back, but River is not strong enough. Not anymore. The Elder is the final execution, and Shopify Rebellion take game one.
Shopify Rebellion draw first blood in this best of 5. What a back and forth game. Both teams going to be coming out of that feeling like they should have been the one to win, but only Shopify walks away with the lead.
All right, what a battle for game number 1. Let's head back over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Wow! What a banger!
Oh my god.
I told you they were going to win when they got the Cloud Soul, Kobe.
Guaranteed! Guaranteed! Never worried for a moment. What a banger, though. Oh my goodness. That is League of Legends right there.
Oh, man.
Clearly guaranteed win for Shopify.
Yeah, we have the victory comms. Let's just listen in right away.
We'll ult us out, by
They
the way.
see us now?
This is not a fight, it's just an ulti
one
out.
shot.
Yeah, one shot and I will
They're
ult out.
crossing and we ult out. I'll go mid.
Yeah, get tempo. Just
make sure you don't get no Leon ulted, okay?
I will play back and just run away.
I'm not playing the fight,
out.
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slang tempo.
Alright,
We got the
ulting
far
out.
off.
Ulting you guys out, just go.
Hui, break down some fights for us.
So yeah, we're gonna watch some of the late game team fight because I thought that was the theme of the game. We don't know who was winning until the end, and this, I think, Ayla finds a really good angle on Fudge, and Quid tried to follow up, but he kind of failed to CC chain. And now Quid is in a bad spot, so now CEO got a great ulti engage. Looks like SR is gonna wipe them in team fights now that Rise and Fudge is in a really good spot. And we thought SR was just gonna win the game, but like I said, this was the theme of the game. We didn't know who was gonna win until the end of the team fight, because in the end, B-Boy here steps up again and kind of puts himself in a bad position, and he kind of gets caught by River and Ayla. So 100 Thieves end up winning this team fight, but this game was just so many team fights, so many back and forth, and I thought that's why it was such a great game too.
Yeah, I agree. We were losing our minds reacting to these team fights, because before the day, we were saying that if it was going to be decided in team fights, it was probably 100 Thieves that was going to be able to come out on top. But Shopify,
and it was going to be the one where they won that team fight, and then River on like 100 HP that goes over and they do Baron. 2 people do Baron. The Senna's like kind of trying to keep them off of Baron.
Yeah.
100 Thieves get it. Then Shopify come back.
Look at this damage. Look at this damage.
Oh my god.
49,000 from Jin.
They're almost
49,000 from Senna. 500 damage more. Maybe that was the difference. The fact that River, Azale pointed this out, did 40,000, like 39,000 damage more than any of the soul laners aside from Rise, who I think got that Elder boost in the last team fight. That's just crazy. I want to see damage taken as well. Contracto healing as well. Senna healed 16,000 throughout the game. Look at this gold graph just bouncing up and down the entire time. I mean, did anyone have Gathering Storm in Runes?
Yeah, who did it?
Okay, nobody had Gathering Storm.
one had it.
Maybe that's a retro
That's a
for
lesson.
next
That's
game.
a lesson,
That was
guys.
just such a cool game to watch. Where do they go from here?
Oh, I mean, I think, like I said, I think Gathering Storm is a perfect start. I mean, it's a real thing because you kind of understand that this series is gonna go long. You know, like that's the feeling that I'm getting. So I think they should try to pick late game scaling, team fight comps, go Gathering Storm, everyone go full scaling, and let's team fight it out. You know.
Honestly, I would almost bet that the majority of games will be determined by elders. Like I feel like we're gonna need elders to end the majority of games in this series with how back and forth all these fights are.
Yeah, we'll be covering Game 2 draft right here in the lounge, but as we head to break, we're going to take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Look on top side, yeah, go.
Yeah.
Din now.
Zin,
Din flash. Yeah. Din guy, Din.
I'm on now.
Rise here.
Yeah. Naru's fine. Down.
Lyon no flash too.
Okay, look rise. Don't stack on Mega.
He's dead. Naru's fine. He's dead.
Yeah, we win.
Play for Drake, okay? Yep, good job.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Yeah. Oh.
Bro, we look weird now. Quid's also getting it.
Oh.
Quid, chill. Oh.
Jesus.
No Mega Nar.
No Hawk.
Look, Nar, no.
No.
Yeah, kill Nar.
No.
No flash.
Kill Nar. Yeah.
Kill Zin as well. Kill Zin.
Yeah, I'm gonna ult you guys. I'm gonna ult.
Sun and no flash. Look, Sun and no flash.
Look on the bot side.
Yeah,
Look on the bot side.
Sun and no flash.
I will ult this out, by the way.
They see us now?
This is not a fight, it's just an
one
ulti
shot.
out. Yeah, one shot and I will
They're
ult out.
crossing and we ult out. I'll go mid.
Yeah, get tempo. Just
make sure you don't get no Leon ulted, okay?
I will play back and just run away.
I'm not playing the fight,
out.
okay?
Yeah.
Flank
tempo.
Alright.
We got the
Ulting
far
out.
out.
Ulting you guys out. Just go.
Nice.
Okay.
Senna?
One HP. That's all
We can win. Kill Senna first.
Senna no flash.
We have a CC. Nice.
Nice.
Can you guys
end?
end?
I think we can.
Yeah, you guys can end. Nice.
I will TP.
Going.
I will flash down.
Gwen inting.
Yeah.
I'm killing Leona.
Look at the
Haya, don't flash too.
Yeah.
Okay,
We can get Elder in GG, guys. Get Elder in GG.
Yeah.
But
The only thing
help
is
me.
Hello everybody, I am Ibrahim Alami, also known as Fudge, and I play top lane for Shopify Rebellion.
Equalizer dropped up here, flash over the wall from Fudge. He wants to keep going after Whippo. Fudge with the solo kill for first blood.
I think my first game of League of Legends, I was playing on the NA server. This was in season 3, so 2013. I think I was 11 years old, and I was playing on 220 ping, but I didn't know what ping was back then. I was 11, you know, so I didn't know what ping was. I just thought that it's normal that my character, like, I clicked and then 1 second later it like followed it. I thought I was really good in like season 7 when I first hit Challenger. I thought I was good, but then as I kept playing more and more, I thought I was worse than I was, because like you play against better and better players, and when you play against better and better players, you realize that you're not that good. There was one of the best players in the OPL at the time, and he was creating a tier 2 team, like an academy team, to try to promote, and he made his own team, and he asked me to be the top laner because he valued solo queue players pretty highly, like mechanical skill and people who have, you know, play a lot of solo queue. So I joined his team 2018. That was when I was 15 years old, I believe. And then I joined Mammoth in 2019. Honestly, being a pro player at the start, I felt like the same because I was playing from home until I went to a different city in Australia. When I first moved, I was super homesick. Like I was super attached to home, super attached to my mom. And I remember like calling her like every night for like a week, crying that I want to go home. And she was like, no, you're not coming home. Like you have to do that. You wanted to do it. So that was good. She pushed me. All of a sudden a 4 a.m. message from Jack Etienne, and then getting signed that next day. I would say I'm pretty risk averse. I don't think I go for many like plays that could go badly, and I generally have a good outlook on how the whole game should go. If I'm already winning, I don't try to go for like the huge outplay that's gonna like end the game fast. I kind of just like give the enemy team the least options available. League of Legends is a very fun game as long as all you care about is like discovering new things. That's what got me into it. Outplaying people, feeling like I'm getting better, and it's just fun to learn new things. So I think as long as I continue to enjoy practice, I love playing League.
Great to hear from Fudge. Really, his whole life has been League of Legends. Up 1-0 against 100 Thieves. We're going to cover the draft here as well.
Mom, I want to go home. No. No.
You must stay.
You're
play
staying
more
there.
Nara and Fiora.
You will play League of Legends and you will like it. And we will watch.
I will watch. After the last game, I feel like I learned a lot. So let's get straight into the draft.
It's a good growth mindset, you know? Continue learning. Let's see what they can learn as far as the draft. From the previous one, obviously, jungle was very big, especially in the early game. Beautiful signs right there, by the way. Nice job, squad. But jungle is going to get pinched a little bit more.
Which is pretty interesting because they're both strong champions, but we did touch about Sniper's champion pool as well. I think that's why they were kind of considering. They ended up going for Azir though.
Yeah, we were thinking that Shopify will probably continue to play Sniper's champions on both sides as the series progresses, just to maybe starve him by the end of the series. But being up 1-0, I'd say probably makes that even more likely, right? Because if they are to lose, it would have to go all the way to 4 games, and they'd want him out of champions by now. So I just wonder what it would be when Fudge picks it. It's not a high priority at the point, though.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe 80 carry being the priority pick, so like Lucian being picked is interesting, even with the nerfs in tow, because like Varus would have been highest prio, it's banned, so interesting to see the Lucian picks. What is your take on it? Because he got nerfed on his E, on his dash.
But I think Lucian, with especially with something like Nami and Milio, is still a really strong lane bully champion. Once you're kind of out of control in the early game, you kind of just take over the game and you can kind of end the game really fast.
Yeah.
So I like that kind of aggressiveness, but from the game 1, I feel like it kind of lacks their late game champion.
Okay, Annie into Azir. Thoughts, Huhi?
Annie into Azir, like I said,
top Annie?
yeah, I think they're kind of like all leaning on the early skirmishes. They kind of want to take control in the early game. I think they already picked Annie and Lucian to kind of do that into Azir. So I think they just have to play more like aggressive champion to really like go with that plan.
Yeah, I feel like if you're playing Annie into Azir, then you're like, come, need ganks, need ganks, need ganks now, please.
You need things to happen fast.
Yeah.
Especially with the Sejuani being picked, I wonder what contracts he's going to go for. I was thinking, like, some of his best picks that I've loved is like the Diego. And if you have this much burst coming in from like Lucian and Annie, it could work here. But we'll have to see how the rest of the draft plays out because they're going to get outscaled.
Yeah, I think Sniper should probably lock in the Renekton here. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as a blind pick, especially with Gnar being Fearless banned from game 1 as a counter pick. This would push Fudge towards wanting to go Scion, I would think.
But do they want to grab the Nami/Melio now before they get banned out?
They probably should.
In the second rounds, because I mean, Lucian has 2 amazing partners, and then there are some other good partners, but they're just not quite the same.
And like LCK does play them with like Braum and like Nautilus, like some CC champions. So I do think they're going for that route. So
we have a Trundle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
I mean, into Sejuani has always been super high prio pick, you know, be able to ult the Sejuani. Sejuani probably won't go Aftershock now that they have a Trundle on the other side, but still super good value with the passive.
It's like just an old counter. Like Contracts has been playing for a while now. Like when Trundle and Sejuani was a meta, like he used to be a Trundle player too back then. So I just feel like he can just always pull off those champions like from his pocket, which is really nice for the Fearless.
Yeah, speaking of you playing with Contracts and Palafox, but also playing with River and FBI, you have 2 players on each team. I know you already predicted that 100 Thieves would win the series, but who do you want to win the series?
I mean, I have better memories. Like we've won more. We've won some championship with River and the FBI. So you know, I guess my heart goes towards them a little more. But I definitely like both players on both teams. So may the best win.
Yeah, that's understandable. You know, like he's got some.
There's a nice political answer. Very well done. Very well crafted.
It feels way better.
Yes.
True.
Respectful.
True. About the Trundle also though, got a while ago, got some really nice buffs to the cooldown for the pillar. And if you can have good pillar timings, it can actually screw over Azir a decent amount as well. Really mess up their backline. I'm actually excited to see them play this out because otherwise, Shopify are fairly short range right now. That's what I'm looking at. They're gonna have to make some really explosive engages.
Ooh.
Split push.
Gonna be seeing the Yorick here. I remember seeing Sniper stream, I want to say like a couple weeks ago. And he was very confident with the Renekton versus Yorick. Talking about how he feels like he scales into the matchup quite well. So this is gonna be something that he should be pretty happy about.
When I see this matchup play out, I feel like the onus is on the Renekton to punish early because the Yorick has a massive amount of sustain with his Q and will scale pretty well. So, I mean, that's going to be where they have to play through. They're going to have to play through Sniper in the top lane. Otherwise, I think Fudge will be a problem. It's such a weird contrast with the Lucian Annie for the early game, but then they have this Trundle Yorick in jungle topside.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't like that how they have like still really little engage compared to like a Azir comp.
Yeah, and there's Emilio. I mean, it's all in Annie. Palafox has to do all the engage.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot on Palafox's shoulder and also a lot in Vivo's shoulder to kind of walk up, being willing to take trades and chunk enemies.
Okay, that's it here from the Lounge. Casters takes in a game. What do you think of the draft?
All right, thank you very much, Lounge. I want to immediately get into this because, Azale, you and I have been talking about this Melio pick and feeling like there should have been way more focus on this.
Yeah, I'm just honestly really surprised that when you have Sejuani, Renekton, like 2 champions that are very easily answered, by the Melio, especially Sejuani, throwing out the ulti, that's such an easy one for Melio, that you're banning Jace instead of Melio. Like, I was really, really surprised. I thought when they went Trundle on 3, it was like a guaranteed ban with what 100 Thieves had drafted, because I think Melio is an incredible pick into basically everything they have, and such an easy answer for the CC that's going to be coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was surprised they didn't pick it earlier in the draft as well. I'm surprised they saved it to R5, and then I agree with you, saving those 2 4-5 bans on blue for topside champs that presumably Sniper does not want to face.
All right, non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, this one's going to be a bit of a different look. Last time around, B-Boy was playing a champion who wants to play slow, slower, slowest, so slow you can't finish another suffix on the word. That is how Senna plays the game. This time around, on the opposite, with the Lucian, you've got to be fast, you've got to be aggressive. You pick this champion to min-max your spacing and really show off that you've got that 600 APM hands that every AD carry wants to play for.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's going to be able to kind of flip that switch. It's definitely looking like on the left side of your screen, the most standard of standard comps. And then on the right side, it's kind of like the island of misfit toys.
Wacky
right?
bonanza.
Like, yeah, exactly. You got Yorick, you got Yannick the Ghost Man up in the top lane.
Yeah.
You got Trundle. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I do think that Yorick is an absolutely fine matchup into the Renekton. That being said, he doesn't really care about the cage whatsoever. And Trundle, obviously, this is that classic matchup into the Sejuani. River, is going to go phase rush and, of course, not be playing Aftershock because that would just make it even easier. But you can ult when he has that passive up and steal so much of his resistances.
Exactly. For anybody that hasn't seen this matchup in a long time, that's the whole focus of it. If you have Arctic Armor and Aftershock and they both get sapped by the Subjugate, then all of a sudden you're in negative resist as something that's supposed to be one of the hyper tanks in League of Legends. But it doesn't look like we'll get anything crazy here at level 1 this game. So let's go ahead and toss to Raz, who's standing by for an interview with Golden Glue.
That's right. Thanks for taking the interview. First question that I have for you is just like, after last game, what are some points that you guys can improve on? Because it was just a back-and-forth team fight fest.
Yeah, I mean, last game was an absolute slugfest. I kind of thought it was going to be like that going into it. I think one of the big takeaways we had from last game is to not be too rushed on the objectives. I think the Octocon, like, we definitely could have contested and snowballed from that position. And also, I think the other big one is just, like, we got caught late game, and we didn't really get to have a late game team fight. So just making sure we're thinking one more time about, like, protecting our carries and make sure we're not, like, overstepping and going too deep.
That makes sense to me. Looking at the composition from Shopify Rebellion, you got a Trundle, a lot of burst. Any thoughts on the comp overall?
I mean, I think we've got the classic stage comp. We've got Azir, Zyra, Khan, and then we've got, Sejuani as like control jungle. I mean, I think they have to kind of make something happen with the Annie pick into Azir. So I think they're more pressure to try to snowball while we're just kind of scaling, pitch filling.
True. I appreciate the time. I'm going to send this one straight back to the casters.
It is always interesting to hear what the coaches think after a long game like that, but Sniper could be in some trouble here.
Yeah,
he just saves Pillar.
Looking to take a chomp out of him, saving Pillar until the flash from the 100 Thieves top laner, but he's not even going to use it. He knows this one's already done for. Shopify Rebellion are on the board.
We got it. We got the gank I wanted.
You did it.
And it was the jungler who I thought we'd get it from in contracts. Really nice recognition of being able to do that topside 3-camp clear into gank. And here we see that's going to set Fudge into a good position. And we have Fudge's message from an NA Men interview.
Will you read that for us, Emily?
Am I allowed to swear?
Oh, sure.
I'm gonna beat your ass, boy.
I'm not gonna fine you.
Yeah.
I might get fined. I don't know. Only that
good.
one producers say, so it's fine.
You get one.
We'll put together the GoFundMe for you.
Yeah,
Don't worry,
yeah,
Emily. It'll be fine.
Oh, that would be really funny. Fund my swearing. But yeah, really, really nice coming out of contracts as we see River potentially looking for a gank in the mid lane, but he is just going to go back instead.
That was just a quick slide back into the jungle. He's ganking towards a faster path to farm as bottom side, Vivo and Seos. Let's check in on how this Lucian-Melio duo is doing. Zyra Khan, also a pretty powerful duo, literally designed to be played together. But Lucian and Melio, you pick these two because you want to abuse the range on the Melio. You want to utilize Lucian's early power and really take control and priority over the bottom lane.
Absolutely, and anytime Rakan is going for that grand entrance, it is very telegraphed. So if you're quick with it, the Ultra Mega Fire Kick, the Q, you can just knock him back, you can interrupt that. It's the same thing with Slice and Dice from the Renekton, with the Arctic Assault from the Sejuani. There's so many good targets for that Melio Q to be able to really make things difficult.
Isaac, I'd like to congratulate you. Welcome to the card-carrying members of the I Know Melio's Q name club. There are very few of us, but it is it's quite a name for sure, as we'll see how well B-Boy and Seos can do in that bot lane matchup. Last game, yes, B-Boy did end up getting to the point of just Senna is inevitable. However, I think that FBI had a much better game overall on his Jhin. He was doing chart-topping damage. He was getting multiple kills every single fight. He did have the one blunder at the end of the game getting caught by Seos that did end up being the thing that ends the game, and that's very unfortunate. But I think for the vast majority of game number one, FBI was the better AD carry.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see both of these bot lanes coming up into the top lane. I think this is a really big test for B-Boy, like you were saying. And it's also going to depend on where they send him, right? Because Shopify theoretically have some nice setup they can get with the Lucian pushing down turrets, with the Yorick in the side lanes, especially with that kind of nice position that Contracts was able to get for him. Palafox is going to have to flash.
Yeah, Quid going for the shuffle there on Palafox to throw him back into what would have been turret range, but Palafox flashing out before the turret can fire a single shot, and it's a good thing he did. Down to about 200 HP. I don't know if the single turret shot would have killed him, but it would have put him in enough threat range for a flash auto from Quid to finish the job.
Exactly. I think Quid would have committed to it and got that kill eventually, even if the tower shot didn't seal the deal. But that is just such a critical trade for Quid, because with no flash stun, without that threat from Palafox, Quid doesn't really have to be worried. He's kind of just chilling. And even though we were watching a lot of Palafox's laning, we're seeing all in.
Yeah, we've got the all-in bottom lane as both junglers are also ready to try to commit to this. Contracts ran into River there. Sniper versus Fudge. The dominance from the Renekton very powerful as they do finish the Maiden of the Mist. Big kill there, Isaac. I know you always hit on this a lot when we have Yorick in the game, how consequential it is to lose that Maiden early on.
I mean, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the cooldown. It is brutal. So now you have no pressure in the lane until that really does come back up. And this is one of the little things that I often see people make as a mistake for pros who haven't played a ton of Yorick. So when you are taking a fight that you know is guaranteed to lose, you actually don't want to throw your E on the enemy. You just want to run, because the Maiden will not follow you if you throw the E on the enemy. It's actually aggro to them. So that's why when Fudge starts retreating and he's kind of fighting back, the Maiden is still staying out there and then ends up getting picked off. So sometimes in these situations it feels counterintuitive, but if you know it is just a hard losing fight where you're going to have to back off anyway, you don't want to use the E, let the Maiden retreat with you, base, and then the Maiden will stay alive and live to fight another day.
Yep, and so we'll see now. They're both going to be going back on the bot side. I am curious to see about this initial grub setup and just objective setups in general, because it did feel like outside of kind of one attempt at the first Drake, 100 Thieves were really late to a lot of these objective setups, and even when they did win the fights, it was that early Drake stacking, right? Like it was that those objectives taken by Shopify that really allowed them to scale up, especially in a game that was so back and forth with fights.
All right, Bvoy and Seo still level 5 on both of them, but about to hit level 6, which are pretty massive ultimates for both the Lucian and the Melio. As 100 Thieves are going to head up towards this top side river. You do have the grubs now spawned as of 15 seconds ago, but Shopify Rebellion are not willing to let it go. Remember that Contracts' ulti specifically ready to counter River. The teleport is available for Sniper, but not for Fudge. This is a pretty big deal if one of those top laners gets involved and the other one cannot follow. But the first grub has already gone the way of the Rebels. Second grub going to do the same as they're trying to. You can see them just scrambling a little bit further, slowly inching their way away from the pit, as now they will commit enough to secure that third and final grub, just like in game number 1. But now they're trying to avoid the consequence from game number 1, because remember, this was the fight where they really ended up getting punished. They ended up having some troubles here. They're going to get away now.
Yep, going to be able to get away. Pretty happy about that, you have to think. I'm a little bit surprised that they weren't willing to actually commit the teleport from Sniper and try to punish there, but I guess they were just worried about how much damage York could get done on the tower. They don't want to give him too many plates. They want to keep Sniper in a winning position in his 1v1, and I think that's reasonable as well, because York really doesn't do anything if he's not winning side lanes, so sometimes it's better to just keep pounding in that 1v1.
Ooh, Palafox getting dove. Nice engage coming out from River, but it's not enough to immediately get the kill. Palafox still tries to escape, but because the flash was still down from the earlier play from Quid, there's no way out for Palafox. 100 Thieves makes their way to the board.
Really nice recognition from River when he can go in. They can make a play, end up killing the Annie. Back to Azale's point from previously, I also think it should be really interesting because it was Shopify that did end up getting those 3 grubs, right? So it's going to be them with the might, and combined with the split pushing power of Yorick, they do have the potential for a really, really threatening split push.
Absolutely, as long as he can get to that tower, right? Which makes winning the 1v1 even more important for Sniper. So, you know, he may just decide to kind of really commit to his game and playing for himself to make sure that he's always in that winning position against Fudge.
Okay, Quid going in again. The pressure onto Palafox is the play for game number 2 from 100 Thieves. Wanting to get Quid ahead, wanting to have this all-pro mid laner be in a position where he can control the game.
Absolutely, and it's also, we even heard from Golden Glue, you know, the pressure is kind of more on Palafox to be able to make things happen on this Annie. If the Azir that outscales you is already ahead, he is just in a really good position.
All right, well, the Infernal Drake goes over to Shopify, and honestly, it's a pretty similar situation to what we saw in game number 1, because it's a slow first Drake, but it's Shopify Rebellion with control over the neutral objectives in their entirety early on.
And you can see the Fudge up towards that top side. Obviously, he invested in the early Bramble Vest, wanted some anti-healing, wanted some armor. I don't love Bramble Vest against Renekton because you're mostly just healing with that Q and you're not actually always applying that auto first. But that being said, it is going to be a lot of gold that is not doing anything against this Azir. So I think that's why they're kind of sending Quid up towards that top side now. Quid is going to be there to answer him.
Wow, Sniper with a flash back in after Palafox forces the flash of the Annie again. Palafox thought he was safe enough, stunning the Crocodile and stepping away. But Sniper with a full commit guarantees that not only does Palafox once again no longer have his big engage mechanism with the flash, he loses the Tibbers defensively as well, and he's in no shape to stick around and try to defend the tier 1 turret. That's a couple plates for Sniper.
Yeah, this is going to end up being 2 plays for Snipers. We see River looking in mid lane.
Ooh, immediately hits the ulti. Seos could be in a little bit of danger here, but B-Boy's also going to be a target. Nice use of the Breath of Life there from Seos, though, to put B-Boy in a spot to fire back. Ayla down to 100 HP, and B-Boy shoots right through him. Nice little bit of a stun there from River at the very end to maybe go for a stun on B-Boy, but it ain't going to matter. B-Boy and Seos outplay in the 2v3.
And there we see the power of the Milio pick as well. Right? We were talking about how important that was in draft, how surprised we kind of were that 100 Thieves didn't end up banning it on that 4-5. And that is the Milio's presence there is what really allows B-Boy to play so aggressively. Now, Contract is going to get a lot of damage done onto River.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from the Trundle when he goes in like this. Not quite what you want to see, having to spend the flash to get back out, but at least he takes the red away from Contracts, and you can see how bad that 1v1 is when you get subjugated, when you have the Arctic armor up and it gets sapped away. But right now, let's take another look at what happened back in mid with the attempted play from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, as we see River coming in, he's going to land that Glacial Prison right on to Seos, right? But even though B-Boy ends up getting charmed, he's able to turn it around, and you really, really see the power of the Milio on top of the Lucian. And this is what I think really allows for B-Boy to feel so comfortable in going forward to get that kill on to Ayla.
Oh, but now we already got another fight. Seos in danger. No way to get away from this one. 100 Thieves get their play this time around. They'll secure the kill onto the enemy support. 13 minutes into the game. Kills tied 2-2.
Yeah, we didn't see the setup, but of course, you know Seos has no summoners there. You know the B-Boy has no summoners, so you're going to look to try to attack them to try to punish in that situation. And they were able to effectively do so.
And thus far, this game is a lot scrappier. It feels a lot scrappier than the last one, right? Like where we're fighting in lanes. Both junglers are really, really trying to get involved early on. And here we see, we were talking a lot about these top laners going up against each other. We showed a little bit of the trash talk coming out of interviews. This is weeks 1 through 5 where Fudge was kind of really struggling and Sniper was taking off. Now we'll hot swap to the later weeks in the split where Fudge really started having some great performances. Even in Shopify's losses, it felt like he was always doing something for the team.
Absolutely. And let's be honest, it's like the stats aren't going to look as crazy because you're on a team that loses a lot of games, right? So, you know, there was a lot of games where I thought he was really standing out, really doing his role well. His Malphite game was great. He had some losing Gnar games that were great, but they are potentially looking for a dive. Palafox absolutely has been the target many times so far this game. And River is here and waiting to see if there's going to be an opportunity on this next wave.
Yeah, he's committing a lot of time to sitting in this brush. And while he's committing that time, Shopify Rebellion is looking to go after Ayla over in the mid lane instead. But that also shows 100 Thieves that most of the firepower for Shopify might be nearby, but they're closer to mid than top. It looks like River's going to go for the recall. Palafox will be safe for now. But nope, never mind. River's still sticking around. The amount of time he has committed to this is a lot.
It is a lot. I mean, I think he's just saying, I'm going to stay up here for Herald and just kind of be around here anyway. So he's not going to base. He's just going to wait, see if there's any opportunity. And at this point, he's just kind of seeing, you know, where the other members are. Is anyone going to come behind Palafox? He is waiting, but they desperately want to get this pick before Herald, I think.
before Herald, and Palafox's flash is almost back up.
The other thing to look for is both top laners do have their teleports, but Sniper is almost level 11, not quite there. The level 2 ulti could be a big deal, as immediately River goes for the engage, and they find a lot of CC onto Seos. He pops the Breath of Life, but he's already low on HP. B-Boy wants to try to turn it around and go for the damage onto FBI. Instead, he needs a little bit more there with the Piercing Light, but now with the rest of the fight, Palafox has found his way in, and the Feat of Warfare is claimed by Fudge. Sniper on the run with only 200 HP left, and Shopify Rebellion are going to find a stun onto the Fantasy, or the Ultra Mega Fire Kick, not enough to guarantee the kill. But the one kill they got was the enemy jungler, Shopify. They will win the fight in the topside river. They will claim the Feat of Warfare, and now with the Rift Herald earned, they will claim the Feat of Neutral Objectives as well and secure themselves the Empowered Boots.
They also secure that first turret before they even do that, right? So they get it. Yeah, they get it right off the bat as well. Fight 1, Herald claim, mid-tier 1 chewed through. That was really, really nicely done from Shopify.
Absolutely was. And this initial pick, it looks like it's a pretty good angle, but there's no damage to follow up. It's just the support in the jungler, right? So great, you have this huge CC chain, but it's over before FBI even gets a single auto attack down onto Seos. So it would have been a great look if they actually had people in position, but as you commit everything to support, B-Boy pushes FBI out, then Palafox and Fudge arrive here. Palafox has a great stun, and Fudge is just running them over. Everything committed to the Melio. Melio lives. It's going to be a bad fight.
Yeah, and really nicely done out of, again, we saw Palafox's rise making a huge difference in game 1. Let's go. Coaches are happy in this case, really landing some crucial stuns on Annie, despite the fact that they really did take advantage of his flash being down, right? They were able to kill him off inside lanes. Palafox being able to step up for this team would be massive.
I mean, that's something about Annie. No matter how far down you get, you still have point and click CC,
True.
right? Like, you still are going to have that. And now they're going to crash this in for the tier 2, get a lot of damage down on it, and they should be able to finish it up. I mean, Trundle and Yorick are two of the fastest turret killers in the game. They're going to crush towers when they have the chance.
Trundle, Yorick, and another game where you got all 3 grubs. It's feeling great for building these gold advantages through these side lane pushes, and the gold advantage for Shopify is just about 2,000, will be reduced down to about 1K after Quid claims that turret there on the top side. Meanwhile, Contract's in a fight in the enemy jungle. He's got Palafox and Seos right beside him, but he's got Sniper coming up right behind them. The Croc in some trouble as Ayla goes back in for the counter engage. The calling from B-Boy flies out as Ayla jumps over the wall with a grand exit. Somehow, nobody from either side died, but it's 100 Thieves way closer to the grave.
Yeah, they absolutely are, but there's so much gold being concentrated onto Quid. So yes, there is this gold advantage for Shopify. It's 800 gold lead, but look at the gold lead in mid lane. You know, not only does he have a big CS advantage, not only are they putting all that pressure, yeah, you traded tier 2s, but one tier 2 went all to the Azir, and the other was split among multiple members. So he already has that early Rylai's done. He's on 2 items incredibly fast here, and he is going to have the opportunity to carry this game. A lot of pressure is going to be on his shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with, like you said, the trade that happened with them funneling all this gold into him. It was actually really crucial that 100 Thieves were able to get out of that fight with no one going down. Going forward, it's going to be key to see where they set Quid up in a lot of these fights and how they'll be able to make the most of him.
It's also interesting because Contracts, you know, he's not going kind of like a more middle-of-the-road route. He did go straight towards the Triforce, so he is going a more expensive, more aggressive build here on the Trundle, and he is going to be powerful. If you ignore this guy, he's going to be able to do some real damage to your carries if he gets up on them. And like I said, if he shows up in an opportunity, you know, if Fudge and Contracts ever kill someone off in a side lane, they can just take your base. Like, they are going to crush the towers so incredibly fast. So Contracts has an opportunity here to really put on some pressure, looking like he's going dead man second, and he'll have the opportunity to try to carry himself as well.
And just as you're saying that, he is going to be able to take down this tier 1 topside turret really easily. Nothing Sniper can do about that.
Yeah, pretty tough to try to deal with the Yorick, who's got that much split push power. Grubs, Demolish, Trinity Force proc. It just deletes the thing. Otacon is about to spawn here in about 10 seconds. It is bottom side river this game, so not the ability to cause the split map situation between that and Dragon like last time around. Contracts throwing out the Trundle Pillar there just to see if maybe you can stop them if they were going for some sort of a dash ability that would be slightly offset by that pillar, catch somebody in the pit, maybe force a flash, but it ain't going to happen. Vivo is stepping back away from Ayla's grand entrance, was ready for that one here on the Lucian. Honestly, has had a very solid performance on the champion in this game so far.
He really has, and he needs to play aggressively like that because you have Melio behind you who also has the Mikhails, right? You have double cleanse here from your support. So if you get hit by CC, it's going to be okay. You need to be in their face. You need to be playing aggressively, and he's done that so far. He already has the Essence Reaver Rapid Fire. He's working towards that IE, and that's when things are going to get really problematic. You look over at the other side, FBI is the entire Rapid Fire behind right now because he invested into the boots, and he's just sitting on the same BF as his opponent.
Okay. Shopify are going to start up this Otacon.
Otacon started up. Last time around, 100 Thieves weren't close to it. They were across the map dealing with the Dragon since the Otacon was topside. This time around, same story can't be told. Keep your eyes on Quid for 100 Thieves. That's the man to watch. Teleports coming in from both sides. Palafox in the brush, but he's going to be found out by Quid before he can get the angle that he's looking for. Sniper arrives, immediately has to slice and dice back away. Tibber's about to fall, but barely snaps right back to reality as Sniper wants to flash forward, but he gets locked up as he tries to do it. The Otacon's down to 2,000 HP. It's going to be claimed by Contracts, by Shopify. Ayla dies in supportal combat, and 100 Thieves is looking to fall back to the safety of the Sun Disc, but it's not going to be there any longer. FBI falls. Fudge takes the kill, and B-Boy ain't done yet. He's going straight in for Quid with a piercing light. A couple more shots will get it done, and Lucian's pursuit finds his man. 100 Thieves lose 3, make it 4. Shopify Rebellion crush them.
There's no better feeling than being Lucian and having Emilio. As we already pointed out, B-Boy is able to play so aggressively onto this, and as we see this fight set up with Yorick and the Renekton both arriving, keep your eyes on Palafox in particular, especially when he's able to come in to the back half of this fight. Even as Ayla goes in, he is actually going to end up getting out-damaged on the back half of it. Contracts with the smite, and then they're able to clean up the fight on the backside.
And to me, it's kind of reminiscent of that previous fight where they went for the Melio up in Tatsaba River because they land all this good CC, but no one is there to actually follow up. Their carries are not in the position to actually hit the people that they are CCing, so it doesn't matter that you get a 4-man recon engage.
And talking about CC, Sniper had to use Ruthless Predator on the Yorick cage. For anybody who missed it, the Renekton special animation of the W, he's hacking the cage because he's stuck in there by Fudge. He can't get to a real target to lock him up.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 items very soon, so just we have to be very careful about it. Yeah, he's the main target in this game.
Okay. I got chunked too hard. Tail 3, flash.
Fudge with the call out, and you can see the frustration on the face of Quid. He also recognizes he's the main target in this game, and if he can't get the damage done, it's not getting done at all. As Shopify now with a 4,000 gold lead, 2 Drakes up, all the grubs. Things are going their way, 26-11 now with the pedals as well after claiming the Otacon. A bit of a stare down here in the bot side River as the calling opens up from B-Boy. A nice dodge on River's Glacial Prison too. The Drake is alive. Shopify have control over the bot side River. The Maiden taking a little bit of damage, but nothing extreme just yet. Sniper looking for the opportunity of a pincer attack. Fudge tags him though, and they have eyes on the enemy top laner with Fudge chasing him out. Sniper is no longer in a position to find that flank. Instead, he has to defensively use Dominus just to stay alive. Palafox going in. They find the stun on a Quid. They need more damage to finish him off, but Quid is a massive Shurima shuffle. B-Boy's already got the killing spree though, and 100 Thieves are shot to pieces. Triple kill of the B-Boy. Shopify Rebellion are slamming this game. Sniper is the only man left alive. He runs into enemy fog to try to get away, but it may just be a delayed death as Fudge finds him and buries him with the shovel.
Fudge takes him down, and Shopify are running away with this game. 3 dragons to their name, massive lead after the Otacon, and they crush this fight. Sniper trying to get in position to flank, but Fudge marks him, pushes him out, and then the engage here from Palafox. Even though Quid gets in and gets the big shuffle, that might matter if you had other carries with gold on the team. It is only him. So him giving his life to make this play does not equate to a winning play for 100 Thieves.
And this is so reminiscent of some team fights we looked at from their previous series, right? Fudge doing an excellent job of marking Sniper, making sure he can't get into the fight. Happy Revan is my new favorite thing.
Nice, boys.
Coming to our next battle,
Yeah, just chase him down.
Yeah.
Good synchronization on the nice there as
know.
well.
Oh, yeah. Everybody in this
that's so
team.
chill for such a hype fight.
All right,
Come on, guys.
Just that easy.
5,800 gold lead. Damage dealt to
Yorick.
champions last team fight. Yeah, so much of that is when Fudge marks Sniper at the beginning and just starts destroying him. Now Contract's here from the front line. He has absorbed the Sejuani's defenses, though. The Trundle into the Sejuani, such a classic counter pick that we have not seen much of recently, and it's doing a great job so far this game. Contract's 2-0-8 on the Trundle, 10 out of 12 kill participation. Redemption for his poor performance in game number 1, as he is confident moving forward to be the front line here for the team in this one. Calling from B-Boy to force back 100 Thieves. FBI's about to die. Seos takes the kill. FBI dies before his ulti is back off cooldown from the previous fight. The barrier's not enough. Sniper's into the Shopify lines, but he's all alone. It was just a free kill gifted over. Quid is about to die now as well as B-Boy charges in. Ayla falls again. River and Quid can't do a damn thing. And Shopify Rebellion are marching down 2 lanes. Fudge has more minions that are normally allowed on Summoner's Rift all in one place, with grubs and ghouls and everything else. They're going to shove down top lane, and Shopify are going in for a potential game-ending push. The minion wave is spawning, but it does not matter. River was taking the red buff, and Quid and River will scramble to try to defend. The Sejuani trapped inside of the Yorick cage, forced to use the Arctic Assault to escape. The Cozy Campfire going to keep everybody nice and topped off on HP as Shopify Rebellion make their retreat, happy with what they want.
The most hilarious thing about that was just Yorick split pushing bot, right? They're winning the fight on like the front, and then they're also winning with this Yorick in this side lane split push. We talked about how important that was going to be, as 100 Thieves are going to be able to stop a few of these backs.
Yeah, I think it's desperation hours here for 100 Thieves. I mean, you're hoping that maybe you can chase and get a lazy back, get a kill, flip a Baron, do something, because this soul is coming. And when you are really far behind, and then there's a mountain soul as well, your chance of picks get that much more difficult to take. We didn't get a chance to talk about the graphic because there was a fight going on, but Contracts, you know, I don't think it was a snub that didn't get All-Pro, but he played really well and was catching a lot of votes. It was kind of between him and River, I think, a lot of time.
Okay, immediately though, Ayla in some danger. Shopify have lost their carry. This could be the angle for 100 Thieves. Fudge is about to die now too, but he survives with 200 HP. Sniper and Ayla are already both down, so River, Quid, and FBI have got to be a little bit careful here. They got B-Boy, and that's critical, but Shopify Rebellion are looking for a little bit of revenge. Palafox goes in, needs the stun, but he ain't gonna find it here just yet. River with a little bit more damage takes out the enemy mid laner, but they have lost FBI as the trade, so a 1-for-1 on the back end of a 2-for-1. It's still more dead on the 100 Thieves side, but at least they got the shutdown on B-Boy. Problem is, the consequences keep on coming as River dies with a delayed death. He is only going to spawn barely in time for the Drake that would be Mountain Soul for the side of Shopify.
I mean, it's the Bash Bros in the top side here for Shopify. Fudge and Contracts getting so much done. 5-0-5, 5-0-12, both monstrously ahead. Look at the combined gold lead on the top side right now. That is ridiculous. They're nearly a combined 8,000 gold ahead, just those two players.
It's insane, and this should easily give them this Baron. I'm not really sure if there's anything that 100 Thieves can do about it. And as you already pointed out, look at the damage numbers coming out of that top side, right? I think Palafox has been doing a really good job with these Annie Suns to set them up as well. And even when B-Boy ends up going down early, this Yorick and this Trundle are absolutely doing work.
Fudge going right back to where he belongs, marching down the side lane on the Yorick, causing a problem. Everyone else will take the opportunity to set up their positions closer to the bottom side river. This is a Mountain Soul if it is secured by Shopify Rebellion. They have secured all 3 Drakes thus far, and nobody on 100 Thieves is going to stick around to do anything about it right now as Quid and Ayla try to fight in the 2v1, make it a 3v1 against Fudge. Finally, the Yorick has overextended. They will get the punish. They will get the first kill on Fudge this game from a shutdown of 1,000 gold, but it costs a Mountain Soul.
Yeah, I was gonna say, has he overextended? Because that is what allows Shopify to get this Mountain Soul, right? I don't think they care as much about Yorick going down when it means they get Mountain Soul. That makes it infinitely more difficult for this 100 Thieves squad to be able to do damage. We do see that death cap coming in now for Quid with this 3.3k gold lead. He is kind of their last hope in trying to get a setup for him. But Shopify have done a really great job of isolating him, making sure he can't get enough damage, saving the anti-stun to make sure he's at least chased out of the fight. It's going to be really difficult now with Mountain Soul on Shopify.
It's going to be even more difficult if Azir gets caught. Luckily for Quid, he can scurry out of there in time. But Contracts and Palafox looking for more opportunities.
Yeah.
We've got a TP from 100 Thieves, but can they collapse in time? Everybody else from Shopify is showing up to try to help. And meanwhile, it's River who's been caught out himself. B-Boy continues shooting at him. Seos uses the Mikhails immediately to pop one of those CCs as the next one flies out. There's no punish for the side of 100 Thieves. Now Sniper's teleport is down. We've still got the super minions marching down the top lane as 100 Thieves will try to take whatever's left in their jungle and retreat before Shopify steal it away.
And sure, Quid has his teleport. He can answer the minions top, but he's kind of needs to be with the team. He's the only person who can do anything. And he has that death cap. He's on 3 items. I'm going to call it 3.5 items because he's going two directions. But Quid is really strong, but he doesn't have a lot of help right now. FBI slowly but surely is building up his items, is on 3 with the IE now, so maybe that will give them some sort of an in if they can find that perfect fight.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're able to find it. B-Boy already throwing the culling out, kind of clear for a little bit of damage to be done on this bot inhib turret. But meanwhile, Fudge is just absolutely a monster on this Yorick.
Now the big thing here, River does not have Glacial Prison. Remember, he used it earlier in that scrap with B-Boy and Seos when he got cut out a little bit near the mid lane River. As we do have the mid lane inhibitor now destroyed. Bottom lane tier 3 turret about to fall now. 100 Thieves still don't have their engage button. River's still got a few more seconds to go, and it means they don't have any chance to try to stop the Rebels. Shopify are going to claim the bot lane inhib. Fudge is going to retake the top inhib as soon as it respawns, and it's now double super minions, every lane, every wave that 100 Thieves have to try to deal with. They're going to take up a defensive posture. They've only got one team fight left. If they lose it, they're out of this game, and Shopify will move up to a 2-0 lead. Maiden going to tank a lot of damage here at the very beginning. Only the one Nexus turret still standing here to try to stop Shopify Rebellion as River on the front line gets a chomp taken out of him, but no commit from Shopify here just yet. They'll continue posturing, pressuring River. Again, just losing little bits of health. Palafox gets stunned as he wants to go in as Ayla tries to find some damage into the back line, and Palafox is going to drop, but River dies just the same. Sniper and Quid both on retreat now as FBI is still firing. B-Boy gets knocked up into the air, but Ayla's not going to get enough from it. The calling finds Ayla, the calling finds Sniper. FBI goes in the hero play to stop B-Boy, but you've still got 3 more Rebels pushing towards the base. It's Quid in a 1v3 to try to save the game, but Fudge is just too strong. Contracts and Seos will finish the job, and Contracts dances on their grave. Shopify Rebellion go to match point.
Congrats to Shopify. I mean, that was really, really excellent use, recognizing they wanted to get this Yorick ahead. They wanted to get in an early position. From that initial 3-camp gank from Contracts, you really saw that even though we call this team comp the Island of Misfits toys, they piloted it so well.
Shopify get it done not once, but twice in a row now. Let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Good job. Island of Misfit Toys is a really good name for the team comp. We have some Fudge in celebration of his performance.
Nice.
This is some of the best Fudge I've
I got some
had.
B-Boy flavored Fudge.
Yeah.
You got some Contracts flavored over there? That one's probably pretty good.
Yeah. Some of the best Fudge we've actually ever had.
You're tasting good, Contracts.
Yeah. While we enjoy Fudge, let's hear from Fudge in one of the winning fights.
Okay?
Yeah,
the slower it is, the better for me.
I'm gonna pillar
the slower it is, the better. The
3
slower it is,
seconds,
the better.
B-Boy, 3 seconds.
Just reckoning.
I'm behind. Look.
Yeah,
Look at Zero. Is yours one?
Yep, coming.
Alright, play Lucian.
I lock Zion.
Nice, boys.
Yeah,
just chase him down.
Yeah.
Let's push mid, someone.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't expect Shopify to be up 2-0.
What happened?
Let me first say, we all predicted 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Not me.
You didn't predict.
What do you mean you didn't predict anything?
You just got here.
Who's to say?
Oh my
God. Let's get into some of the highlights, because when we saw this draft, we thought, okay, Anti-Lucian means early game. Trundle, Yorick might mean more scaling, but this was one of the big turning points when they 2v3'd them in the mid lane.
Dude, B-Boy this was maybe his best game all year. He was playing so aggressively, really like this look, dodging so much with the confidence, having the Emilio behind him. Definitely liked a lot of those mid-game plays.
Let's back this one up, actually. Let's back this fight up a little bit, because right at the setup here, we thought it was a little sketchy with Shopify having such a debuff here, and the trap that Palafox had played in this bush not working. But as we roll it through, Ayla really overcommits, flying through the Otacon. Anytime I've seen it engage through the Otacon, no one's ever following
look at
up on
FBI
that
and
play.
Quid. Where were FBI and Quid? Two screens
behind
away.
the Otacon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, Hui, didn't you like go over this similar situation in the
Yeah, for sure.
show?
I think as an engager, it's always important to find those angles, but most importantly, you have to understand where your carries are. Are they able to hit? And in this question, like they weren't. Quid and FBI was way too far, and that just led to that engage being on overextension.
Oh man, watch Fudge just bully Sniper out of this entire fight, forcing this big engage to happen here.
Wait, go all the way back, by the way.
Back it up, back it up.
Back it up.
Back it up.
Just follow Palafox.
Okay,
that was the
Palafox,
beginning.
right here.
Okay, so at the beginning, Palafox takes the long track from the tri-bush all the way wrapping around.
Like that.
Because no one sees him in the entire process until he's in the bush.
And then he's just here. He's just arrived.
Yes, welcome.
Down 100 CS and making a difference. Let's run this through.
Let's
roll it. Let's go.
He went to the Azir as well. So Fudge called it. We got that comms listen in. I thought it was really good. He was just reminding everyone, hey, all we have to worry about in this game is the Azir.
Yeah.
He is the main target.
Look at this man. He's 70 CS up in 25 minutes. He was 120 CS up at one point. Didn't matter though, because the fights just kept going the side of Shopify.
Wow, that was a crazy Trundle pillar. Basically a hut. Yeah, that's the skin. And then the TP from Renekton. At this point, you are desperate. You are clearly desperate.
B-Boy!
And B-Boy is crazy on Lucian. When he got first team All-Pro, by the way, like in his first split in, guess what he was
played
playing?
a lot of Lucian.
A lot of Lucian. Get this boy on Lucian. It's fearless, so maybe you can't, but that was crazy.
They just kept getting flanks off as well. I mean, at this point, they're 9,000 gold up, but 100 Thieves, like, there's a little bit of desperation where they're not playing a defensive game. Like, they're not trying to engage on waiting for Drake, waiting for Baron. This was just like a mid lane fight where they're trying to still play with a tempo. To me, this was a good game from Shopify, but a really scattered game by 100 Thieves, Huhi.
For sure. I think I just want to point it out how, like, you guys were talking about how Shopify understands that they have to go on Quid on Azir. But I think 100 Thieves just didn't understand that all they had to do is just buy time for Azir. Like, just do not engage, let the Azir free hit in team fights. But they've always tried to go for the first engage, and that kind of just led Annie find an angle on Azir, someone else finding on an angle on Azir. So I think next game, they just really have to brush it out their win condition.
Look at that top gap. 31,000 to 9,000 damage.
That is tough.
Work versus Renekton.
Yeah.
Wow. This fudge is delicious.
It's nice. It's nice.
It's actually so
In fact,
good.
I want some more. I do not care about the sugar intake. I'm not
It is funny. It is funny. The last two times Palafox has played against Quid Azir, he's gone down over 100 CS and easily won the game.
Yeah.
With Sarah.
Lose lane, win game.
Yeah, just crush him. Okay, MasterCard is also celebrating Split 2 finals with priceless experiences. Bid for an opportunity to participate in a playtest against offline TV personalities and invite a guest to spectate. 100% of the purchase price will be provided to Conservation International, a U.S. charity. Scan below to place a bid. Game 3 is coming up. It might actually be the last game of the series, which is unthinkable.
Yeah, I mean, the way how it looks, they even got the Zir and they failed to kind of deliver in late game teamfight situation, which was their strength. So I just feel like Shopify is just going to ride the momentum.
Yep, Game 3 coming up after the break.
传奇该如何铸就？
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now reigns as king.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here. Bro. Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts a Nashville in Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Look at my
Hit it
position,
front.
okay? Yeah, I can
I'm
come.
on Sedge.
Yep.
Yeah, looking Renekton.
Renekton.
I have Sun Sin.
Yeah, I'm with you, Fudge.
Looking at Azir a little.
Yeah. I'm looking at Azir, I'm looking at Azir.
Okay.
1 HP.
Okay, let's go flash, Dorothy.
Tempo.
Random flash.
Renekton 1 HP.
Nice.
Oh, wait. Play slow.
I have shield in.
There's Temple Zaya. I have Ian 4 seconds. Play slow.
Guys, I have a flank push on. Keep going.
Yeah,
I
Azir no mana.
Coming to Azir.
We chase this guy.
Azir has flash.
I think he can chase B-Boy. If Renekton goes, then he can
Step
die.
back 1 second.
Good job.
Nice.
Look at me, but I'm behind. Look. Look at Azir.
Azir's 1.
Yep, coming.
Alright, play Lucian.
I lock Zaya in.
Nice, boys.
Coming to Renekton.
TP. Can I look?
Yeah,
Start walking forward.
I'm walking forward.
Azir don't flash, guys.
Yeah, I will look at Azir. I have an angle here.
Is there no E?
Oh, shot.
Can we kill Azir?
I'm just gonna hit Renekton.
Azir Dorothy.
Yep,
Play slow.
Hey,
Pillar
slow,
and 10.
they're slow.
In playoffs, I'm fueled by every game meaning a lot, not just like one regular season game just thrown away. It's every single game mattering. The playoffs that I remember the most is the playoffs where we made our run and we won. The particular thing that I remember is Game 5 against TL. It wasn't even our finals against C9. We had just gotten done in Game 4.
Team Liquid will take the game in 18 minutes and 54 seconds. We are going to Silver Scrapes.
And we're like, you know what? Who cares? Who cares about that game? And then Game 5, we absolutely just steamrolled them. Like, it was like the APA was typing in chat, like, are you guys scared now? Like, it was such a quick game, It's like they have the momentum going in just to get absolutely on. It was great.
What fuels you?
There are few better feelings in a game of League of Legends than smacking somebody in the mouth right after they get done talking trash. My personal favorite, I never shoot first, but as soon as somebody says something rude in the all chat, that is a Control C. And when we're at their Nexus, we are hitting Control V until I am not allowed to type anymore. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not a 2-2 series right now. This is a 2-0 lead for Shopify Rebellion after a dominating second game.
Yeah, and a dominating second game that really, really came from that top side, right? We've talked so much about how Contract is super important to this team. We've talked so much about how Fudge was this all-pro snub, has really steadily improved throughout the split, and is now still really, really doing work, especially on that Yorick. You'll be curious to see 100 Thieves' response now on the red side. For, I believe, the first time today, right?
Yeah, going to be swapping it up here, trying something a little bit different as they are on match point. They have to reverse sweep, and we'll see if they can find the consistency to be able to do that.
So one interesting thing here, Shopify on the blue side banning the Yone themselves. This has been banned against them twice so far. This is almost always banned against them because people do not want to give it over to Palafox. But Shopify banning this is telling me they're not willing to first pick it, and that means that they don't want to allow Quid to play it either, as Scion will be the final ban for 100 Thieves.
Varus is up, so wouldn't be surprised to see Varus just grabbed here. You know, this late in the series, unbanned first pick does seem like an easy option for Shopify. It is just so high prio these days.
Yeah, you think we're in for a good old Varus Ezreal trade?
It could be the classic.
Yeah.
I feel like we're seeing people prio the Varus so much more than the Ezreal now, though, that sometimes the Varus goes through, the Ezreal is up, and then people are just like, I'd rather play like Kai'Sa and try to dive him, or I'd rather play, something that's going to scale alongside.
Give me Ashe to go Archer versus Archer or something, right? Like,
yeah, and immediately we see the response coming out of 100 Thieves is the Jace and the Maokai. We've talked so much across multiple casts about how good of a combination this is. I know River is much well known for the Nefiri, which is an assassin, or something that is a heavy ganker like Jarvan. I actually think his Maokai is kind of underrated in the champion pool that he has. His team fighting with this champion in particular is really, really good.
Oh, I actually love this, going for the Mundo here, because I actually think from this position it's a flex. I think it's actually a pretty solid matchup into the Jace. You can farm easily and you can outscale in the top lane, but also it's a great jungle pick. We've already seen it in the jungle a little bit here in the LTA. Farms incredibly fast and can easily match. Of course, well, the flex is gone now.
Yeah,
unless you're going to go for some more jungle.
Yeah, they spoiled a little bit.
I do think this gives you an incredibly beefy top side. With this kind of a top side, you're going to be going towards, a scaling mid lane mage who's going to be putting out a lot of damage. And we already know what the comp is going to be basically for Shopify. It's going to be Varus, and it's going to be a high DPS mid lane mage, and it's going to be someone who's engaging for Seos, and they're going to do everything to protect that. So now 100 Thieves have got to decide what is the answer, and it's going to be Riven into the Ornn. It's time to reverse sweep. The Riven is undefeated for a sniper in competitive play. Let's see if he can continue that.
Sniper calling his shot. They're going to flex that Jace into the mid lane, which makes it even more interesting to see what Shopify is going to have left for Palafox to pilot, because I think, again, Palafox did go down on the Annie. His stuns were very crucial, and I think he's been having a solid series thus far on the Ryze and Annie picks.
So one thing I'm a little bit worried about here for the side of 100 Thieves is you've already got double AD solo lanes. So that means I'm expecting some kind of a splash of AP in the bottom lane somewhere.
Might just be the Leandry's Maokai.
That does not seem like enough for Ornn Mundo.
I agree.
If it was like a bruiser jungle top, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure. It's not the best, but it's enough. Against this, you are going to struggle without a true AP threat.
But when you look at the common bot lanes for AP, is Ziggs going to be enough, right? Against Mundo Ornn, I don't think it's really going to get it done. So I feel like what I'm reading from their comp is that they're going to look to fight past the front line. I don't know that it's going to work, but I think it's going to be all about diving the Varus and likely prospective mid laner, because I think we're going to get an Orianna or a Victor or something like that from Palafox, and it's going to be a question of, can you actually just get by them and one-shot them? Which is why I'm already thinking, before we even see the lock-ins for the rest of 100 Thieves, there's the same read for Shopify. They're thinking Kai'Sa, they're thinking dive. I feel like Renata goes so hard for Seos, because they're already going a comp that is going to have to just hard dive you. And Renata basically says you're not allowed to do that.
Well, let's see if
she makes it absolutely miserable for that.
if they have the same read. Because we were also talking the same way. Remember, just in the previous game when we were watching 100 Thieves on the blue side, being like, surely they banned Melio here. Melio has to be like such a clutch pick. Surely Melio has to be banned away. And then no Melio ban. No, instead, we're just going to end up having the Poppy, Silas, Ezreal, and Kai'Sa all banned away. So honestly, the 280 carries we were talking about most likely to be picked into the Varus are banned out. And it'll be the Alistar locked for 100 Thieves. They will save 80 carry for last.
So they are saving 80 carry for last. You know, so if they do want to go the Renata route, I think Renata is crazy here for Seos if they want to go for that. That being said, you know, there are a lot of other options. You can go more aggressive options if you want. Things like the Nico obviously do work. You can try to play lane dominant 2v2. Alistar, famously horrible level 1. You can look to get Prio, look to play that sort of route. I do wonder, with the Alistar getting picked on 4, though, are they really cooking bot and it's like a Karthus bot or it's a real AP bot or like something really out there? I still don't kind of believe it based on the team, but it leaves open the opportunity, right?
And I still think there's value in Nico for that counter-engage purpose that you guys are talking about. It's not the same as hostile. It's not the same as hostile takeover. But yeah, it still could be going mid, but it still has counter-engage value with the Pop Blossom if everybody's diving in. But it looks like, no, we are going to have the Nico in support. Victor mid for Palafox.
And diving through a Victor ult, diving through Victor damage.
It's Victor versus Jason mid lane.
Oh, God.
Arcane.
I've seen this television show.
They need Jinx then if they want to win.
Yeah.
Oh, true. I guess they're...
Get the 2v1 from Arcane.
We'll just give Varus a blue wig. He'll
you can go Mel in the bot lane. It works.
Oh, yeah. Surely that would be enough AP damage.
Hey, we've seen it.
Okay. So gonna go with the Smolder here for FBI, going for the scaling, going for that powerful poke with a true damage burn.
It's an answer for those frontliners. It's also something where you can stack off of the Mundo and the Ornn a lot if there are skirmishes, if there are fights. That being said, it's double range in the bot lane. When I look at this 2v2 matchup, I love playing a lot of Smolder. This sounds like a nightmare. You're going to pick Smolder into Varus Nico with an Alistar support? Like, what is the Alistar doing in this lane?
Absolutely miserable.
These two people are just going to click on your character while Alistar's just dancing in the side brush saying, you can't milk those.
You can't see, but Flowers is doing the Alistar dance.
That's all you can do.
Promise.
What are you going to do against this? That's what you're going to do.
But that being said, like, if you can get into a good position as a Smolder, you can kill frontline, and you can also assist with the backline dive because your ultimate does have that backline access to try to kill off the Victor, to try to kill off the Varus, which is going to be the goal of this game. It's going to be an exciting one, but honestly, I feel like this 100 Thieves draft is really hard to play out, and the other side is simplicity itself. It's big beef balls in the front lane, easy engage with Ornn, and 2 scaling carries. You just protect them.
Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. For the rest of y'all, though, Emily, do you concur with this? Because, I mean, I feel like I'm totally aligned with what Isaac is saying here.
No, I actually really love what we've been seeing out of Shopify in their drafting, right? Like, even when I wasn't necessarily sold on the composition overall in the last game, they showed that they knew how to pilot it. They really, really focused on, again, getting that Yorick into really good position. They marked the Azir constantly. They marked Sniper constantly. And this is, I think, going to be a difficult ask from 100 Thieves. By contrast, it's a much easier ask from Shopify in terms of piloting these 2 compositions.
And I feel like in the last game, we got to see a little bit of a 2-game redemption arc for both Contracts and Bvoy compared to game number 1. Contracts had a really rough game 1. Bvoy eventually hit the soul spot that he needed on Senna, but he was having a worse performance overall compared to FBI, but they both did great in game number 2. We talked about how Contracts and Fudge were the gold difference in that second game as well. So everybody on Shopify kind of flipping the switch when they need to.
Well, that's where we pointed out, this should be a lane where Bvoy can also excel, right?
All right. Well, it looks like level 1, once again, not going to be too scrappy as we have Jat standing by for an interview with Coach Revan.
Up 2-0 in the series. How does that align with the expectations you had coming into the matchup?
Pretty good, honestly, despite our practice this week being pretty terrible because we're getting, as Fudge mentioned, we're getting railed by Fly. But we actually just said at the end of week debrief that even if we play how we did against Fly, it'll be easy against 100 because they're 10 times worse. So that's what we're doing right now.
I've seen you've been really hyped in the coach room when things have been going well. What has gone well for you guys this series, and what needs to go well in this game to finish the 3-0?
I think holding on in the game 1, that even though the situation was bad, they knew what the win conditions were, stuck in the game. And then once we retook that game, I think game 2 was just easy. And I think 100 Thieves are pretty good tilters, or pretty bad tilters rather. So hopefully we can finish it out 3-0.
Biggest thing to happen in this game to get the win?
Nothing, honestly. Our comp is just controlled. We just need to not let their funny plays happen.
Okay, I'll let you get back to Washington. Thanks, Revan.
I love hearing that from him. He's like, what do you guys have to do? Nothing. We just have to wait for them to come to us. But I do think that is really crucial for this team composition that they picked.
That's him saying Coach Gap without saying Coach Gap.
I mean, my favorite thing is, yeah, we played really bad in scrims, but even if we play that bad, it's fine because 100 Thieves is worse. I love how both of these teams have such confidence that they were the better team coming into today, as now River could be in some trouble here as Shopify have invaded and stolen away his blue.
Now, River did get it over the wall there with the smite, so
okay.
He's going to be pretty happy about that because that's Contracts who went topside all the way down towards bot side to try to steal this away, and River ends up getting it, so that is some wasted time there for Contracts. He tried to use the really fast early clear here of Mundo to go 4 camps, then cross, and was not rewarded. Of course, he wanted to play around that pushing bot lane that they did have.
Yeah, I think it was a really good recognition by Contracts, again, of what lane he can play around. Unfortunately, didn't end up working out. River is going to be happy with that as he's able to take out this Scuttle on the bot side.
But before the game started, Sniper was hyping up his Riven. Let's listen in.
Hey, our comp's good. We're going to win this game.
Small or Vivo?
Yeah, I'm on that Riven.
Let's say MVP.
Well, you need to see this up, man.
Yeah.
True. Could it be on support?
Nautilus, so...
Yeah.
He's feeling confident. He is undefeated in competitive play on it, but we'll see if he can keep that record going. I've got to say, last game to me, the Annie kind of felt reminiscent of the Xerath game that we saw in the past from Palafox, where Palafox was so far down individually. He was down like 140 CS by the end of the game, but it just didn't matter because his role was basically grouping with the team, just allow Fudge to take all of this farm. He knows he's behind, but who cares? Because I'm going to point and click stun Quid, and I'm going to punish him. And it's kind of, reminiscent of that, and also some of these funny picks we've seen before, like the Aurelia from the last series, and all these other things.
And it also, a lot of the fights in that were similarly reminiscent of the last time these two teams met, right? And we saw that Aurelia coming out for 100 Thieves in that game. Meanwhile, it was Palafox on the Xerath, and more importantly, I think in that specific game, it was Fudge on the Gnar to be able to set up for him. But we saw in this series, just in the last game, a lot of team fights go very similarly to the team fights in that game 3, which Shopify did win, which then put them in that position to be in the upper bracket in the first place.
Palafox proving CS doesn't matter. Gold is fake.
I'm going to tell my teammates that next time.
Well, if you want to talk about CS doesn't matter, we have a bit of a CS issue in the 2v2 here, the bot lane that is now swapped top side. You can see all these minions left to farm for B-Boy, who is already 2.5 waves ahead of FBI's Smolder. I was about to say, Isaac, going back to what you mentioned towards the end of the draft there, I feel like this is all going according to plan for Shopify.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you pick a scaling weak early bot laner, and your support locks in Alistar, you're just like,
hold on.
All right, buddy. Okay. It's for
sure, man.
I get it. All right. It's going to be one of those games. So you have to stay untilted. And now they're just going to keep swapping back and forth away from them. But this now puts Sniper in a weird position where it's like somebody has to deal with the lane. It's not going to be FBI. So good luck, Sniper.
Isaac, I've heard Challenger 80 carries talk about this type of situation before and call it a turn the music on game. Where, sometimes you're tryharding and you're locked in, but then you see your support lock in Alistar when you're up against double range. You're like, okay, we'll just kick the music on.
Yep.
Have a little bit of a see you guys at 25 minutes type of game this time. But right now, let's see what we get here with these mismatched matchups.
And one thing that is really nice about the Smolder, if you're laning to Ornn, is that you get to kind of stack on him for free. He doesn't have that much threat, especially in this 1v2. As long as Sniper can continue to stay safe and farm, which is going to be a question, because if Contracts goes topside and they stack this wave and dive him, that would be a disaster. He has no TP. He's got to be able to stay safe, keep your HP at full to be able to defend the dive if it comes in.
And a big thing for 100 Thieves is that they are actually able to get the first Drake off of that, right? Because they did swap away from that prio bot lane of the Varus Nico. They will be able to push in onto this turret. It should give them prio over Grubs as we see contracts already moving up. But really nice first Drake for 100 Thieves. And I believe the first time they've gotten first Drake in this series.
It is the first time they've gotten first Drake in this series, and it is also the earliest first Drake by just about 5 minutes, at least 4. Both other Drakes have been taken 10 or 11 minutes into the game. River is making his way up towards this top part of the map. Contracts and Seos also prowling around the jungle here. River does have his ultimate to be used defensively if he needs it, but Contracts and Seos aren't really looking for a dive. They're just looking to steal this red buff away right now. And with a quick Tangle Barb plus arrow over the wall from the B-Boy and Seos combo, it's a nice little bit of chunk onto River as well.
It absolutely is. And I mean, Shopify have just got to be so happy with the position in this game. You know, yes, FBI is farming down on the bot side, but even with him swapping away again, he's still down over 20 CS. And Sniper did what he could do, which is stand there and get experience, but he did not get to farm anything as it came in under his tower. So he was just sacrificing farm where you look on the other side. Now you're in this situation where you're 20 CS down bot, and you've taken your winning top and made him go down 20 CS as well. And so that is the matchup that they basically picked themselves into, and now they are really paying for their draft sins, I feel like, a little bit here. Like Alistar and Smolder.
Neutral objective might have changed the story in this third game compared to the first two, but the second neutral objective will not. That is now 3 games for 3, where Shopify get all 3 grubs. The difference this time around, 100 Thieves were nowhere even in the neighborhood to contest. Game number 1, they got to punish Shopify after. Game number 2, they tried but were a little bit late. Game number 3, they didn't even bother because the map state just didn't favor them.
Yeah, it just feels like such a weird game. When you look at the draft from 100 Thieves, it's like, okay, you've got Riven, you've got Maokai, you've got Jace. They want to play aggressive. They want to do things. You look at their counterparts of the Ornn, the Mundo, the Victor, who are all really happy to play slow. But then you slap in this bot lane that they have who needs to play super slow and scale and is going to lose the 2v2 so hard. And it feels like now they can't be aggressive at all. So I'm really struggling to see how they're going to be able to kind of keep this game close. And even if they do keep it close, does the Smolder give enough to outscale the Victor and the Mundo and the Ornn and everything on the other side?
Yeah, that's my big thing is even if this Smolder scales up, right, together with the Jace, will they be able to actually put enough damage onto what Shopify have gotten?
Oh boy, a massive amount of burst onto Sniper, kills him immediately before Ayla and River can make their move. You could see what 100 Thieves wanted to do, bait him in, back Sniper up, but the bait was a little bit too strong, and Shopify Rebellion got what they came for.
And that's one of those death recaps. You check it out, and you see the time in combat, same time as the time CC'd, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, 2 + 2 equals whoops.
All right, didn't get to move.
Great for Sniper, but it was a beautiful CC chain. The Tangle Barbs into the Chain of Corruption, into the Pop Blossom, and then you've got all the stacks on Varus for the Blighted Arrow, and it's just like, boom, that last little bit of HP is gone before you can even flash. So Sniper's Riven not off to the start he was hoping for, as Shopify Rebellion is up nearly 2,000 gold 10 minutes into the game.
And mid lane, quietly, is just a farm fest, right? Which Victor, again, is going to be really, really happy about. You know, last game we had this story of like, okay, well, maybe Quid can come back. This has been a quiet game where they got 3 grubs. They have 3 pushing lanes. They're up 2K at 10 minutes. They're laughing.
Yep, and as we see, I mean, the other big thing for me is, again, that was really, really nice from Vivo and Seos recognizing that they could go in because of how slow and kind of uncharacteristically so throughout this entire series 100 Thieves have been to respond to certain things at points, right? Like, they are trying to get these setups, but then Shopify, again, with this bot lane, was able to make the pick first. And like you said, Sniper is just CC. Like, there's nothing he could do, right? He immediately gets blown up. Really, really nice stuff coming out of Shopify. We'll see, again, if they're able to close it out.
I mean, they just have to now, on the 100 Thieves side, you're looking for some sort of big X factor. I feel like for Shopify, the game plan is so clear. You have this massive advantage. Show up to every single objective and put pressure on your opponents, right? Force them to try to fight you. Force them to walk in these situations where they're at such a disadvantage now.
And it looks like Shopify are hearing you loud and clear, my friend, already moving the 4-man squad down into the bot side river here as this second Drake is about to spawn. Fudge can teleport to join if he wants to, and Sniper does not have his own TP to try to follow that. So Shopify should just be able to take control here and start this up. You can see that Ayla has already lost half his HP. Yes, he has Unbreakable Will on the Alistar to still be able to enter into the fight and maybe walk away, but it is risky. As you can see, the vision situation for 100 Thieves, not ideal. B-Boy going to zone FBI away, just try to harass that Smolder a little bit, as Contracts and Seos will have more than enough damage to secure this Drake and guarantee that 100 Thieves aren't stacking anything.
Yep, and that stops any sort of early Drake stacking. Like you said, 400 Thieves, so despite them being able to get that first Drake, they won't actually necessarily be able to use that as like the power of it to set up team fights. Really, really nicely done again from Shopify, just playing around the pressure that they already have from their lanes.
Absolutely, and I mean, you look over at the 100 Thieves side, and no one is really safe from getting engaged on except for Ayla, because River is going to be going AP, so he's working towards that Leandries. So that makes it very easy for Shopify. Pretty much anyone that is showing up, you just CC and you kill them. As long as it's not the Alistar, you're down to spend your spells and just knock out whoever. And you look at Sniper up in this top side, he's just in such a tough spot because he got lane swapped out of a situation where he was looking pretty good. He was trading even, whatever. And now he's on Boots and Caulfield. The Sunfire's already done. Tabbies are coming in here soon for Fudge. You're not going to be able to pressure him. And no one's even answering bot right now. Sniper's got no TP and Quid is going top. So you're going to lose plates to the Ornn bot. They're losing plates mid. You're losing plates top. You're about to lose plates on all 3 towers across the map all at once.
It's so rough right now for 100
It's
Thieves.
looking like a sweep.
Yeah, as we see all of these chunks being taken out of FBI and B-Boy just constantly pressuring this mid-tier 1. They have pressure everywhere on the map. Again, like, and this with this composition, they don't even necessarily have to, right? We heard Revan, we talked about it ourselves. They scale really, really well, and at almost 14 minutes, they're up 3K.
I mean, you just look at even the vision that they have. This vision line across the river, there's all these pinks all across the river. They're able to really see where the Maokai is, it feels like, at every turn.
Okay, 100 Thieves looking for their chance to maybe put a stop to this, but no. Immediately, Shopify Rebellion just back away. They aren't going to allow 100 Thieves the avenue to punish.
I mean, it's just really smart stuff because Contracts and Palafox are whacking on the tower. So Seos is basically just standing in that tri-brush waiting for where they would have to walk through to be able to make any sort of a play. They're just going to mark them. And when you have 3 losing lanes as a jungler, it's such a doomsday scenario because it's so hard to look for anything. They know where you are at every single turn. Fudge there, I think, was forging the tabbies. Yep, there they do come in. So he's got those plated steel caps. And he is kind of bulletproof right now. He's just got to keep getting XP, keep pushing in those waves.
Yeah, I mean, look at Riven. You've got cooldown shoes and the parts of a bruiser item, and then across the aisle, it's a fully completed Sunfire. It's the tabbies just getting forged, like you said. Fudge is an immovable brick object for this Riven.
And that's the result of having to swap away from that hard prio bot lane, right? To try to save this Smolder. And it didn't work because
Is he saved, Emily?
no, it did not actually work.
He's looking destitute.
He is not looking all that great. As we see the kind of general timings for some of these Smolder stacks, the most important ones being 25, 125, and 225. Currently, FBI is sitting at 96 at 1521.
So yeah, he's about 3/4 of...
A little behind.
3/4 of the way to where he should be. As you can see, a big chunk of damage there onto the Alistar. Not enough to threaten a lethal situation, but it is enough to force him all the way back. I mean, at 400 HP, even if you Unbreakable Will, you go in and you die instantly.
Yeah, and I mean, the upgraded boots are going to be available at this next Dragon here in a minute 30 because they have the first tower. They already have 2 out of 3 of those objectives taken. And they're looking good. I mean, Fudge is just going to start taking trades.
Oh, man, Fudge is going in for the Chad Ornn play. Immediately goes for the ulti commit. Another Brittle, another proc, and Sniper is down to 350 HP. However, he did not commit the Wind Slash for that. So if he wants to try to go back and heal, teleport in to join a fight, maybe he could. But the objective is already gone before the fight even starts. Shopify Rebellion claim the Herald, claim the empowered boots from the feats. They are feeling good about everything.
Yeah, I was going to say that just allows them to get the Rift Herald, right? For free, nothing 100 Thieves can do about that. And they're also going to be able to get another turret off of this bot side for Fudge's Ornn. Nothing that Sniper is going to be able to do about that, but watch it die in front of him.
4,000 gold, 16.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really suffocating for 100 Thieves to have to deal with, especially when you consider the only neutral that they have is a single Flower Petal and a Mountain Drake from 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough, right? Like, it's hard to kind of think about how they're going to be able to come back other than you need to look for that miracle play, right? You need to look for that multi-man combo where Riven flashes in and one-shot someone. You're looking for those dream scenarios because beyond that, you're just not winning this game now the way it's going. Fudge is about to hit level 12. He's even getting a ton of XP, so the ornaments are even on the horizon here as well. Those levels are going to continue to come in. And it looks like 100 Thieves have decided it's not going to get too much better. They're around here. They're looking for a potential fight.
Well, I like the fact that they just got the accelerated shock blast there onto B-Voy. That will at least knock the Varus down to about half HP, maybe give him a better chance to move into the river and establish some control, get some battle lines for a better fight.
They all at least have one item, so they do have that going for them. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Okay, Shopify Rebellion grouped up as 5. They're going to use the Herald as the distraction in mid while the Dragon fight is going to begin. Dragon down to about half HP already. Ayla looking for his opportunity to maybe go in as 100 Thieves still working on the Drake. Ayla zoning everybody away as Mom flies through, but immediately on the front line, the Alistar ain't going to survive. Fudge barely gets himself out. Sniper's about to die, and Contracts just needs one more hit to do it. Seos with a beautiful job peeling, protecting Palafox, and his amazing job in this fight as immediately Contracts goes back in for the double kill. 100 Thieves lose 4, and the only thing they get back is B-Voy.
Contracts goes where he pleases, picks up the double, and that might just be the straw that broke the camel's back. FBI was so poked out early on here, and they decided to go for it. Quid, Ayla, Sniper, they're getting in on the back line, but Ayla's just kind of taking damage for free right now, while Fudge redirects the ulti on into him. Then Sniper, Quid, they go for it. They try to commit, but they can't quite get the kills off the bat.
Yeah, and off the backside, we then see Contracts basically sitting on Sniper's head, a briefcase going in there, and then Quid falling in the mid lane as well to Contracts cleaning that up.
I mean, they know, man.
Yeah,
they know.
They can feel it.
From that spot, if you choose to fight at that Dragon, it's tough.
Maokai flash, Jace flash. Push.
He sounds like he's on an EDM track. Push,
Yeah.
push,
It's a streamer, Alois, has really been popularizing Mundo, and he always plays that track while he's playing. So everyone in his chat is spamming push, and he is a believer in the Mundo, clearly. He almost has his Warmogs done as well. So now, Jace poke, Smolder poke, who cares? Mundo's just going to stand there, tank it up, and he is comically ahead. You're nearly 6,000 up at match point. You are vibing.
And I want to praise Palafox in that last fight as well, because the placement of the Victor, he avoided the initial engage. He throws down the gravity well on top of Ayla so nobody can save him. Then you have the Chaos Storm continuing to deal damage and get everybody low enough for the remainder of the team to deal with, while also managing to not die as they try to dive him with Quid's Jace. So kind of, again, what we've been talking about with some of his other games. He's not dominating the lane. He's not going crazy with his farm, but when it gets to the fights, he's doing his job.
Yeah, and he should be able to not only soak up so much of that poke potentially coming out of the Jace and the Smolder, but also just frontline. Like in that last team fight, we saw him pretty much just sit on top of Riven until she died, basically zoning her out from being able to do anything. She'd already kind of gone in and gotten CC'd as well. But yeah, again, like, it's so awesome to see this out of Shopify, because they'd have these games where you'd be like, okay, they figured it out. They played this really well. They had this globals team composition. They played the side lanes. They played the map. And then they'd lose the next 2 games to Dignitas, right? In games that were really, really scrappy, constant team fighting. They themselves have talked about how they've had problems closing games out. Have looked so good in this series.
I mean, absolutely. Fudge and Contracts as well have been looking fantastic. And when you're TL looking ahead, you're thinking about some of the struggles that they've had on the top side. That could be a problem there. Shopify really are looking threatening. They're on the Otacon. They're trying to put the finishing touches in.
They've already got it down below half HP, and the enemy jungler is now at 1/3. 100 Thieves have got to be desperate. They got to be looking for something. Sniper wants to come around on the pincer attack. River is going in with only 150 HP. Contracts also incredibly low as River is already dead to the ulti coming out from Fudge. Shopify Rebellion are too far ahead. Ayla's gonna die next. Sniper's counterattack did not work at all as he is forced to retreat. There's 2 dead on 100 Thieves. There's Otacon for Shopify. There's an 8,000 gold lead 21 minutes into the game.
We've seen it in their previous games. We see it here now. They do such a good job of being able to mark Sniper on these flanks, right? Fudge is able to stop him from really getting into the fight. Look at how low River already is. he is pretty much going to die instantly when Palafox ends up flashing in there. Jungler dead, Otacon to Shopify. Pretty much everything to Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, Fudge just won't let Sniper pass. Sniper pops the ulti. Nope, you're not walking through
You're
here.
not going anywhere.
He's just going to mark him on that tri-brush, stands there, CCs him up every time he tries to walk through. They just can't get anything going, and now the first ornament is in there for Ornn. He's halfway to 14. It's just going to get worse.
And now B-Boy and Seos looking for Quid. Chains of Corruption won't find him, but the Pop Blossom will. Follows it up with the Tangle Barbs for a rain of arrows. Execution. Shopify Rebellion get another kill. 0-2 and 0 on that Jace for Quid. The first game was close, and Shopify held on and came back to win. The second game was incredibly Shopify favored as they controlled things from the start. This third game is just public embarrassment for 100 Thieves as Shopify Rebellion will silence all those claims about 100 being the better team that should have been in the upper bracket. Shopify looking to bust into the base not even 23 minutes into the game. The tier 3 inhibitor turret is down before the Baron can even spawn.
I mean, it's tough. It's really tough. I mean, you're looking at Smolder. It's like, all right, he almost got his stacks. Surely that's going to do something. But he doesn't even have 2 items.
Okay, Palafox and Seos, they get jumped on by River, but is it really that much of a consequence? Ayla's looking to join up and put some of the damage threat in here. Ayla on top of B-Boy needs to lock him up a little bit better, but Sniper makes his way into the fight only to just about be dead. River still trying to lock up B-Boy, and finally they get the kill. Onto the AD carry. FBI still spitting at him. Quid needs a little bit more opportunity to do some damage as Fudge and Contracts are soaking a lot here on the front line. Palafox with another death laser, but he ain't going to find enough damage. FBI, that's your big factor here. There's low health bars on Shopify all around, but they're trying to be careful. Seos with the flash away as Quid tries to go to the skies as Fudge and Contracts fire back. Shopify Rebellion will decide that discretion is the better part of valor and walk away for now, except Contracts is already back to full HP. Mundo may still try to go where he pleases. 100 Thieves still working on the Drake. It's not going down particularly fast, but it will go over to the Thieves.
And that is a max bounty there, 1,000 gold on the objective bounty for taking that dragon. So that is a lot of gold going their way. They make that fight happen for themselves. FBI on 223 stacks now. We can watch this one more time. They try to go for this pick here onto River, but Ayla has a pretty good angle. FBI is coming in. They do teleport in the Riven, but Riven just gets completely stuffed here. The CC lands, the Tangle Barbs, he gets CC'd up by Ornn, has to flash over the wall, but this bought so much space for FBI. River's able to get in. They shut down B-Boy, and this gives them an opportunity that they need.
Yeah, it kind of ended up being a split fight too, which when they were able to split... Revan saluting the death. They're still in a really, really good spot. It was nice, though, to see that fight at 100 Thieves. Have them recognize they do stop that Drake stacking, right? Like where Shopify will not be on soul point by the time the next Drake comes up. Sniper is going to be able to take this turret down.
But what about Sniper himself? Fudge is trying to guarantee some sort of a punish here. Riven is hyper mobile, but a nice knock up there from Fudge at the very end. The clap, not quite enough, but the burn from the Sunfire Cape gets it done.
I was about to say B-Boy's headed down, but I don't even think he needs him to kill Sniper at this point. He is already in such a good spot.
Yeah, B-Boy has his upgraded ornament as well as Fudge has hit 14. He's close to 15 now, too, so more and more of those items going to be coming through. It already shows 7K gold lead, but each of those ornaments are worth like 1,000 plus gold in stats, so looking really, really good here for Shopify. Like we said, they just got to keep showing up to every single objective and fighting it. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're getting in their opponent's face now, taking away so much of the jungle as Mundo becomes a real problem. If you get to 16, that rank up on the ultimate is such a crazy upgrade that you become almost impossible to kill in a 5v5.
Well, FBI at least now has crossed that threshold of the 225. The Smolder, though, still only on 2 items, and it's not like the big powerful items either,
not
right?
like IE or anything.
Yeah,
Essence Reaver and RFC.
Yeah, the Essence Reaver just keeps you poking. The RFC gives you the little extra range to do it more safely, but it's none of those big, wow, this guy just two-shot me type of items. So FBI is going to need to maximize his damage output in these fights if he wants to have any chance of his team moving on to a Game 4 and staying alive here in the Split 2 playoffs. Shopify moving into the top side, jungle 100 Thieves now as Mom comes in. B-Boy's trying to get away, but the Maokai ulti finds him. B-Boy's already down as soon as the fight starts up, but now Sniper's gonna dive back in trade. River's knocked up into the air. Contracts is going where he pleases, and it's straight to the heart of 100 Thieves. He finally dies, but the Chaos Storm is a tornado, and Palafox guarantees it with a pentakill.
And that's Victor from Arcane, baby. That Arcane Storm covering the whole screen. It's a penta for Palafox. It's going to be the Baron for Shopify. It's going to be the mid lane in him as well. They take everything.
What an amazing combination from both Palafox and Contracts. That ult that just took up the entire screen. And again, they're actually going to end up, they're going to end up backing off after this one to kind of reset.
Well, I mean, it's Ornn and Victor. They can punch it forever, but they don't do a ton. But they do a ton in a fight like this. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, so River sets up the Maokai ult to go through, right? Ayla is already on the flank. The Smolder out goes through. They do kill B-Boy immediately, but Sniper is already dead. River is already dead. And then Contracts just absolutely goes forward immediately on to Quid, to FBI. They both get deleted by this massive Victor damage.
It was the kill onto Quid that made the Storm big enough to kill FBI there too. Absolutely clutch, and Revan's just playing the solo.
Yeah.
Penta, woo!
I love it, man. Everybody on Shopify ready to go now as there's still 7,000 gold ahead. The Baron's down to about half HP. 100 Thieves, they know they got to contest this. You cannot afford to give this away. River without the flash throws the ulti over the wall. Contracts still on the Baron, looking to keep this one secured. It is smited and secured by Contracts as they cannot get a kill with the Riven. And a massive Pop Blossom onto 3 comes out from Seos before he falls. Quid's the next to die, and Ayla can't put the pressure onto B-Boy. Fudge and Contracts are strong enough to kill FBI on their own, and River's the only man left standing on 100 Thieves as Shopify Rebellion will find their ace. They will find their Baron, and with 30 seconds on death timers, they are marching straight into the base of 100 Thieves. You just have Mundo tank up everything. You don't need to worry about needing another wave. Shopify Rebellion are on the victory push, 19-5. The first 2 games already in their pocket. The third one going the same way. It was not a fluke. They're the better team. They're going to clean sweep 100 Thieves straight out of the playoffs. Shopify Rebellion 3-0.
Shopify heard 100 Thieves talking shit, and they said, who, us? We are the better team. We absolutely deserve to be here. Just excellent stuff from them all around. I loved so many of these champion picks, these compositions they were able to put together. We talked about the top side doing super well. I also want to call out Palafox, right? Like, I've been one of, I feel, his biggest critics this season thus far. Showed up massive today.
Second career pentakill for Palafox. What a way to end it. A clean sweep over 100 Thieves.
So
you get a
happy for them.
pentakill in the final game. Shopify ramping up at just the right time. They got knocked down by FlyQuest, but they sweep the lower bracket, and they're going to be ready for their matchup against Team Liquid now as they prove themselves one of the top 4 teams.
And if I'm TL, I'm a little concerned by some of the things that Shopify was throwing out here, right?
All right, let's find out exactly how Shopify's doing as we join Kobe and Fudge and Palafox on stage for the interview.
Thank you. Yes, I actually got you guys a present for your 3-0 sweep of 100 Thieves. It is a designer box of fudge. This is very high quality fudge. Very expensive LA fudge.
I'm not going to eat it because I'm on a diet, but...
Fair enough. I promise, it's really good. Okay, you got a pentakill, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard some of the comms listen-ins, but what was going through your head when you got that?
Sick to always get a penta, but I don't know. It's just nice to have a clean 3-0. I feel like we played pretty well in this series compared to our previous ones, and yeah, we actually progressed the game. That's like all that's in my mind. I don't really care about the penta, but you know.
Got that win. I mean, 100 Thieves have been talking a lot of trash, too. Talking about the last time you guys beat them, and they deserve to be in the upper bracket. Any response now that you guys really have been scaling? And there's no question left after a 3-0.
I mean, I think they've always been coping quite a bit with the record thing of like, oh, it should have been top 4. I mean, realistically, we played against them, we beat them. That's why we were top 4. And then we 3-0'd them now. So, I mean, I feel bad for them. Obviously, losing and ending your season doesn't feel well, so I won't shit talk them or anything. But GG to Snipes.
GG, well played. I mean, what has been the main improvement within this team? Because obviously it definitely has been a struggle, you know, throughout this year to get to this point, but you really do seem to be scaling.
I think that we're just playing more as a team, and I mean, you can see it in our losses even leading up. We're just having a hard time like progressing the game. And today I feel like we had a clear plan, and we didn't really like, even in the Rise Senna game that we played, we just were okay giving things, okay scaling, and then just took good team fights. So I think before in the past, we probably wouldn't have done that. We just would have thrown it down the drain. But yeah, it just feels good.
Nice job cleaning it up. And you guys are looking at Team Liquid in the future. Any thoughts for your future matchup?
I mean, Impact was 3rd team All-Pro, so it'll be a very hard match, but I have pretty good confidence against Team Liquid.
All right, good luck and congratulations one more time. Thank you for the interview. There you go. You can keep that.
Thank you.
Send it back to the
Yeah, mark Riven, guys.
Yeah, look Riven, look Riven. Can we kill Riven or no?
Yeah, can.
Yeah, kill Riven
Just
and
keep
play
fighting.
around the big top. Play around the big top.
We win.
Yeah,
we do.
Malphite, don't flash.
I'm
Malphite, don't
going.
flash.
Chase them.
Jace, no flash, guys. Jace, no flash. His mother, no flash. Jace, no flash. Smart, no flash. What the?
I'll give you a
Penta.
Woo!
Kill End or Nash? I think Nash, right?
Pentakill and a 3-0. We were all wrong. Everyone was wrong.
No one predicted right.
No. I jumped off the bandwagon a week too early. I predicted them to beat Team Liquid. They got slammed, and I hard pivoted away.
There's one team fan base that will have diehards no matter what. It's the Shopify fan base.
Okay.
I swear to God, and there are some, of course, 100 Thief fan base. So they're pretty kind of rabid when it comes to it. So there's when a lot of people said, I called it, but that was from the gut. That wasn't from here. But honestly, no, Shopify looked insane.
What was the biggest surprise, like aside from the 3-0, about why it happened?
I mean, I think like what Palafox was mentioning in the interview, I think as the series was progressing, they felt more and more confident. And I feel like even game 3, it was just a stomp. It was just a matter of the time of how are they going to finish it, right? But I felt like the series, like they just get more confident. They were playing with more confidence, and like B-Boy like popping off in all 3 games. I just feel like he was playing really well too.
Yeah, I wonder how much game 1 completely dictated the series in terms of a bit of tilt and a bit of confidence for Shopify, because that game we saw could have gone either way. It was like a 50-kill game. B-Boy Senna hit 6 items. It was against a 6-item FBI Jin as well. Like that game feels like we have no idea who's going to win the series, but if you just look at games 2 and 3, they were both really stompy. Game 2 with some more early game champions. Game 3, they stomped them with a late game scaling comp, so it got progressively worse. But I wonder how the momentum factored in to that series.
It could have very easily done that. That being said, Kobe right now is going to be right next to Sniper to get his thoughts, so let's head it over there.
Thank you. Yes. Sniper, first of all, thank you for doing the interview. Right after a loss is always tough. But do you have any early takeaways from this split so far?
Yeah, there's honestly a lot. I just feel like being in the room with my teammates every single day was honestly just amazing. So yeah, just being with them 24/7, you know, is very nice. Yeah.
It does seem like you guys are always still able to keep up good vibes, even after rough scrims or rough stage games for yourselves. Is there anything in particular that you are looking to improve in the break that's coming up? You know, there's been a lot of talk about how your scrims are structured or practice or anything like that.
Yeah. I think it's got to take some time to reflect. It's been a wild 5 months because we obviously made it to the finals. And then we're now a bottom 4 team. It's it's kind of crazy, but I think I just gotta mentally reset because yeah, it was a long 6 months, you know, 5 to 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Well, really good work that you put in. Thank you for doing the interview once again. Appreciate that. You've got a lot to reflect on. We're gonna send it back to the lounge.
Yeah, I mean, the sniper looks really like it's just not. There isn't an easy way to take a loss, especially like we play to practice. We practice to play on stage. We practice to play well on stage.
Yeah.
And to be out in 3-0 series like this, you know, like all I can do is like just taking some time off league and kind of having a reset.
Exactly. And in those interviews, of course, we're gonna ask like to reflect on the split a little bit. But when you get out of that situation where they feel confident that they can take the series and then you lose and you're like taking it all in, I don't know what that answer would be, right? So it's nice that he just talked about needing to take a break and not really knowing right at that moment.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and he's also right about the fact that they ended the split A bottom 4 team, which has to come as a shock after making the surprise win to finals. It's interesting to see sometimes like early success can end up being a team's worst enemy sometimes, and I wonder if there was an element with 100 Thieves of like not truly addressing their issues until it really manifests on stage. Because they can have bad scrims, forever, but until they're really punished, they're not going to change. So now they'll have about a month before Split 3. But we have our player of the series for the team that won and the team that is still in the LTA playoffs. It is B-Boy.
Boom!
Dominant series. Senna, Lucian, and Varus.
Yeah. I mean, the Senna game, like early game, like he was just stacking it up. He got to a point that like he had so many stacks, so much range, kind of outranging enemy teams like in everywhere. Yeah, even enemy turrets. Game 2 in Lucian, like he was just kind of popping off, honestly, in my opinion. Like was making so much space for enemy team, for his team, and like getting a lot of lead.
Yeah, his Lucian, it reminded me how good he was.
Yeah.
Like in his first split on his Lucian gameplay, people were like, wow, he's the best Lucian in North America. And to be able to see that come back again, and then of course you go into game 3, I think there was a lot of questions on the draft, but in terms of like 100 Thieves not being able to do too much, he forced them to swap.
Yeah.
Because he was just slamming them in the matchup, in the Varus Smolder matchup, and then obviously chased the matchup by then matching them top. So like it felt like there was always confidence in how he would play, especially as you mentioned, scaling from game 1, and then from that point, he's been taken over.
It's really interesting because there's been a lot of criticism towards B-Boy for being too passive of a player at this split. He's played a ton of Ezreal, and I thought it was really interesting how they dropped Ezreal priority entirely this series, and it favored him to have more aggressive picks. So the Senna will just scale better than the Ezreal, so you do want to play safe, which will be fine. But then the Lucian, he played a lot more up-tempo, and the Varus with the range matchup, they were able to bully. So I like that switch. I wonder if he can keep it going. Yeah. And he's erased the blast cone from last week. Where he blast cone. I
got to bring it up.
That's
I didn't
honestly
even think
why
about
everyone was flaming him, because he played a decent series until the blast cone. True. And then suddenly like, he's the reason they got
it was already erased from my mind, but now I'm thinking about it.
Now it's back. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week of LTA playoffs. Anything stand out to you, Hui, on the Fast 5? B-Boy's got the fastest kill in the bot lane, 645.
Yeah, maybe like he's like a really good early game player, like you were mentioning. So maybe the team just has to focus on more early game picks for the bot lane for the future as well.
Yeah.
The fastest legendary item was the Palafox Victor, I believe. He just Blackfire Torch right away, which was just another reason this series was so stompy. I thought he'd have to go Roa against the Jays, didn't even have to. They just dominated that game 3. That's it for Samsung SSD Fast 5. Remember, you can upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more. So now we have a top 4.
I didn't expect this at all.
I mean, you almost did.
Almost.
I would imagine you'd expect 3 of the 4.
Yeah, but still, I didn't expect this, the Shopify part. And so, like, it really does feel like, it's going to sound very obvious, but, like, better team on the day thing, because Shopify did grind. Even though they were mentioning, of course, like, the scrims versus FlyQuest and all that, and focusing so much on ending games, like, that game 1, as you mentioned, was so close. And it could have changed a lot, but it felt like Shopify very clearly was the better team in all 3 games. And here they are. The scaling is happening.
Hui, I don't know when we're going to have you back. You can see the whole bracket here. Can you now predict the rest of the playoffs?
Well, I think the upper bracket, FlyQuest is going to win. Maybe like a 3-1 series or 3-2 at most, in my opinion.
Just give us specific numbers in case you're right about all of them.
Okay, 3-1 versus to Fly in Fly versus C9 series.
Now lower bracket, TL Shopify.
TL Shopify, I think it's going to be a 3-2 to Shopify.
Okay, so now it's C9 Shopify, lower bracket finals.
C9 Shopify, I think that's going to be also a 3-2 for C9, that one.
Okay, and then a FlyQuest C9 rematch, which goes to?
A 3-0 for Fly.
God, no!
Just end it with another sweep. It's cursed. We'll see.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see Shopify in top 3. That would be wild to me.
Very interesting.
Okay. I mean, today's series just changed my mind a little bit because I feel like they're getting a lot of confidence from this series too. So I hope that they can kind of ride this high and keep this momentum versus Team Liquid.
All right. I appreciate you joining us today. It was fun.
Thank you for having
I
me.
wanted 5 games. We got 4 games. The curse of the sweeps is over, but we still haven't had 5.
Someone give us 5. I mean, who said it was going to be a 5?
He did.
For the next one, at least.
He was wrong. Unfortunate. That's it for us. We'll be back next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Fly versus C9. See you then.
Welcome back to the LTA playoffs. It's another day of lower bracket competition here at the Riot Games Arena, with both teams running out of chances to stay in the race.
LTB.
Going.
I will flash down.
Gwen's inting.
Yeah.
I'm killing Leona.
Look at the
Haya, don't flash too.
Yeah.
Okay,
We can get Elder in GG, guys. Get Elder in GG.
Yeah.
But
The only thing is
help
he-
me, Mark and Afiri here.
The Elder is the final execution, and Shopify Rebellion take game 1.
Play slow.
Guys, I have a flank position. Keep going.
Yeah.
I W
Coming to us, yeah.
We chase this guy.
Azir has flash.
I think you can chase B-Boy. If Renekton goes on, he
Step
can
back
die.
1 second.
Good job.
Nice.
Look at me, I'm behind. Look.
Yeah,
Look at
coming.
Azir.
Azir's one.
Yep, coming.
Alright, play Lucian.
I lock Zion.
Nice, boys.
Coming to Renekton.
Contracts and Seos will finish the job, and Contracts dances on their grave. Shopify Rebellion go to match point.
Alistar, just go on Alistar, guys. Front line.
Yeah, I'll cut back up.
Yeah, I can go in soon.
I'm looking
I'm on Riven.
I'm alive.
Look at
Maokai go flash.
Jace.
I have in soon.
I'm on Smolder.
I'll block.
Yeah, hold on. We need to help Chase.
He's on an EDM track.
Yeah.
It's yeah, Mark Riven, guys.
Yeah, look Riven. Can we kill Riven or no?
Yeah, can.
Yeah, kill Riven
Just
and
keep
play
trying to
around the Victor. Play around Victor.
We win.
Yeah, we do.
Maokai go flash.
I'm going. Chase.
Jace no flash, guys. Jace no flash. His mother no flash. Jace no flash. Smart.
Yeah, I'll give you a penta.
Penta. Woo! Kill Ender Nash. I think Nash, right?
First 2 games already in their pocket. The third one going the same way. It was not a fluke. They're the better team. They're gonna clean sweep 100 Thieves straight out of the playoffs. Shopify Rebellion 3-0.
Cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay. Made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save. Only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey.
pressure enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way. Leaving my opponents in disarray.